Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to First Cup 5, presented by Monster Energy. My name is Bryce, joining me here for this one, of course, Ton. How are we doing, Ton?
I'm very, very good, Bryce. Excited to, kick off our season, at least anyway, and kick off the season for a few of these Challengers teams coming up against some of the big boys in what should be a really, really fun tournament. Looking forward to it. Going through the night with you, Brycey. It's like old times. It's like old times.
Very old times for us included, but an awful lot of very good teams all ready to try and take this one down. Now, we've got some invites, we've got some qualifications, but what we do have is an awful lot of good Call of Duty action coming to our screens, Ton.
Yeah, no, it should be really interesting. Kind of similar to how some of the other tournaments over the preseason have kind of ran. You're going to mix of players coming in from the CDL to make teams of 4, coming up against some legitimately very good Challengers teams. We're going to talk about them as time goes on. First couple of games, we're going to kind of be coming through a bit of a watch party style, just keeping an eye on what's going on. But then when we get into some of the latter rounds, we're going to be going full codcaster, getting into the games. But no, it's going to be really interesting. I think for some of these teams, it's going to be a short, sharp shock of the difference between themselves right now and some of the top CDL players, of course. And for others, there's going to be an opportunity to
Interesting mix. They've got the old Kleenex and Insight joining Shotsy and Hook.
Yeah, that should be an interesting one, but I think there's a couple of games in particular that I'm looking at to sort of say to myself, okay, those are the juicy ones to kick things off. Game number 3 there on the bracket, Symbols against Yusuf, or otherwise known as, of course, Stallions, taking on Omit under 18s. So that should be a super interesting game. Again, 2 Challengers teams that we're looking forward to seeing go up against each other. A lot of noise is being made, of course, about this Omit under 18s team. A couple of viral clips you would have seen here and there. And, of course, we all know Stallions. That should be a really interesting one. And another one I kind of want to point towards is game number 6. Kismet's team against KB, which is the Cabal roster. So that's another really, really good team. The Cabal roster winning a Challengers event that we seen a couple of nights ago at an absolute canter, by the way. 4-0 against Stallions in that grand final. Massive, massive statement for them as the season's about to start. And they've got a game that they'll be going into against some, very seasoned, some very good CDL pros. But it'll be one they'll be looking at to say, well, we could go on to win this. So that should be a super interesting game. But across the board, Bryce, it's a super, super exciting tournament that we're going to see plenty of surprises, no doubt, but we've got a couple of real big shooters in here who will be looking to try and take this win pretty easily, I would like to say.
It certainly is. Well, I'll tell you something. Here's an interesting... I'm going to throw a grenade in the conversation almost straight away. Here's an interesting thing. You talk about the team that's already winning Challenger events and kind of some new names, right, popping up. I'm going to call it the Merc effect. People are probably already looking for that next superstar, right?
Yeah.
I haven't really had a chance to talk about this too much, but the Mercules effect is kind of insane, and I feel like not enough credit was given to just how much of an unbelievable Cinderella story it was. That kind of impact to turn around OpTic cannot be... It's actually not real. It's almost like a fairy tale. You couldn't write it. The problem that's now going to have is, obviously, Merc, for all his talent and, the eye test he passed, probably wasn't inflaming Challengers as much as he could have been if we knew what was going to happen. What I suspect will now happen is that, and in tournaments like this, if you are a Challengers player who's starting to make a name for yourself at the start of the season, there'll be some GMs out there going, okay, maybe we take this player. So I think the path from Challengers to Pro might be a little bit easier for the first couple of months.
I think some Challengers players will be listening to you say that and say, what do you mean it's easier, Brycey? But look, I think you're kind of right in a certain sense of that. Is it that gamble that teams want to take? I mean, the gamble is obviously paid off last season. The gamble right now is paying off for Merc because he is out here winning every single goddamn tournament that is going on across this whole preseason. So that's going to be an interesting thing for him specifically today as well. Let's see if his squad can go through and cause some issue. I mean, you'd like to think so. It's Dashy, Merc, Simp in 04. Not bad, in absolute fairness. as you can imagine. That will be very much one of the teams to beat, alongside Shotsy's team, which is Shotsy, Hook, Kleenex, and Insight, as you mentioned before, Bryce. That's a really, really solid outfit. A lot of people would be looking towards either one of those teams to come through. Not necessarily a dark horse for me. Team Slasher, which is Slasher, Nero, Real, and Joe Deceives, that's a roster now. I think Joe Deceives has looked like one of the most exciting players, not even just for the last few years, but specifically on this game. Looks very, very solid. So I'm interested to see how he goes. There's a couple around it. I mean, look, let's have a look at the rosters. There you go. Production on the ball. There are some very, very strong teams in this one, but I think those are the three at the very top that really do stand out to me.
They certainly do. I mean, just incredible. I mean, a little bit disappointed Scump isn't playing in his team. I think he should have done.
Well,
but you are right. There is an awful lot of very good players that mixed in among them as well. My question is always going to be, when you get these kind of sort of chopping and changing of teams, is how well do they gel off the beginning? You're going to ask yourself, does Cammy play well with Cellium? It's one of those questions that we've always seen. Pred and Snoopy, how do they gel together in terms of keeping that pacing up? And I'm looking forward to seeing it, because it's not just about how well they play here, but maybe, just maybe, a little insight into the season.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting with this kind of tournament to sort of say, okay, well, these are duos realistically for the most part coming from CDL teams with another duo. That kind of makes sense, and it's not necessarily always the best representation of how, in particular, those teams are going to do, unless you're OpTic, who have won, of course, a lot of everything that's been going on, whether it be a duo together or as a team together, of course, in the Invitational that came through. So I think that's been an indicator for them, obviously, all doing well. But I think for the rest of the teams, it's kind of been a little bit more difficult to ascertain what these duos together are doing in the grand scheme of things to then relate back to how their teams look as well. But then that's what I think this makes this tournament really interesting, is because you've got the challengers side of things in here as well. These are, of course, CDL players. There's 4 CDL players on most of these teams who are coming on as the invited teams, but the teams who qualified are all legitimate squads who play together and have been playing together for a couple of weeks. I mean, look at Rex, Firexene, Darkside. I mean, that is pretty much the 5 years roster. They will be one of the best teams in Challengers, full stop, this year. For, of course, Cabal, KP Twister, Root Skywalker, Aiden Cons, etc. Those guys are... okay, not uncomers, because, I mean, we've seen parts of them beforehand, of course, but at the same time, these are the kind of teams who are going to be coming through, and they have played together. They have already been going through together, winning tournaments together, going up against squads of CDL pros who are not really a team. So this is a good chance for these top challengers teams to really go through with that $25,000 on the line.
And it is still a very big tournament. I think you're right. Realistically, there's a big mix of experience and competitive edge with these. The qualified teams probably a little bit more cohesive in terms of how they are going to play today, but will raw talent win out? You've got to remember, everybody's still learning. I know some teams are doing very, very well, but there's still minutiae. I mean, we're still really nailing down the rule set in some regards. Yeah. I'm sure people will talk about snipers at some point tonight, but it is going to be an interesting glimpse into seeing how they all get on with it, and who knows, maybe, just maybe, we'll see some of these players play together on the big screen in a little bit in the CDL, because you never know. You never know when these things kind of start. Nobody would have thought last year the Mercury League would basically appear out of nowhere to fill in and then become one of the biggest storylines. And I remember correctly, Breakthrough Player of the Year at the Esports Awards.
Yes.
That came out of nothing 3 or 4 majors into the season.
I remember specifically as well Zuma dropping him, right? I mean, that did happen. Sorry. But I think it's always going to be an interesting conversation of those next up-and-comers, and these are the kind of places that you're going to potentially see them. It's not that often that we get to see them go up against each other. Obviously, preseason is really where you get a good glimpse into that, and it's great that tournaments like this do get hosted, because you do want to see that crossover. It's something that we've always said since the inception of the CDL. That's what we want to see more of. See these top challengers teams going up against each other. We see it, of course, in the summer in Saudi Arabia. You get plenty of it, and it's always very entertaining to watch. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one throughout the rest of the night when we do start getting some of these games going, especially a couple of these starting rounds. We are keeping an eye on where these teams are starting up and who's starting up first, and we'll be getting in there as soon as we possibly can. As mentioned, we're kind of going to be going through streams, watch party style, and then going from there as far as what we're going to be covering in the first couple of rounds. But then when we get, I think until winners round 3 around that time is when we're going to start going through on Codcaster. So yeah, that's when things are getting a little bit more serious on our end. But yeah, we're looking forward to it. I think it's going to be cool to like jump around some of these teams. I'm really curious to actually jump into some of these challengers streams who maybe aren't being watched as much. Everyone's going to be watching Shotsy, everyone's going to be watching Dashy. Let's have a little look around some of these challengers teams if we can.
Certainly is. I was actually just kind of going through some of the Twitch is there to see exactly what's happening on, but at the moment, doesn't look like Shotsy's in the lobby. He's having a really good time talking on his stream right now, so I'm not sure he's in any hurry.
It's
but
25 minutes later than it's supposed to start, Bracey.
We kind of knew this was going to happen. It always takes a minute or two for these players to sort of start the engine running to get into it. I don't know why it always delays, but we can take a look at our map set. So for this one, we are going to be running set maps, so we don't have to go through vetoes, fortunately, and obviously you're not going to have that user issue of teams having better or worse maps because it's all kind of splits and everybody playing as duos anyway. So Scar, Hardpoint, Dense Search and Destroy, Exposure, Overload, Colossus, Hardpoint, and Scar, Search and Destroy. Tan, what do we make of these maps?
I mean, we can start the wide map discussion if you want. It sounds like we have got a bit of time, but as far as these maps go, very, very solid in the outlook. I think for me personally, as far as the new maps go, my 2 favorite hard points that we're going to see, so Scar and Colossus, are really, really fast-paced. Spawns on Scar are something to try and keep an eye on. It's a little harder. Colossus is a little more simple to try and understand of how the spawn system does actually work, but both very, very small, very chaotic maps. We've been running a couple of 8s now and then, Bricey. Scar and Colossus are not my forte, to say the least. Okay, I'm pushing 40. I'm not pushing 40. That's actually maybe you are, but
you're pushing 50.
I'm only just 30-ish. But to the point, I'm more of a. It is a big-ish. I'm more of a stiff AR these days, and Scar and Colossus are where the Drayback is running the show time and time again. These 2 maps in particular, we've seen the Drayback and how it's started to come into the fray a little bit more since the M15 nerfs, and of course, whatever version of the M15 these pros are using, it is a little bit more difficult to get going up against this Drayback right now. But Scar and Colossus, very, very solid hardpoint maps. Dense Search and Destroy, pretty classic for the most part. My window's just blown open. I'm gonna go and save my everything from falling out of my window whilst you talk about the other maps, Resi.
Okay, well, I was actually gonna go back and talk about Scar. So I think Scar's a really interesting map in terms of the way it plays through. It's actually one of my favorite maps, but I do think there are a couple of things that we'll kind of see as we go through here. I mean, talk about Scar, Hardpoint, I like P1, P2's very good. P3 can feel a little bit off just with the way sometimes you have to kind of approach it. You know, a player's going to be sitting on the plane heady. You know, somebody's going to be tucked in trying to gain the time, and you're trying to kind of hold it as well. Sometimes the spawns can be a little bit faster and looser around there as well. P4's good. I think I like Scar because it's always got that like their grandma's house, you know, but blue is always going to be just a great hill to rock and roll on, even if it does feel a little bit big inside, typically what we are used to on some hills. P5 is just a weird one. I'm not 100% sold on P5. I'm not sold it's the best place for the hard point, but I'm not a developer and I'm not going to be able to change that.
What about in Broken above it? Like I've been calling it church. It kind of looks like church to me. But like up top in Broken, would that not make more sense?
Possibly. I think that entire part of that is a little bit weird as well. Like I said, some of Scar's very, very good, and you can kind of tell that there's a lot of like fundamental Call of Duty map making, and then there's like just little corners, and you're like, this kind of disrupts the flow a little bit. I think Broken's one of them. Sometimes it feels a bit wrong with the way that can kind of command part of the map here, and it makes middle a little bit less viable for holding down than it could be. So
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, we'll see how it develops, but I do think Scar is going to be one of the maps that we see an awful lot of during the year. It just reminds me of one of those old school COD maps, if not maybe a little wide.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to continuously see it. I really, I mean, for me, I've been banging the drum about having more than 5 maps. You will maybe argue against that.
No. I have an entirely different philosophy, and if we're burning time, I'll go into it.
Well, maybe we'll save that, because I have a feeling we might have some more time to burn at some stage over the night. But yeah, look, I think Scar will stay in, even with obviously some of the throwback maps that are coming around that look very, very solid. Of course, I mean, the standoffs coming back by the end. I have feelings towards that map which will be everlasting. That has to be in some form or sense. There's other maps that are coming through. I mean, a lot of people are excited about Fringe coming in. There's plenty others that could either replace or just add on to. The fact that Raid is kind of being kicked out tells you a lot about how good some of these new maps are as well, though. So that's another conversation to be had. But then moving on to Exposure on Overload. It's my first time casting over Overload. Yours as well, I presume. That should be super interesting. I'm really interested to see how the mode is going to develop on a good map and Exposure as well. I'm very curious to see how the mode's going to develop as the year goes on. As the game changes, what can we actually change up here? I think it has the potential. It has the foundations. It has the ingredients, Pricey. You just need to put them all together correctly somehow in some way.
Hey, we got to give it a go. We've tried everything else. it's one of those. We'll see. Like I said, Control has the fundamental potential to be an incredible game mode, but because it's new, but it's kind of based off like an old Sabotage, a Blitz, and an Uplink, all kind of rolled into one. It's a very weird combination of game modes, and teams are still working it out. I don't think this will be one of the game modes that we don't see kind of its full potential until about June. And then everybody like, right, we know exactly how it should be going now. And I suspect it'll change. It's one of the ones, it reminds me of something like, do you remember Berlin Control? Like way back, how reviled that was for so long when they first brought it in, and then all of a sudden everyone was like, "This is great! We love this map now. It's twists, it's turns. Everybody knows you can kind of flip the map on its head. It made for some very entertaining games. But when that first came in, people were not playing it 100% correctly like they were in the last bit. So I think realistically, I'm all here for Overload. Whether or not it gets some changes in terms of how the spawns work, how the kind of the bomb gets done, that's what I think is probably going to change this for the better.
Yeah, I think that there's multiple different ways that it can be changed up. I heard things about one capture point, that kind of thing. Is that going to help things? It's more so, I think, around the time and how teams are potentially going to cheese it if they're in the lead. Like that's always going to be an issue that teams will have to overcome. I think one thing that I would love to really see is that the community have some patience with it. I think, I remember when Control came in, everyone was like, oh, I'm not too sure about this. And as you said, your example of Berlin Control, I mean, I remember casting that map multiple times. I mean, to be honest, I kind of enjoyed Vanguard. Yeah, don't smite me down, promise. It was chaotic enough that it was just so much fun. But we'll talk about maps so much more as the evening does go on. But we are in to our very first game. We've got, of course, the Stallions taking on a team that they have some potential up against in OMA under 18s. This should be an interesting one. Right now, 84-55 up for the Stallions. And Tommy will be happy with this start. But on Scar Hardpoint, as mentioned, it's a nice way to kick things off as we head over towards Grandma's.
Oh, they're just trying to make sure they get this lot going. You can see the mid-cuts coming through, looking for the spawns. And there we go, catches all of them. Finds two. Swiddy looking for the third. We'll call that one out. Should be able to lock it down, but no. Teammate goes down. They lose the hill after that. Eventually, we'll get it back. I mean, just the spawns there really coming in clutch for them. But already, great map awareness to get that cut early.
Yeah, it's one of those that you really do need to get across to pretty quickly, though, right? It can be so sticky over towards those back spawns, but as soon as you get some sights on it, usually pretty solid. But big flank going to come through over towards the backside. Courage going to get taken down. It's been a good start for the Stallions and a very solid lead as well. But I think now it's that rotation. It's a complete map rotation over towards P5. And again, those back spawns do help you out, but you need somebody up top. And what's the plan going to be from Swiddy here? Just trying to stay alive over towards the backside. I'm really interested to see how this Omen under 18 team does. I mean, that is the gunny, the absolute beamer from Swiddy through the middle of the map. Skill will find two over towards the backside, though. And all of a sudden, you're not chasing your tail, but you're going to have to back it on up, fight your way back through, because for all you want these spawns, you don't want them if the other team are in control.
You certainly don't. And this is what I was looking at with P5. Sometimes feeling a little bit weird for me in terms of a Hardpoint. I said it feels like it could move a bit. It's just a really awkward one to kind of deal with. Apart from if you're Swiddy, he's going to be looking for the third. That player going back round and up top and not going to get it. Swiddy doing so much, but just unable to get that one all the way through. But enough kills that his team can take the Hardpoint.
So you're doing a really, really good job. Must be setting a decent enough KD to kick things off here. Eliminations coming through left, right, and center. Nice shots on the skill. He's another player I'm really looking forward to seeing a little bit more of on the under 18s team. Cool. Yusuf, of course, another, but Swiddy right now cannot be gunned. Eminent Courage doing a really nice job across the board, and that's a nice lead heading into a second rotation. You take that all day long, but 3 dent going to come through, and I think if you're under 18s, you just need to find a little bit of a foothold. It was nearly the 3 from Switty, shutting them down on his own. Doesn't get it done for the Stallions, but as mentioned, a very, very nice lead heading into a second rotation.
They're just trying to extend this lead here as well. Just good map control, holding around middle. Every time they need to get these cuts, it really is the focal point of the map. Like I said, this is why Broken sometimes can feel a little bit weird, because you feel like you should have more control while you're up there, and sometimes you just don't see players really using it. There's a good reason. It also isolates you from a good point of where you need to manipulate the spawn. So I think a lot of these players still trying to feel it out, trying to make sure they get full control where they need to, and that is an unbelievable cut. I am not sure how Swooty got that second kill. He should not have got the snap, but so far so good as this lead extends.
It was me saying that it's not necessarily that fun with the M15. It's a driver paradise. Yeah, Swooty. So yeah, hold my beer, whatever. Nice and easy from him and the Stallions right now. 70-point lead heading over towards P2, and that's a good amount of time over towards P1 as well. You take them all day long. Got a little bit of top control as well. They can force them over towards the back, get the cuts through shop. You are laughing right now if you are the Stallions. Just easy control. And now this is a hard one to try and break back through. They've got to be careful, of course. Nades, etc. are going to start flinging on through. Trophies would be handy. Not going to be there, but you've got the gunny if you're Swooty. Not going to happen on the second, but a first gunfight will go his way. Is that the break that under 18s are going to need? Because right now it's a 70-point lead.
Doing well. Hard to fight from this angle. They've got to go round the corner onto the heady, and just not going to work out for them. Once you get pushed out a little bit, well, you are just running into an awful lot of cover for the retake, and it's not really viable to flank all the way around at this point, especially with that time ticking down. You're setting up for P3. That'd be mid-control from as well. Swooty is just trying to close down the angles for Broken, but it isn't going to be enough, and realistically, it does mean it should go the other way here. An opportunity to even it back up.
Get some good time over here. This is always the one, and for me, and I think you guys at home will all be thinking the same whenever you're playing Hardpoint on Scar. It's like, okay, where are they spawning? And the answer is usually just yes. Like on so many different occasions when it comes down to P3. It can be complicated at times if you don't push it the right way. Of course, right now, it does seem as if the Stallions have got this under lock and key, but then when you start pushing forward, you maybe start spawning them towards the back. That's kind of what you want to do in, well, around 5-10 seconds. You want to push through, you want to get P4 control, and you may well be able to do that nice and quickly, but it seems as if the 18s of Ome are just about holding on towards that side, but are giving up plenty of time at P3.
P3 is just an interesting hill. I said before, I'm not 100% sold on it, but it feels like it should be an easier hold, right? You've got great cover there, the heady sitting on top of the hill, you've got basically just choke points everywhere else, and yet somehow it always feels a bit scrappy. Maybe it's just evened out by the fact that the hill is literally a grenade trap. Like they basically go, here's a little bowl you can sit in where everybody and their dog can throw grenades into, so you're not going to have the best time. So, well, yeah, exactly. So we'll see how it gets here. Obviously, Switch just trying to make sure they got this back spawn here. Every time we see this kind of rotation, obviously we do get to see an awful lot from Swooty, but he's just doing a great job at cutting players down before they can make too much of an impact.
Big 3 coming through. Stallions looking to get this one locked. 30 seconds to go here. Over towards this back hill at P4, and they are pretty much at the finishing line in this map number 1. And this, I mean, look, there's still a lot of Call of Duty to go, but this was potentially a little bit of a slippery one for the Stallions. They're looking to try and get a rotation coming on through over towards P5. But this one seems to be a nice and simple game to kick things off here on Scar Hardpoint.
Was close. Was very, very close at one point. But then they just took over. I mean, it just seemed to be those rotations. I mean, we only get to see it from Swooty's point of view, but almost practiced to the nth degree, and that's you know, the game's not even been out that long to make it look that smooth from going from point to point at this stage of the game. That's certainly going to put you in a good position here, but now a little bit of a chokehold. So he's going to try and open this mid-map up. He's trying to work out if he can get some kills and get map control back, but it isn't going to work out yet. And you see that spawn flip coming through. Another choke point. Already going to try and go around the outside here as well, but it is all choke points for them now if they try and break in.
You can try and hold this. Those couple of kills coming through, though, may well just be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Are you going to be able to find a way through if you are Stallions? Not quite. Just about getting a little bit of control, but then it's that mid-cut you got to watch, as you mentioned, Brycey. And it's everyone dipping and diving over towards the top. Broken, big kills coming through from Wandel. Really nice job to keep this one going if you're homing on an 18th. You get a good amount of time there. and pretty much prevent Stallions from getting anything at all. So now moving on over towards P1 again, and if they can get some decent time here, Bryce, come back could be on the cards.
So we're taking a kill, and now looking for that player that flies out to get him. Unfortunately, just not winning the trades the way they would like to. Still very much a game for these two. It's really just snapping every single direction. Going to have to wait here. They've got 37 seconds to play with. They know they can put this game to rest. No need to chat out wildly. There's a big fight going up top, and Swooty wins it. That's a lot of control towards the mid now, and the kills will rain through. Only one player left. Skill's going to be there in the mid, and gets the second one as well. Trying to hold it down isn't going to be enough, as it does get traded, and that's now 10 seconds to go.
Oh, my M15 does not shoot like that. I'm not going to lie. And the thumbs, to be fair. My word. It's really just putting on an absolute clinic. Oh, he doesn't find the 2 to kill the game. That's a nice time back once again from under 18s. I mean, yeah, okay, the Hellstorm available is going to help them out, especially pushing over towards P2. Is that going to be on sweet side? No, that's the visual glitch that everybody does get in these private games. We'll continue on as we move over towards P2. Seems like they found the break. 5 seconds to go. Just need a little bit of control over towards this top side, and they can pretty much secure this game. Grandma spawns here now for the side of under 18. Ooh. They need to get themselves through.
Be careful. Nade's going to start raining very, very close to that when they get 2 as well. Swooty needs to find his kill mid. Going to find it. Just trying to hold them back at the same time, and they get into that one. Unbelievable shooting. He's going to chow this one at the same time. Isn't he able to get it? It's still going back and forth. Surely the bodies are now here, and eventually they will get through. That will not be retaken. They feel the kill feed and eventually get this hard point locked. But that became a much closer game than it was looking.
Incredible work. It did get a lot closer towards the last stages, didn't it? But it's one of those where you're like, you know, when you've got that lead, you kind of do take your foot off the gas, and that's no disrespect to the opposition, but it's just one of those like, okay, well, we only need 5 seconds more, but the more that time goes on and the closer that it starts to get, you start getting a little nervous, and you start just throwing bodies into the point. Time and time again, Stallions made sure they were getting that time, but not much of it towards the last couple of hills, but they didn't need much either. That's a 1-0 lead for them. And that is going to be an interesting one, especially as we're heading into Search and Destroys, etc., etc. That's where that one's going to be a little bit more interesting for me. Let's see how Omid do over there. But the prize pool, just to remind you guys at home, first place, $15,000. Not bad for a Friday night's work. $7.5K for second, and third place bringing in $2.5 of the $25,000 prize pool. Exciting to see how this tournament is going to continue to play out. Bryce, but a nice way to start it.
It certainly is, and well, we saw Swooty having a very good time to kick things off as well. And like I said, this is why it was so kind of weird. It was close for a good part of that. They just seemed almost like going through a routine, and you had a couple of hills you started losing off with. And funny enough, it was kind of the hills I spoke about before we even got into that map. P3 is just a weird one. It feels like it should be a money hill with the cover and the way that you put through choke points. And P5 is basically the opposite of that. It's a very narrow hill where you don't get an awful lot of opportunity to lock it down unless you manage to push the sides out. But if you do that, you again have to run into people who will be in cover. So it does feel a little bit horrible if you're in that hill. You know it's going to be a point-blank fight. You know there's going to be nades raining into it constantly, and you don't know who's going to be on the heady first. So yeah, for teams, it's going to really be about who gets control, because if not, it will just be scrappy the entire way through.
Yeah, it can be difficult to make sure you get a decent amount of time, but it's kind of like a P1, isn't it? Like that's the kind of positioning of it on the map. But obviously, it's all the positions as far as things go. But now going on board, this is Yusuf's stream. So let's see how Omid are looking here in the Search and Destroy. 3 versus 3. Bomb's being put down over towards A behind the bomb. Nice 2-3 gonna come through. How on earth has Derek found that?
Very quickly.
Let's see this again. Let's see this again. Tell me we've got to get that scoreboard out of here. First one comes through. Oh, you got the second one as well with the M15 and the... I mean, that's shooting like what? What's the best pistol that I've been using in Publix? I know that got GA quicker than anything. That got GA quicker than the M8.
Yeah, it certainly did. But I mean, that was every single bullet on. Not a single bullet missed at all, and still drops pretty quick when you do that one. We'll see how they look to play this one. See already with the advantage. Hitting for a very easy B push to begin with. Trying to get over. Get that position early. Already looking for players. Hasn't seen anybody yet. Just being careful to take positioning. Smoke's already going down. Straight through.
I like it. Just forces them to back up, really, doesn't it? You don't want to go with that threat. I'm going down.
I give a pinch. I'm only holding outer.
Seems as if Stallions are a little bit deeper towards the dojo side, but a big flank coming through as well. Skills being dropped by Derek, who's going to find a second as well. How on earth's he got that? Wevy's now found his way around a little bit late. They've been wiped. Oh.
Yeah, he just ran.
Wonderful, wonderful pinch came through from Stallions there, but Omit not quite dotting their I's and crossing their T's there, Brycey. They get caught out.
Oh, I mean, fundamentally, to begin with, very, very well done. They took positioning, they took some map control away. The only kind of maybe gap in what they were looking for was maybe a bit of mid control. You saw they really pushed for that B aggressively. They went all the way through. There's the sniper, completely overpowered. I can't believe he's joking. But you saw how fundamentally very well to push that one through. Unfortunately, just collapsed a little bit. You didn't know whether it would go yourself. You could see already just kind of buried into a corner, didn't have his flank secure. And that did mean they weren't able to carry that over. Now on the defense, maybe they'll try and take a bit more mid control.
Oh shit, I'll go mid. I have AR though, Yusuf.
I don't think this map is it can be very mid-map depending. I mean that's kind of a loose term for every single map on any Call of Duty and any Search and Destroy ever. But it's such an easy transition over towards B. You can kind of lock it down, find that flank pretty quickly. It seems as if this time around Stallions not happy to fight over that. They want to just make sure they find a way over through towards B. And now it's about trying to choose which route on the flank you want to go with. If you're Yusuf, or do you just hold and then hit back through mid? There's a couple of different decisions you can make here. The transition over towards A is pretty quick as well, and that's exactly what Yusuf's chosen to watch. But that bomb is going to go down over towards B. Webby will find one with a sniper. Yusuf with the M15. Kills being traded across the board. One player left inside the dojo. They're great shots. They're wonderful shots from Yusuf.
Count the pumps.
The first round on
Count
the board. That was a one pump. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. It's too early in the season for that.
It really is.
I don't yellow cards yet.
I just think I was thinking, oh god, no more. I can't do it again.
It was just a one. It was just a one. He's all right.
Was it one or was it two?
It was one. It was one.
Was it one? It's fine. I think realistically that would have been cleaned up regardless. He had the first few bullets on, but always got to be a bit careful when that happens. But a good retake from them. Like I said, mid control here is kind of an almost defensive measure. You don't challenge onto B. You take mid control. You try and squeeze the enemy team as much as you can, and they're doing none of that this time. We are going towards A. All four bodies about to fly.
There we go. Traffic in hand for Yusuf, checking low, finding a way through, and it's one of those that do you put bodies in there or not? It's like that. So far, it's kind of been given up quite often, and it's just a bit of a retake site, and is that going to happen here now for the Stallions? A lot of bullets in, 16% health. That nade ain't going to help your teammate either. Skill will find one, but Yusuf takes him down. He isn't able to back on down. Symbols there. Immediately the flank 2v2.
Okay, the sacrifice yourself was willing to make. Taking this team out. Oh, this is a wonderful flank. Gains the first. Waiting now for a 1 versus 1. Just being careful. Backs off as well. Knows that's not going down. Time on his side, but will that be an instant defuse? Can he get there in time? Already going round again. This is not going to be a 14-second check. It's going to be a little bit later than that. Here comes a 7.5 check.
That's good.
Wow, played it perfectly. He was expecting the long flank, and I was like, maybe that would be too long to go round.
It's one of those sites when the bomb does go down, it's so easy to kind of finesse. You can back it up over towards the rooftops, although that gives up a little bit of control, but you can go up top, you can get over towards the lobby side, you can stick in and around the armory here as well. It's a difficult one if you are chasing players down in 1v1s. Gonna happen now though for Omit. That's 2 rounds in a row. Looking solid. I did think SnD would be kind of where this won't be won and lost. They really do need to find the Search and Destroy, because I do worry for them in the overload, but let's see how things do continue. If they can find this map, they've got some potential in this series.
I got wall banged. Oh my god.
Oh, there goes hit with a sniper on the side by the sounds of things. Yeah, and Courage's going to open up over towards B. Bryce.
1 shot or 2 shots.
Gotta be careful here. Looking for it, not able to find it. Symbols gets a second. And now Levy trying to kind of put the water back into the bucket. It's already been spelt. Very fast round, all off the back of that snipe. You see, it was all reactionary. He didn't have the control as soon as that first blood went down, and Basically, since then, Symbols just took advantage.
If you go B, like you
I
probably.
don't know, I like
Yasha,
Yasha.
yeah,
Like,
I've heard that one
no,
out
no, it's not
before.
even that. Yasha just Yusuf should go B.
Water back in the bong, I want it. I don't know.
Hey, look,
Yeah,
here's the funny thing, right? In off-season, I read books. I know you don't know what they are, but
Hold on.
yeah. When was the last time you read a book? What, that time?
Or a small.
You were about to call me something else there, which is arguably a little bit more offensive than what you're trying to do right now. It's a great question. I read a couple of pages of the book last night whilst I was trying to get to sleep. That was the first time I've read it. Anyway, back over towards B. Can't even remember the name of it. That's how far gone I am, bro.
Smoke, he says smoke. Smoke mate encourages me.
I'm just gonna let it go. I'm just gonna let it go. Anyway, we got some action playing around B. Smoke's gonna be down here. There's an awful lot of pressure here. The Stallions really do not want to give this up quite yet. They're trying to get out of it. Playing the life, very, very important. But they have backed up. They're maybe trying to wrap through as the trades go down, but it is not on the favor of under 18s. They are now a little bit pinched.
I mean, obviously we don't have the luxury of the codcaster here, but it looks like they got pinched through mid as well at the same time when they push through towards Dojo, and that is where things can get a little bit more interesting for the defensive team. If anything, Stallions did a wonderful job at just backing it up at the right time. And bomb's not going to go down eventually. Never mind, the 1v3 not going to happen. And Derek will come through for the final kill. 4-2 now. That's back-to-back rounds for the Stallions. And again, that's one of those moments. I really liked what I seen for a moment there, where the smoke's going down. They're pushing out that pressure that can be kind of unrelenting over towards the side. It can be a bit of a headbutt. And you've just got to try and detract away. They see the sniper in mid, smoke goes down mid. They see the push coming in from Dojo. They find that control, but they aren't able to execute to get that bomb down. Job done for Stallions, really nicely done as well.
You want me to?
You can hear the kind of the comms flooding through as well. Obviously, we are watching the stream, so we do get the benefit of it, but almost a little frustration, just tickling at the edges of the minds here. You can hear they're not entirely happy with how it's been going, but maybe a change in tactics. We've already seen Yusuf going on the other side of the map this time. He's been a little bit less rigid in the way he's been playing each round. Smoke's already going down at B. That'll be called out. Hoping for a pinch and to stay alive. That's exactly what you want here, but with the kills going down the other side with the sniper, he's going to have to react again.
He tanked it in the corner, so.
Over towards A. This is for favor of Stallions, make it a 3v3. The util used well. Nice to keep it that late in the round. Now this is the nightmare fuel push, especially when Encourage is there with the sniper. They are going to be able to find the pinch, and they are going to be able to find the trade. 1 versus 1. Not going to go their way. Stallions will find another, and they're on that point.
It does feel like like I said, it's reactionary, right? They don't seem to be dictating the tempo here. The Stallions almost have the playbook open every time they try and react here. And like I said, I feel a little bit bad, right? We're watching Yusuf, and we've seen them go to the bomb sites, and it's always the opposite one. Rotating into a setup team is never fun.
It's
It's going to be interesting to see the sniper as time does evolve. I've seen a few people in chat whinging about the sniper, but you're not in my camp. I'm a fan. I was tweeting about it the other day. We'll maybe not fall into that trap just this early, but we've got plenty of time to fill at some stage. Brycey, we can get on the sniper conversation. I know it's rife at the moment, but a big hit over towards A right now. Coming out from Omit. And they need this round to get the first blood. Sniper comes out once again, and Courage will find skill. Oh, you have to back on down if you're Yusuf there. And now they're kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place because they want to rotate out, but how aggressive have Stallions been in their taking of it mid-map, of taking a bit of spawn control? Well, not that much by the looks of things. They've got away scot-free with this one. Have Omid, but a little bit of pressure. Yeah, the seeing players over towards that other side. Let's back it on up. And that's the good thing I think about then. You can kind of flow around it. Well, you can find picks like that as well. 3 versus 2. Good call out comes through. And around now for Omid to potentially lose. Or can they close this one out?
Really flipped on ahead. I mean, they gave up complete map control and found a pick. Gives them the tempo. They're back to 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1. Now into the bomb site, but they are split.
He was still B side.
25.
I haven't cut off. Yeah, you can have it.
They're trying to work out. Oh, there we go. They got it in the end. Happened off screen, but good enough. And, well, hey, it was a risky play, realistically, Ton. I mean, you gave up, basically went back to your spawn and stayed there until you found the pick and managed to get away with it. Once they did that, they could basically just pull the other players apart.
Yeah, well, they would have known that Encourage was the one sniping, so that is a relatively easy gunfight to find, especially in that position. He's trying to find himself over there nice and quickly, maybe stop the bomb from going down and see what you can do from there. But easier said than done when you've only got the pistol out. And I think that's one thing that we can kind of talk on the sniper is the pistol. Obviously, most people are running that zero attachment. I mean, we can still see it do plenty, Bryce, but it's not exactly setting the world on fire with any particular gunfights. And look at this aggression.
Nothing at all.
Oh, looking for it. It's a big kill. They're taking out the sniper as well, but he got a kill. He got a kill. He slid out and got that.
I think bro, they like to play our dojo a lot.
Actually, where was Encourage's one? I'm going back.
Bombs went down. Over towards B. You can hear the call out. They like to play the dojo, and that is it. The flank came through. Yusuf was ready for it. 3v1.
Smoke going for it. That smoke is not going to be good enough to try and get that bomb down. They're looking for it as well, and well, enough confusion wrecked that they can get that 3 versus 1 and put it in the books.
Bro, this sniper's in a piss.
Nicely done. Love that aggression that came through. They got the call out. Nobody broke inside, so they know they're all over towards B. Courage still finds a pick with a sniper, which must have been frustrating. But Webby on the other side finding one back. Kind of pinched them. If anything, they started that immediate aggressive flank. And then from there, nice and easy. Tidied it up. Good job.
Well, let's see. I thought this was over. Not quite. Stallions feeling a little bit more pressure now that it's 5-4. Now, last time they were on the attack here, it was a bit chaotic. They tried to make the A push, didn't really work. They wrapped back again. This time it's a mid-hit. They're going fully for it. This is an aggressive push. So dangerous with that top blue window. But now you get a little bit of control over towards B. Forces the defensive team to have to make a decision. Do you want to fight for it? Do you want to back it up? He just wants to pick. He's hoping somebody moves. Should have it. It's calling out. You can hear the comms coming through as well. There's a nade.
Doesn't have full dojo controller, which is what he really wants to get. I think that's why he's sitting there twitchy. He wants to have a look. He's having a look. Somebody could be on out. Sniper could be there watching the cross. You get onto the bomb though, and it should be going down. 4v4 still. And now you don't need that control. You wouldn't mind it, but you can back it up.
The only issue they're going to have is that is a compression. Look how tight these players are playing. Back and forth. Whoever goes down, it will cause chaos, and you can see that's what they're trying to avoid here. Need to win the gunfights in the direction you are facing first. Well, there goes another one. 4 versus 2. They've done well so far, and there's another sniper banging through. 4 versus 1. 5-5. Easy in the end.
5-2 down. 3 rounds back to back to back.
We have offense.
Massive round, this one. And I just honestly loved that immediately. I think it was Yusuf who did manage to find the push-up.
We have offense.
And then as soon as you're in that position, you can try and get the bomb down. They did that unscathed. And then it's a hard retake if you anything from Stallions on the attacking side again.
I mean, you should go throw smoke B. You should go throw smoke B, and then we should blitz A, not throw.
Listen to the comms, Bryce. I'm curious what it was called. So they're on about throwing smoke over towards B and maybe re-wrapping around is what I heard, but let's see.
I love that tactic. Go for it.
Misty slide. Scary.
Okay, smoke's out. Yeah, they are. They're going to go for the wrap back. This is the distraction smoke.
Oh, this is old school, Brycey. I love it. Wevy's found a kill with a sniper as well. 4v3.
Problem is with that kill being found here, it may actually keep a player here.
Where did he find it though? Was he not on the other side? Yes, he was. He was over a B. It's genius. You don't read this.
I'm laying down. I don't have the...
Oh, maybe you do.
Yo, I'm only holding your child out, okay?
4 versus 2. This is going to be a comeback here. The Stallions now in serious trouble. They had the lead. They have lost back-to-back rounds. Now 1 versus 4, and it's done. It is over. That is a comeback and a half. The Stallions did not have it to go the distance.
I can't believe the old smoke that bomb site. We'll go to the other one worked in 2025. I actually respect it and love it at the same time. It just gives them so much on it, especially Webbing finding that kill. I believe he found it over towards B when that smoke did go down with a snipe. So immediately Stallions are like, yeah, God, you get us back over towards B. They're obviously planting. And as soon as we see the push coming through from Derek over towards the A side, caught with his pants down. Nice and easy. Great comeback that from the Omit under 18 squad. And that's that one now tied up, Bryce. That, again, it was one of the ones we said would be interesting. It has proven to be so. One apiece heading into the third map. Let's see how things go. But that was one that I really felt like Under 18s really did need. You're heading into an overload now. How weathered are you on this new mode? How are you looking on it? You're at least going to see 2 more maps. So let's see how the rest of the series is going to go down. There's plenty of others going on as well.
Yeah, I think the Stallions are gonna really be feeling that one. They thought, hey, we had a really good time. Here's the thing: the first 2 maps kind of went the same way, right? Realistically, the Stallions did manage to get it over the line in the hard point, but in the SnD, they almost kind of threw that to the win. I mean, you almost saw that for a good portion of it, the Stallions looked like they had that by the playbook. And then all of a sudden it didn't work. The chaos that somehow Yusef managed to bring into that game with the rat backs, the smokes, just keeping it really, really fluid, may have thrown them off.
Yeah, potentially. I think, they just kept it aggressive. I really like that round where on the defensive side, straight down mid and just pinned them straight away over towards that B side. Yeah, it was hard, but I think it's sometimes when you do go down at that stage 5-2, but I was about to say, you play a little bit loosey-goosey, right? You just try and, mix it up, throw some curveballs in there, see if you can get something working, and then Stallions maybe start to panic a little bit, especially when it's a 5-5, when you were 5-2 down. There's only one team winning that round 11, Brycey, and that was Under 18s. Really nicely done to tie things up. Again, I'm curious how some of the other games are going on. You know what? We actually do have a live bracket, which doesn't have live scoring, but it will have live results, which hopefully we'll keep that one going, and we'll keep you up to date with any results that are coming through. Bracket should be in the chat. If it's not, you know what, I'll do my admin duties at the same time. I'll put it in the chat. Is it gonna let me put it in the chat? Yeah, let me put it in the chat. I don't know if you'll all be able to follow that, but I'm keeping an eye on you. Any abuse as well, I'm keeping an eye on that. With CJ, give your mum her sweater back, mate. I'm not having this, right? I'm not having it. Charlie Hicks once told me I'm a well-dressed man, and I will take that rather than user QH1M2 telling me that. There's nothing wrong with cardigans, okay? We're not getting slandered this early in it.
Hey,
I can't believe
user QH1, you're my new favourite person.
I can't believe it. Can't believe it.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe you were responding to the chat about your cardigan. Like that's we haven't reached that stage of the night yet. Like, you've done this really early.
Okay, maybe we have already.
We're an hour in. But we'll see how this goes. You are right though. When you said to talk about the bracket, realistically, I went and looked and I said, there's no scores yet. But I do know they're playing. I do know the teams are playing. We will grab some point of views from them very, very shortly and kind of have a look how it's all going down, as we will for the majority of the night. When it gets to later part of the bracket, you'll see a bit more of a streamlined version where we'll actually be live in some of these games and bring you the full coverage from Codcaster. But at the moment, there are so many games that we want to catch as many as we can, including this one, which we did think would be pretty much a good game off the rip here as well. And so far it has been 2 close games.
Yeah, really, really close. I mean, look, map number, it's kind of, they went a little bit differently. Obviously, I think the Hardpoint was pretty comfortable in the end for Stallions. I know it kind of got a little bit close towards the end, but it's one of those that you've had the game won for some time, and it would take a monumental throw to actually throw it. But that was actually map number 2 when you were 5-2 up. Not that that's a monumental throw. I mean, that's maybe a bit harsh, but 4 rounds in a row when you're on that point, that's the one that's going to sting, especially if they go on to lose this one. But it is double elimination, but the winners bracket has the luxury of keeping it best of 5. Once you drop into losers all the way to the grand final, you're in a best of 3, which is where things get a little bit more testing, I want to say. You really do have to have everything firing on all cylinders if you want to go through some of those best of 3s against some of these teams. So yeah, you want to stay in the winners bracket as long as you possibly can. But yeah, we're going to stick with this game as far as we're concerned. If you want to keep an eye on some of the other games, you can do it. All these players are obviously streaming their games, but as mentioned, we'll be jumping in on the Codcaster side of things in a couple of rounds time. But we're just starting around and keeping an eye on everything that's going on, Bryson.
We certainly have. So I'm going to throw you an interesting one now. Oh, actually, we might have an opportunity to switch games here. Throw us into whichever game's available, Atlas. We will go wherever the Call of Duty takes us, and we will see many games that go through here. But I've been told we might be able to jump into the Kismet game. Obviously, playing with SnD, and actually not able to win that fight at the beginning.
At least your haircut's getting slandered in the chat as well, though. That makes me feel better. I mean, but
that's
been
15 years of that.
Yeah, that's low at this stage, isn't it? Over towards Overload. Here on Exposure. 1-0 down now. if you're Team XNID. Next on Co, I mean, this is one of those rosters, just having a look over towards it, just to kind of a mishmash of players, right? Kismet, XNID, Johnny, and Diamond Con. I mean, Johnny's been doing pretty well on a couple of these tournaments, and some of the others haven't necessarily set the world on fire, but it's really hard to judge on some of these preseason tournaments if you're not playing with your squad. Even when you are, it's very early doors. But I'm really excited specifically just for XNID this season. I'm very curious to see how he's going to look in this new look Falcons roster. Should be an interesting one, but he is playing the punching power here. He's played that one to absolute perfection. I absolutely love that. The rest of his team not there to pick up the pieces, though. And when you've got that player, and this is why I'm really looking forward to seeing what Overload looks like throughout the rest of the year. You've got players just being able to make plays. It's very obviously akin to CTF in a certain kind of way, Brycey, isn't it? Like, it's about trying to be that solo player, that player who can go to make those plays. Do you go around for the fight? Do you re-wrap around? It's all these questions you got to ask. Right now, though, he's trying to do it all as XNID.
Yeah, XNID is still got a lot of eyes on him this year. You could argue the Falcons has had an upgrade. I wonder how he's going to fit into this roster. And so far, so good here. I don't really question his gunning, to be honest. That was never the issue he really had last year. It was some minor decisions in the heat of the moment sometimes went against him, but with a little bit more veterancy, we could see XNID kind of go to a whole new level, especially playing with the players he's now currently with on a team with what, Kismet, Pred, and Stallions. Got to be a recipe for improving at light speed.
Yeah, you would like to think so.
I'm going out right now.
I think it's interesting, though. I think, you know, we had the luxury of watching that Falcons squad in European challenges. And that's another thing that we can kind of speak about a little bit with European and EMEA kind of all being as one region this year on this side of the Atlantic. That's going to be interesting to see some of these Eastern teams coming through and see what they can do, because this Falcon squad kind of came and shocked us in Europe, right? Showed us what they can do, and they clearly do have some talent in that area of the world. And there's plenty more of that going to be coming through challenges, I would imagine, but XNID is very much at the forefront of that. Kids are talent, as of no doubt.
Yo, our top, Webby. Our top,
Let's go, come on.
Here comes the pressure they're going again. You can see they have the control at the moment. Trying to get through, but unfortunately they don't really have the bodies to get exactly where they want to, but they're going to go for a relay here. This might be fast. Here comes the spawn trap.
Our side, one deal.
So far they've got everything down, but you can see the overextend going through. They're trying to hold this one forward without coming back with the overload. Nexon gets the first. Unfortunately, his teammates have gone down, and so has he. The relay is not to be.
Try and find out what the score is in this series, I should say. Really curious, because the roster they're going against are no joke. I mean, there you go, Millie, fine straight. Okay, well, I've just had an answer. Team XNID up 2-0, so that kind of kills my hope for the roster on the other side, which of course is Cabal, which is KB's Twisted, Rupa, Icons, and Millie. They really did well over the last week or so in the Challengers Cup that we've seen a couple of days ago. And all up in this overload, but down 2-0 on this one.
Gotta be careful here. A lot of pressure going to be close. That's always the most nerve-wracking moment in this game mode. When you see it gets close to any of your points and you have to kind of pick it up and wrap back. You see what they're doing now. Actually trying to clear down the middle here. Hasn't been able to got it. And with those kills going down, a little bit of panic going to be setting in. They're not going to be particularly happy with how close it's going to be. More kills on the kill feed. XNID for the hero play. Has to make this kill. Gonna get the one, and the second player goes down. The third player might be able to just dive this in. And I think it's been stopped again. I can't see XNID. I can't see what happened. It's going to be stopped. They grab it off the goal line.
Close spawns. Always helping out there. But I think that's one thing that teams are very quickly adapting to. Kind of having, I don't want to call it a blocker, but like the tip of the spear. You're going to have that one player going through. Try and win those gunfights to be that guy that pushes you through, gets you in that position where you can actually start to get some points in. By the way, was it universally decided what we're calling it? Is it just a capture, or is it an over? I actually want to check, because I know there was a conversation about this, but what are we calling it? Is it just a capture? Are we being simple with this, or are we going to try and be a bit free?
I think it's just a cap, realistically. Like, It has to be, right? What else are you going to call it? We call the, you know, caps in blitz, and that's what it reminds me of.
Yo, two there. They're going in.
I think somebody was calling an overload at one stage, but I just think it has to be cap, surely. We'll let the team decide on this. I think we've already decided. Maybe I'm just bringing up conversations out thinner. Who was I talking to? I was talking to somebody about this. I'm not making this up.
Yo, you jump down long. I'm trying to get you.
I'm unsure if calling it an overload is the right thing. I mean, the game mode is overload. I suppose you can call it an uplink. Was an uplink, or was that just the amount of points you got into it? That's this. You've really thrown it now. I'm going to think about this for the rest of the night. Good. Got to be careful though.
Yeah, this one should be in. If they're not spawning close, now they have spawned close. As the rest of the players there to maybe just try and get this one over the line, because the 3-1 lead is a nice and healthy one. Spawns come through though, and they will regain control. Team XND living dangerously here in the overload.
I'm looking beacon. I got con. Yeah, I'll get a con. Get bomb. No, get it, Derek.
Thoughts overall on exposure though, Bryce?
Well, actually, this is an interesting point you bring up. I was just thinking about this. Spawns are what is kind of bugging me a little bit at the moment. I think these close stops after what could be considered quite a heavy kill feed kind of filling should be more advantageous to the attacking side than they currently are. And I think that may be the issue. I think realistically, wherever the overload kind of device is, should really force the defensive team further away in terms of the spawns when you get close than it actually does. And that may be just what I've seen here in this game, but the amount of goal line stops when you've got, you know, you've seen 3 in the kill feed or something, probably seems a little bit too high to really take advantage of how it should be with spawn manipulation on this game mode. It should be, I think this should be a way higher scoring game at the moment. The amount of stops you're seeing really late tell me that you've got to prioritize wrapping back to the attacking point rather than taking mid-map control, which is what you shouldn't be doing in a game like this if you want it to be like the best entertaining experience possible.
Yeah, it'll get figured out though. I think there's definitely the ingredients there, as I kind of said at the top of the show. I do like the theory around the mode. I like how I've seen some of it being played. It's just some of those moments in high-level competition we're going to see where it has deficiencies. XND has currently got none because 3 just fall like that, and he can start running this one in, or no, the close spawn comes through, and that's the problem, as you say. You need somebody at the front of that. When XND's finding 3, there needs to be somebody preempting that run forward. You can't be the first guy. The kills are going to come in. The drone resetting. Oh, the EMP. It's definitely an EMP, isn't it? It's resetting, and there you go. It's going to be back towards the middle of the map, and all that hard work undone in the blink of an eye.
So I mean, there's just so many stops late, right? Like, you think a team should be able to push it through here, and it's still going to keep the game very, very close. There's the device just being held. Oh, grabbed it here, XND. Maybe just waiting. He's put it really quite close towards the point here. If they lose some gunfights, that would have been disastrous.
We've solved the audio issues out. We are cruising now. Let's see if they can get one here. It does seem as if this is the easier side to get a hold of things. XND with a grenade. Now can he push forward? Yes, okay, his teammate died, but that would have been a huge gunfight to win. Get a little bit of plat control. Start to force them to spawn on the other side. You are laughing. Johnny's found 2, though, and that's going to keep things rolling. It's all about the momentum, I think, when it does come down to overload. Keeping things going. XND picks up a kill in the middle of the map. He'll start to put a little bit more pressure on. He's got some potential here. He's going to keep an eye out to his right. Does he get some good timing, some bad timing? Great timing. Can he find some more? No, you see, that's exactly what you need to do. XND pushes forward, gives a little bit of cover. It's a free cap for him and his team. And now we're tied up at 2-2 with 35 seconds to go.
I feel like this game mode is very good for XND, actually. You know, the ability to almost free roam a little bit and try and make a couple of plays onto 100%. It. Certainly helps him out. Just got to hope that maybe, you know, when the season hits, him and Pred really kind of combo very, very well. But unfortunately, with 3 down, that's bad. Johnny trying to hold on. Oh, excellent, coming right off the spawn for the player there. And this is what I was saying. Like, sometimes I feel like the spawns are keeping this game low scoring. I know
Alright,
B and
now
A,
we
especially
go-
on that side, are quite close to each other, so you can get there very, very quickly. But when you get 3 down, you feel like you should really be in trouble.
Well, the problem is that respawns get disabled, and if you die a couple of seconds beforehand, yeah, you don't spawn back in. That's something that I hope does get fixed. I think as long as you die before the time, you should be able to come back in. But now it's a 1 versus 4 for XNID. Just mission absolutely impossible, but... Nade out at the wrong time. The cap's going to go through. And Cabal are going to get themselves the win there. 2-1 to Team XNID now as the overload will come through.
Holding it down when they need to. That's going to be the key. You'd see, like I said, defensive game. So many times you thought a team would just be able to get that device in for the capture. Were not able to. And then overtime hit, and, well, numbers matter. Especially when you have control there. I mean, don't get me wrong, it kind of gives a position of a player away, but it means you kind of have to take some disadvantageous gunfights just to keep them from kind of capping.
Just making sure to get the correct scores through here. I'll get that one up to date. XNID and Co were 2-0 up, I was told, so that should now be 2-1. We'll double check that. But yeah, it's one of those modes. It can be difficult when you're back and forth, and I think that overtime kind of does need to get figured out a little bit. I think for some of these teams, it's about making sure you are still playing safe at this moment in time, whilst it gets to the point of that moment where if you go down late on in the round, you should be really respawning back up. But I mean, that's a problem for another day and not a problem for us, and a problem for the players to have to deal with right now. As far as we're concerned, that should be XNID code still 2-1 up, so we'll double check that one, but that was what we were told, and that's what the bracket is currently saying, so we'll keep you up to date there. Just somebody in chat telling me that I am incorrect on that one, but it looks like we're going to be going back over towards the Omit against Stallions game, which is now a 3-2 for Stallions, as we are probably closing this one out. How many kills have went down? Yeah, that's definitely 2 rounds. Stallions going to win that one. They're going to go 2-1 up in the game.
You can actually hear the comms. Yusuf's talking about it. They're not entirely happy how that one ended.
Yeah, no, we're fine.
What's a Hardpoint?
But hey, you know what? The best thing about this is hearing constant comms. You don't normally get that when you talk about these teams, but hearing it now, you can talk about how they maybe talk about the issues they've had. But I think one of the things I caught there as well, Ton, is that they have not had a ton of practice on this game mode.
Yeah, seems that way. But that's one of those things, you kind of coming into these tournaments, if you are like a team who are versed in search and destroy specifically, you're coming into these matchups against teams who really do know what they're doing on a few different levels. And they are going to find themselves now 2-1 down again. They were unfortunate, really, fortunate not to be out and done in the losers bracket with that one. That was a big comeback on Den Search and Destroy. They're going to be going over towards Colossus Hardpoint after that, so we'll keep an eye out on how these games are going. We're going to be jumping into as many as we can over this first round. There's been some good maps so far, Brycey. Some very, very tight overloads, which is what we like to see.
Yeah, it is. And I think we'll probably see that through basically this entire round, right? Like, that's just the way that map seems to play. Even in that last one, you could tell it was going to be a very close one. Although we only saw, 10 seconds of the end. I think that we're definitely going to see these teams kind of match up very, very well onto it. I'm actually just seeing if we've got any games that have finished yet as we kind of go through the bracket as well. But I haven't seen anything yet, but the game should be at least entering map 3 or map 4, depending on how quickly they started.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on how things are going. Oh, there is a 3-0 just came through that. Craze and Co. winning their game up against the Saudi team that actually managed to make it through. The 4 they were named as in their tournament. That was Epi, OMG9, Ruthless, and ITWD. They actually qualified via a Search and Destroy tournament. A couple of them were just search-only tournaments to get their qualification through, and that one was through PRG Global, so thanks to those guys for helping us out. But for those guys, I mean, look, you qualified through this, and unfortunately, it is an NA tournament, so you are going to be, I mean, look, just to let you know, Saudi Arabia and close to here never mind North America. So that is always going to be rough. So they're going to drop out pretty quickly, 3-0. We'll keep an eye on the bracket as it does get updated, but I'll keep you guys in the loop either way. But that's now a 2-1 lead, of course, for SnD and Co, who we just seen. We'll keep an eye on how things are rolling. But Colossus Hardpoint coming up next, Bryce. Big fan, personally. Really big fan. I wasn't too sure the map, the first time that I did actually go on to play it, but it plays nicely. And I think the spawns kind of make a lot of sense. The rotations make a lot of sense. It's a real simple map, 3 lanes with a couple of intersections that you can kind of get through, but not too many. So yeah, it makes it an interesting one. It's very much about that control. The spawns are super important to get a hold of, especially that P2 spawn and that P4 spawn. Very influential on the map. So yeah, let's see how things are going to go down. But I'm a big fan of Colossus.
P1 is not a lot of fun to play.
P1's not great.
That's the only thing you could say about this map. I mean, don't be wrong. Actually, the perfect place for a P1. But it is the most chaotic P1 I could possibly think of. If you don't get
come out like 6-6 from P1.
Like I've had a great time here. It's been 45 seconds and I'm dripping with sweat as everybody's throwing nades in from every conceivable angle and trying to bounce in and do something or anything into that point. But I mean, we know that P1s normally don't kind of give you a lot here, but for this one, you've basically got to try and push out both sides, even though when you do that, the gunfights aren't particularly fun to have. You're on a balcony and they can appear from quite a few angles in kind of both those warehouse sides that you go through. Yeah. So Colossus, I think the way that this map runs is very stereotypical of a hardpoint map. P1 is maybe, it's not even that mixed because you don't really get a lot of like hardcore gunfights in there. It's everybody just throwing tacticals, nades, and as many bullets through the tiny angles as they can.
We're going to a different game here. So we are currently on board with Awakening, and he is playing a roster with 2 Real, Geo, and Ulysses. So, I mean, this is a fairly solid roster. Project Notorious, I believe they're on there. Bit of a mix-up between P7 and Team Notorious. I like it. I like the amalgamation together. Love to see that for the Challengers scene. But these boys, I mean, this should be a brilliant roster this year, right? I mean, you look at the names on this. I mean, they've only just kind of announced as a team for the most part. I know they had a couple of changes here and there as far as I'm aware, but it looks like they are teamed together. Not a bad result. They haven't really had any results to talk of yet. They've not been together that long. But right now, we got 2-0 up here in this overload. That looks like the half-time. And Awakening Co. very happy with that one. But yeah, this should be a very good roster throughout the year. I mean, it's crazy to see Awakening batting Challengers for me. Not big wake.
Keep the pace up, boys. Good shot.
Good ramps.
I'm just checking, actually. I think we've had a bunch of results come through. Team Shotsy has won their game to the surprise of, well, no one. It's 3-0. Is that correct here? Team Kismet lost. Completely 3-0. I thought they were up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. So that was wrong info on the bracket. So 3-0 to Rupert and Co. Then. Okay, well, there you go. I was thinking to myself, you know, I would have thought they would have been competitive over those couple of rounds. The couple of maps that we've seen, but to be 2-0 down, that looks like Rupert and Co. going 3-0 through. So that one person in the chat who did point it out was indeed correct. Either way, that's
well done, chat.
Well done, chat. Is it really that much of a surprise to see a real top challenger team manage to find that against 4 pros who've kind of been thrown together? Not necessarily at this stage of the year. The real surprise would be if they beat Shotsy, Hook, Kleenex, and Insight. That would be a surprise. That'll be a difficult one, but that should be a really interesting game of winners round 2.
No, we did kind of point them out beforehand, saying, hey, if you're doing that well in challenges, certainly going to be a force to be reckoned with in this, right? Like 100%. If you've got that kind of practice to slam your way through a challenges bracket, coming into a the doubles tournament mix-up, it does give you a little bit of advantage just in terms of pure teamwork. So we'll see how that continues to go through. But I think you're right. That's when the big chow comes in at the moment. But speaking of big chows, you can try to get mid-map control here. Nero, that is a wide swing. Unfortunately, just not able to win it.
We'll find out what the score is on this series in particular. I tell you what, chat, if you know, let me know of how I think it's going. But right now, it's looking good for Awakening Co. And honestly, I was looking at this team with Joe Deceives and Co. in it, and I was really, really curious Real, Nero, Slasher alongside him to see how they were actually going to do. Because they are... I mean, for me, I've really enjoyed what I've been seeing from Joe Deceives so far. Real, obviously, another fantastic player. Keeping up on some scrims, that kind of thing, whenever they've been going down. They are such a good roster on paper, that Ultra... I can't even call them that anymore, Brycey. That is a complete misrepresentation of one of our squads. And I'm 100% would get in trouble for that if this was an official CDL podcast, but it's not, so it's fine. That's going to be a really good roster throughout the rest of the year. Very curious to see how that goes. But right now, seeing them 2-0 down here in this overload, a little bit of a surprise.
Well, at the moment, all is not lost. There's still some time on the clock here, but you see them working this map now. They are putting the pressure on. The kill feed is filling.
He got me, Real.
Unfortunately, gone down, and he's going to try and get this back here. It's not in the best of positions. That will reset if they leave it up there. I don't think anyone's near. I think that might just be reset, to be honest. No, Real took it.
Taking it back through their spawn, so they'll try and move this one up. He gets taken down pretty quickly. And I think this is going to be one of those modes when you're not in your team. Oh my god, absolutely spat on Slasher. Are we going to let him know about that one? Is he going to find the second one not quite over towards the tank? But incredible work from Awakening. I mean, we know he can be that player who just finds those moments like that. And that's a big one for his team to get a bit of map control. Joe Deceives finding 2 on the other side though. Gio and Uli will go down. So now it's that war of attrition over towards the middle of the map when you're trying to get a hold of the AMP, trying to get something going. Slasher not quite mixing it up yet, just trying to stay alive. Also, the rest of his team are on their way. Real can't find the second. Awakening, big win. That's 4 dead.
It is the pressure. You know it's going to be a close spawn, though. They're going to be very, very close here. Go straight around the back. You can already see they were lining up for it. Gio lying down. Rio going over for as well. Looking for it. They're just trying to make sure they get it at the same time. But Slasher managed to cut through the middle here. Will go down. So a little bit more even. This is a massive gunfight to win. 2 Rio is going to get it, but Nero is close again. And this is what I was talking about. It is so difficult. The defense is so strong on this map. On that side, you are literally seconds away when you respawn from getting it. I wonder whether or not one of the things it needs is a bit more of a respawn delay.
Yeah, potentially. I think, you know, it's something that's still being worked on. Incredible nade from 2 Real that to slow this one down. The overload will come through. You see, it says overloaded at EMP overloaded at the station. Now, that's not necessarily how I'm going to comment throughout the air. But I'm just saying that's what it says officially in the game. Either way, 2-1. And a little bit of control here for Joe Deceives in Cone. Now they can start to get things rolling over towards this B side. If you're 2 Real, you need to find something there. Keep an eye on the kill feed. Need to make sure he does. Players start to come through. 2 Real's dead. Nero will find one with the grenade, and yet you knew that one was in for quite some time, and they can maybe get this one rolling. Nero finds 2. Not like this in the final 30 seconds of the game. Surely not.
Here it goes. Does he grab it? He goes down as well, though. Joe Deceives now going to be making a push. You can already see this team trying to iron up and hold off any onslaught. Sudden death in 10 seconds. Nobody die.
Don't die. Oh, big kill. He's not going to spawn back up. 3v3. Slasher found Uli, though, so makes it a 3v3. Oh, no.
Fucking dog shit mode, bro.
That's the thing, though, like...
Oh, they've gone straight for it. They've gone straight for it. They're playing it like SnD, and unfortunately, it's not to be. Joe Deceives, top of the leaderboard, because of course he is. That is one of my favourite players in the CDL.
That's a big one. I think, you know, like, you're hearing the complaints in the mode as well, but we all know how it works now. Just try not to take those gunfights in the final 5 seconds is essentially what you're going to do. They did, and sometimes it can pay off. You've seen Awakening find one, but Slasher finds one back immediately. Not set up for it. And the cap comes through. Teams will adapt as the air goes on. They'll figure it out, but right now you're seeing a lot of these games when it comes down to that sudden death. Not necessarily mistakes being made, but early kills coming through, or kills going through right at the latter stages of a map or of a round, and then that immediately transfers into an advantage or a disadvantage for one of these two teams. You got to be careful with it. There you go. Win will go through for Joe Deceives and Kill. And we'll figure out what's going on in that game as well. But some of our bracket is actually moving through quite nicely here, Brycey. I'm having a look. It's moving on through.
It is. It is. I mean, a lot of the ones we thought so far, I think, kind of pushing through to the next stage here. We do actually have our first lower bracket matchup. So it is going to be Team Kismet that was invited by Bose going up against Gunless's squad.
Yeah. That should be... I'd like to think Kismet and Co. and Exner can kind of get that one done, you would think, but that'll not be necessarily one of the easier games they could have got. So that could be interesting. But that's going to be a loser's game already coming through. It was Craze and Co. who beat the Saudi Arabian team. They've moved on through. And then if you are Cruz, Gunless and Co. lost to Shotsy, who can clean exit insight. So that's not so much of a surprise. We're kind of waiting on a result coming through from Team Purge and Team Brack going up against each other. That's an interesting one. I think Team Brack actually coming through obviously as a challengers team. That is going to be Brack, Fellow Nate, and Eric Boom. Omid Brooklyn, actually. There you go. Just checking it out on my sheet. Looks like Eric Boom is either a sub or somebody who's been brought in a little bit late into this roster, but we'll keep up to date how things are going to be going. It's still early in the season. Challengers doesn't start for a month or so. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Some of these teams really starting to get themselves together now. This team in particular finished top 12 in the Munster Invitational, but they had Hyde in that roster. They actually beat Surge throughout that tournament, but then fell out pretty quickly after that. But we are moving on. Different game going on now, Brycey. As we jump in and see how some of the other rosters are doing.
Goal line stop right there, and just trying to get it back, but they can't able to, and that was stopped so close.
Oh, it's the team I was talking about. There you go.
Hang on. Finesse. Nothing top solar.
Be careful.
Low on me dead.
We're up top, Eric Boom.
Nice, good shit, boys. We don't have time.
Just throw it down again. Here comes the push. And this is where it becomes a little bit difficult when you've got Nasty dropping 3.
Nice.
All goes on the felony. And it's going to just go to the second half. It could have been something potential, but even then, look how close the spawn was. That was
So
on
close.
it. Teammates were already there. They just died.
I should have got. What do you say?
Well, there's a couple of different scores starting to come through, but this was the game I was talking about. Well, I was curious to see how it was going down. This is Eric Boom and Co. Of course, home at Brooklyn. Going against Purge, Gwyn, Abe, and Nasty. Curious to see what the scoreline is here.
Yeah. You know what?
Switch sides. Actually, 2-1 at the half. That one looks like it's been a bit higher scoring, Brycey. So I wonder if we'll see the same thing here on the second.
He's probably gonna kill you crossing.
We want to definitely be taking this shit left a lot.
Yes, for sure.
Yep,
I'm rushing through me.
I'm going right. I'm gonna go fucking.
Here comes the calls. Going for the rush. Going for this aggressively to begin with.
I'm watching the mid push. Mid push, 8 dead.
Big kill to begin with. They lose a play to Gwyn, but they managed to get another one down. They're going to need another wave. He's got a blocker. Nade's going to go out. There'll be a player here sitting on the barrel as well, but now he's in trouble. No one with him, and somehow stays alive.
I'm one shot, I cannot tell. He's on me, last guy.
Boom, just staying here and hoping that they get the advantage, but it is a horrible point to attack here. You basically have to run into a prepared position through the nades that will be thrown. And they stalled out by not getting enough kills quite at that moment.
He's flanking you. Behind you too.
There's two. Nasty and Abe both have.
Good comms coming through. It's not going to make a difference. Nasty finds himself in a good spot on lower side. I mean, that is ridiculous. Eric Boom. Give me the exclamation mark Dravek class. My word. And now he can continue to put this pressure on. Yeah, I'd have been upset if I was Gwyn and I lost that one. But you see, him finding those 2 kills just pushes them back a little bit, gives your team a little bit more time to get control through the middle of the map. Rack benefiting from that as well, finding 2.
I'm standing in here for you guys.
There they go.
Then move. Yeah, here we go.
2 blockers. Should be everything. Gonna go for the beginning here. Nobody going to try and shut them down and gets that one into it. Now to a 3-1 lead. That seems simple. They might try and relay this. I mean, the EMP does feel like it takes forever to respawn. They've got to try and keep the kills up. They've lost them. Gwyn finding 2 resets this a little bit.
Nice. 3 down. Push on the right. They spawn in deep left.
Seem to be getting things going here.
Nice, good shit, boys. I'm wrapping the mid.
Doom at Brooklyn. Looking good here. 4-1 up now, and really, when you do get that map control, you can start to rattle in these These overloads, Bricey, as we're definitely not calling them. Just captures. Come on, Chris. Not going to try and get amongst that, are we? Not again. Too early in the day. Well, a little bit of an update for you guys, though. We are going to be going, when we go into Winners Round 2, we're going to be going with Shotsy's match. So that is actually going to be Shotsy and Co taking on the Cabal roster. So that's going to be a super interesting one. And we are going to have Codcaster for this one. So that is great news for everyone involved. And that's going to be a cool game to watch. Because, I mean, that is a real litmus test for Cabal, right? It's like, okay, well, how good do you think you are? Let's find out. For some of these challenger squads, that's a massive game for Cabal. If they can find something. Even a good performance sets them up very, very nicely for the end.
Eric Boom! That's 3 for him right there. Now, the thing is, they're still fighting from the back foot. He will have the control of the device. Has a blocker. This is a prepared position, though. It is difficult to break through. To the point where I'm wondering why he did go left. Going for it again, though. Kill still raining their way. Eric Boom still alive. Flying, spraying, overloading, and back to it. Into the spawn. The pistol is going to be a little bit too far, but picked that up from his own spawn and carried it the distance ton.
Yeah, incredible work from Eric Boom. Just doing everything you want to see from an SMG in that moment, getting forward, keeping that pressure on. Hellstorm now coming in pretty much to seal the deal, although it may well have been sealed quite some time ago. And that is the horror show that can be the Hellstorm on this map in particular. Very, very open. Game deciding. And now this is the kind of moment where people do have an issue with Overload. Okay, look, it's 5-1. They're probably not going to win anyway. But realistically speaking, I mean, he was about to end the game there. How can he find 3 like this? Oh my word, Eric Boom running the show. EU on top as per usual. I'm taking this as a win.
Eric Boom. They said it's the mercy rule been called, I think.
Yeah. There it is. Wow. FF. Really nice job, though, from Brooklyn. I like for a moment, Brooklyn. I really like that. Eric Boom looking scary on the map. It's going to be an interesting team to keep an eye on, of course, in challenges as the does develop. Yeah, that looked like nice and comfortable. That looked like that's how you play Overlord, right? Get aggressive. Have your blockers there. Make sure you're manipulating the spawns correctly. Having that mid-map control. Lovely work.
Just locked it down. Eric Boom. Cool game. And that's always the nervous point. You make 3 big kills. You saw Eric Boom, you know, he picked it up just before mid-map and grabbed it. Knew it had to be another wave of kills. Really did not want to attack into that kind of choke point. Even though you feel like, hey, I've got a real advantage here. I should be able to push it. Just not as easy as you would hope, realistically. And
yeah,
managed to wait for the team, managed to stay alive. And there's going to be an awful lot of that. You've got to slow down before you can go. And I think that'll be the real difference maker. Keeping map control up, keeping your tempo up and your momentum without over-challing will separate the good Overload teams from the great.
It's going to be interesting as the year goes on to see how it does develop. Bricey, something worse is being said in the chat about me.
I've seen it, and I think it's hilarious.
I've never been insulted more so in any Twitch or YouTube chat. The people have said horrible things about me. That might be top of the list. That might be top
my
of the
accounts.
List. Mostly, that might be you, actually. Anyway, hopefully we're going to have this Winners Round 2 game to go into shortly. We'll maybe try and keep an eye on some of the other games and some of the other matchups that's going on throughout this stage in the tournament. But yeah, we got that the wrong way around. Kismet's team did lose out. So Kismet and Co. dropping down into the losers bracket.
And we'll get that one fixed as soon as possible.
There we go. Just like that. Blink of an eye. It was, of course,
perfect
Cabal that go through. Going up against Shotsy and Co. And that's going to be the game we're going to be watching as soon as we get the lobby up and ready. And we're going to have the Codcaster to jump into as well. But then other than that, we're going to be keeping an eye on some of the other games before we get into it.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if there's any more updates as we go through. Obviously, we have quite a few of the games there. We just saw Eric Boom's team take away the win very, very convincingly. So we'll get that one kind of locked in here. But I suspect that we've probably seen all the 3-0s. I think we're kind of now deep into it. 4 or 5. So we will see exactly how that all shakes out as we just get all the info passed to us and updated as soon as possible.
It's going to be cool to at least see it from a perspective. This is going to be a real test for this Cabal team, right? I mean, as tough as it is really going to get in this tournament to a certain degree, there's no way that it's going to get much harder than this with Shotsy, Hook, Kleenex, and Insight. So a lot of people obviously point towards Shotsy and Hook. We know what that SMG duo are doing, but Kleenex and Insight have been together for a very long time as well. This is not going to feel like facing a team of 4 separate players. This will feel like a roster that knows exactly what they're doing. So for them, for KB, for Rupert, Icons, Millie, this is a massive, massive test.
It certainly is. And while we wait to jump forward in time to our next game, there are some questions in chat I'm going to answer. Somebody keeps asking, what does FCV mean? It means, well, the V is actually 5. That was the bit that kind of threw me to begin with. But it's first cup 5. So that is the name we're going with. FC5 is essentially what it is, presented by Monster Energy. So there we go, that one goes. And yes, the tournament is finishing today. We'll be here the entire time.
Hopefully the entire time. I've got a flight to catch in the morning, but you know, I mean, I'd like to hope that we're not going to go on until 7 a.m. UK time. I'm touching wood here.
Wow.
Well, we're not. That's not.
Hey, I mean, first round's not gone too bad. It's actually an interesting part of a kind of bracketology that we try and work out to begin with. So it's normally number of rounds kind of divided by, you know, and they say an hour and a half, but it depends on actually which edition of Call of Duty it is.
Yeah.
The last one was closer to 2 hours on average.
Oh.
Now, whether or not they say that's because of the way the lobbies were set up or the way the maps played out, you can get, I think the record we ever had was 43 minutes on an official CDL broadcast from map 1 to finish. I want to say, and that was a 3-0.
Oh, in a 3-0, right? Yeah.
Yeah, in a 3-0.
What one was that in particular? Was that
I think that's when we guessed it, and that was it. We were there for 43
yeah, we did, yeah.
Like, oh yeah, we've guessed it. We've guessed it for a while, and we're here for 43 minutes. We left.
It was the very, very quickest of the entire CDL.
Yeah.
No, I remember it well. Actually, now that you reminded me.
Yeah, because we made jokes about it. It's like, oh yeah, here comes our cast in the CDL, and then okay, it's over. It's over. Yeah. Nothing happened. We've been here for 40 minutes.
Nice to be back, guys. Thanks.
But we should be here all the time here. Obviously, this will get a little bit faster as time goes on. The players will be getting into the lobbies much quicker when they have less options of who they need to get into and everything else for it.
Yeah.
But it's already going pretty smoothly. Like you see that touch wood as well there for that one. As the teams are starting to populate the other side of the bracket as well. We've got a couple of lower bracket games going in, and we have this one into its next Hardpoint.
Yeah, so this is Accident Code into their losers bracket game. So they're going to be up against Cruise Gunless, Proda, and I'm just double checking what the roster was here, and Mirage as well. So, I mean, already a very nice start for Accident Code. They'd like to get themselves going. But just to remind you guys, best of 3s in the losers bracket. And this is the newest map into the pool, so to speak, in Blackheart, which I am actually a massive fan of. I know a lot of people were saying, don't get rid of Raid. Okay, I get it. I don't think we should have got rid of Raid either. We should have kept it and had 7 alongside another map, which I can't really think of right now. But big fan of Blackheart. It plays very classic Hardpoint. It does make a lot of sense. Teams still probably trying to figure it out as well. But very heavy rotational map. The spawns, some of these hills in particular, when you look at 3, 4, and 2, gotta have deep on the spawns. You gotta be set up nicely, and it's a very, very hard push. So it can be a map where you can pick up some serious time on some of these hills. Accident's got the mid cuts here as we headed over towards P3, but his team have actually been broken from the front. So they're going to start now spawning over towards P4. Yep, they have done. So potential pinch could come through. Good shots coming through from Accident, though. The pinch is there. They'll get it back. And him just surviving there is as crucial as him just finding a few kills. Just the longer you stay alive back there, the more they've got to search for you, and they still can't kill him. Excellent. Continue to get things going here. Oh, stop shooting Cruz towards the end, but his job is done.
Game's getting a little bit closer now. You can already see this is a big spawn out for him. We're going to go straight back into it, looking to see if there's anybody he can cut off, and so far so good. Somehow they held on to this without really the body's going to be here. Has to back down, though. Wants to play his life. Not going to get that regen very quickly on this game. And they will lose the final few seconds, but it is only the final few seconds.
And the rotation over towards P4, which is a little tough, but excellent. In a bit of a rat man here. He's going to catch a gunless over towards his backside. Yeah, and again, just playing. Oh, have his M15. He'll go for that shot. Should be spawning them out now closer towards mid. Force their way through. Can they get the kills towards the back to solidify it? They didn't. Cool. Might be a back spawn here. Yeah, X needs to try and stay alive. That was through the front, but the spawns over towards the back. Who did they end up belonging to? It was X and Co. They got the spawns for that. They should be able to get the help.
26 seconds going for that mid cutoff. Actually looking for anything he can find. May try and not only stay alive here, but might be an opportunity to extend. See if he can flip the spawns. Easy one for him in the mid here. Xnid having a very good run so far. Here comes the push I was talking about. Xnid now pushing through. Looking for any of the players. Trying to get that spawn out of there. We'll give up the scrap time. Ready for this next hard point. It's basically textbook.
Good jump from X and Co. And the spawns are very, very close to this hill. If you want to break this one from the other side, you kind of got to break it twice. They're trying to find a push through the middle. It's a hard one around the outside, so the middle's starting to work. They may keep it on going, and now they may hit the outside. Yeah, X turns around and just doesn't find the gunfight. Gunless. Using his experience there to find a way through, but they still haven't broke quite into the hill yet, but it is under congestion, but the spawns over towards the backside for 30 seconds. But Gunless and Co, that's a nice break to find. How has Xnet got here uncontested?
Well, I said before, I think this game is suiting him a little bit. Seems to be having a pretty good time every time we watch him. Very much player that can kind of float about, hit the cracked aim, and then get out of there. And here comes the push again. And Xnet is flowing. Certainly having a very good time as he moves around this map. And can he keep that pressure off? We go back into P1, and it will flip a little bit here. They're going to have control.
And now for P2, you want to be trying to push through if you're X-Nin and Co. Still a healthy lead though, Bryce. I mean, you're sitting in a nice spot. Players still jumping off the map. I think Callista's probably happy that he's coached, to be honest with you, because this year there is a lot of potential for a Brycey, let me tell you. I've seen plenty of clips. I've done it plenty of times myself. I might not be the best gamer on the planet, but it's a very easy thing to do. There's a lot of places to jump off the map on Blackout, mate.
It really is. It's actually really easy to go off the map.
It's the long corridor, like tight corridor down the left-hand side. That's the one that catches me off guard on multiple occasions. We've been ground up by the gears down below the map, on this map in particular, on many occasions already.
Yeah, and it kind of throws you off sometimes. You misjudge it just a little bit because you're almost used to like old school wall running. It's that big of a wall. You're like, I can make this every time, and then you don't. You're like, I am an idiot. Why have I tried to do something fancy here?
I mean, I wouldn't argue against you being an idiot, but
a lot of pressure coming through. Xnid trying to make a bit of a push here. I will say, a lot of Xnid's plays seem quite solo. Fortunately, he's winning them. So it's looking really good, but there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of beta switch or kind of pinching with a teammate at some of these gunfights. It's Xnid just sort of running and gunning.
Yeah, it just feels like this is a roster that's maybe just trying to overpower here, if anything. And Xnid, I mean, for the most part, has been doing well with that. And his team are 40 points to the good, right? So it's looking pretty solid. Rotation over towards P3 incoming, and you can hear him. He's holding. He wants to hold over towards this backside. Big push going to come from outer and through the middle of the map. Just times that perfectly. He really has. Oh my god, I mean, he was weak. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But the snapper from X did. And he managed to get this one as well. The rest of his team here goes for the Chal, and everybody else loses their gunfights as well. Maybe not the best of decisions. Now you're going to spawn out quite literally in Narnia. So, yeah, we'll be back there in about 10-15 seconds.
Still pushing it. Xnid going flying to this one, but the rest of his team follow through quite nicely. I don't know who that was, or they just got absolutely destroyed by Proda. And they can see him pushing out again here, just trying to check the angles. Wouldn't surprise me to see him actually flank mid at some point. Oh, Exit almost got played. Oh, my goodness. That was unbelievable aerial combat coming into it here, and that has broken the hill. The scrap time will go the way of Team Gunless. And now as we head over to 4, they're on the wrong side of the map here. Potential to look this one down again. Exnid trying to get a hero play. It isn't going to happen. And the tide might be turning.
I mean, there's just so much potential with this game for the viewership side of thing, really, isn't it? Like, when you see those gunfights come through, gets me going, Brycey. The movement, the players with the real talent are going to shine through this year, and I think that's what I'm excited about. Big gunfight in the middle of the map really didn't come to anything, but Gunless & Co are starting to bring this one back. It's about a 20-point game now. We're ending this one up and then heading into a winners round 2. P4, though, is one of those hills you can lock down for a decent amount of time. 25 seconds to go, but the close spawn's going to come through. He's actually pretty much on his own, isn't he? Yes, he is. He's going to get taken down. That should be some time and the lead for Gunless & Co. Unless they manage to fumble it. P5 coming up in 10. Exnid just wants to get some mid-mount control. Nice snap there. On the Proda, can he continue? Yes, he can. Exnid beaming right now with the Dravek and just trying to keep his team in this tournament. Remember, it's a best of 3 down the losers bracket. They need some good time here. They are now finding themselves behind.
That's what I said. Tide might be turning. Wonderful 3-4. But 5 back in control of Team Kismet. Now looking every single direction to lock this one down. Here comes a little bit of pressure. Exnid's going to get taken down here, but it goes even as Kismet finds 2 on the other side. Still holding the line, still keeping the bodies at bay. More pressure coming through now. Exnid trying to just close off everywhere for his teammates. Oh, a little bit of a bad timing here with that nade. Is it going to cost him as well? It does! Proda takes him down, but I don't think that's enough quite to break this completely. But Gunless flies in from the front.
And 23 seconds now. The team can win it here. Over towards P5 now. Cruz will find one. That's a ridiculous gunfight for Cruz to win, but it's a huge nade from Kismet. And this is some wonderful time for them now. Going to find themselves around 10 seconds or so away, even less by the time we get over towards P1. Big gunfights coming through, but this is a very typical P1, Brycey. It's scrappy. It's hard to get some good time. Let's see if Gunless & Co can manage to hold on.
Already, they've managed to get a lot of bodies into it here as well. They've lost a lot at the same time as Cruz finds 3. And now the tension is going to build. P1 still very much in play. It's 8 seconds for Kismet and Exnid and the rest of their team to get into this one. Exnid flying into the point, finding 2. He's going to call game. Exnid says, no, I will not go for this one. And that's all 4. And that'll be game. It will not go the complete distance. As Exnid said, all right, enough is enough.
Oh, my God. This kid's POV is different to watch on occasion, isn't it? Incredible work from Exnid. So excited to see what he's going to bring to the table this year. The best player was the last one. 1, 2, 3. We'll have the 4th as well. That was all one clip of an SMG, by the way. Whoa. The Dravek's a bit good in it. Fantastic work from Exnid. His team will go 1-0 up in that losers bracket game. But we have something very interesting. We have Shotsy, Hook, Kleenex, and Insight going up against Cabal, the team that have really been doing the business in challenges so far, or at least on the challenges scene in the couple of tournaments that are being ran, going up against 2 boys from OpTic, and of course 2 boys from the colleague team in Kleenex and Insight. This should be an interesting one to watch, Bryce.
Certainly should, and we'll find out just how these teams stack as well. I know there's been a lot of kind of conjecture about who is the best team in this tournament. This is one of the teams I'm certainly keeping an eye on. A fan of many of these players.
For me, I think this is more of an interesting angle just to see how Cabal are going to look against some really, really stiff competition. I want to see how Rupa really does up against a squad like this, currently sitting at 5-0 to kick things off. But I think one thing to remember as well, look, a lot of people see this team with Shotsy and Hook & Co. and be saying to yourself, okay, you would 100% expect them to always win this one, but they are going up against an actual team who play together all the time and have been playing together and winning tournaments together. So challenges or not, they know what they're doing, they know what everybody else on this roster should be doing. And Rupa, well, he went on a 14 spree against Stallions to close out the game in the grand finals of a tournament the other day. It was 7-0 to kick things off against Shotsy & Co.
Well, it certainly seems, I've said it before, right? Just got to keep an eye on some of these players. they'll be kind of swept up very, very quickly. You have a little bit of a bad first split, in you come. Why not make the change now?
I think Ruba's going to be one of those players a lot of people are going to be paying attention to. I mean, I'm interested to see he's played just from like my pure perspective here. I mean, we've seen plays from him. We've seen some of the results. Right now, things are looking pretty solid. Phoenix are going to get taken down. Ruba already bringing in the Hellstorm, and that's going to be to try and break over towards P3. They've got spawns over towards the back still, though, if your team Shotsy. And you'll continue to hold that down, but the pressure going to come through. Down the other side of the map, Phoenix made the play here, though. There's one, there's the second, not quite, but he's put them in between a rock and a hard place. Nice and easy. He'll find that no problem. And now they can start to push out, try to get a bit of P4 control, and look how quickly they transition.
And that has just squeezed it a little bit in terms of getting much closer. Got to be careful. Now they're fighting from the back. Bit of a split spawn coming. You can already see Icons spawning out. Here comes the pressure. Going to try and hit this from every single angle. They've got one towards the front, towards the side here, but there's going to be a flank coming at the same time. They've got to be careful.
Oh, no.
I think it's Hugh who went out towards the side and has just closed them down completely. And that is a lock-in as Hugh, 13-6, has decided, hey, enough is enough. We were down, but we are certainly not out.
Yeah. It's going to be one of those occasions that it will take time. They'll have to think to themselves, right, let's lean forward. Let's try and get something going. But Ruba will find 3 out of absolutely nothing. Now Kleenex on his own, if only momentarily. Over towards P3 for 25 seconds. It's a pinstripe kill feed. Hook can't get it done. Icons will find him, but Shotsy is there. He's in a 1v1 and, of course, wins it. Ghost spawn's going to come through, but you're not too far away if your team Shotsy either. Trades continue to come through, but Shotsy just at least made it a bit of a congestion. 10 seconds going to go. Over towards Cabal. Oh, so you would have thought. Never mind. Hook the nuke comes through. 16 and 8 from him. A little bit of time over towards the other side. Shotsy and Co will get that rotation over towards P5, but that was a scrappy P4.
Here comes the pressure again, though. Cabal not letting it go here. Hugh trying to hold on to it. Eventually will fall, and a bit of pressure out towards the back. You can already see Kleenex backing up. He knows they're coming for him. He's looking for the players. They're waiting. This is a lot of just patience from Cabal. Looking for the one. Not going to get any more than that as they still try to crack this hard point.
And they pushed over towards the backside, though. Millie's made the play just to make sure that the other team are not spawning there. And you get the spawn in as well. That's a nice break. But for 25 seconds, you need to make sure you hold it just to maybe counteract what Team Shotsy were able to get. Kills coming through, though. It's a hard push. A little bit of control over towards that P3 side. They lock it down from there. I think we'll have a look through the front for the final 10. Of course, he'll find the gunfight. Rupa in the middle of the map. I want to watch this man's POV for a little bit. I'm curious. What is the hype about? Sitting in 19 and 9 right now. And not doing too bad. They find themselves a little bit, if albeit negligible amount of time behind at the first rotation. Now in control of P1. But yeah, I'm really curious to see what this kid's going to look like over the course of the year. And this team, Cabal team, how far they could go.
Clay's going to try and make a little bit of a play here as well. Just try and cut down reinforcements, but it's certainly a tight game between these two. Obviously, a big push from Team Shotsy to bring this all the way back here and now take the lead. You already see them starting to think about the next one. It is 24 seconds. It's a little bit too early to fully set up, but got to keep your mind on it with that little bit of a breath they just managed to take as the kill feed all went their way.
Through the middle of the map from Kleenex. I mean, this is a terrifying roster of Drovex, isn't it? Yeah, Kleenex, Shotsy, and Hook there, and Insight posted up. Not going to be an easy team to beat at all this evening, are they? Rupa, though, trying to get some things going, trying to find a break over towards P2. Now you've seen the mid-map spawns coming through from Hook. He's going to get caught here if you're Rupa. Hook does manage to find one. Rupa's done well to continue to survive. Surely doesn't find a second. And that's the kind of movement I love to see. So many players trying it. Over the doors is such a difficult one to pull off. Well, it's not necessarily difficult to pull off, but it's all about the mind games for some players. But a pinstripe kill feed here. You can see immediately Millie and Cody push over towards the backside. They win that gunfight. They get the spawns. A break comes through towards the back of P2.
Holding his nerve, waiting to push him with the rest of his team, and Millie finds 3. Unfortunately, the 4th has taken it away from them. Did such a good job just to stay alive around that point for so long, Ton.
I mean, they did well just to find the break, to be honest with you, and did well to survive, but I think if you're Shotsy and Co, you're starting to pull away now. Another good hold. Kind of needed here from Cabal. KB trying to find something over towards this backside. Gunfight not quite there. Just trying to survive. Survives as long as he possibly can. His teammates now up and respawning. They still have the spawns, but the push through is actually going to come through from Hook. Big kill. That's come around on the flank. And there it is. The spawn in as well. Hook is making the plays. He's 26 and 16. Lightening it up here on Blackout.
Still moving and grooving. You can see there's a front hit coming in. Who will come in to reinforce? Finds the first. Not going to get the snap into the second. KB finds two. Pistol out. It's not going to be enough. GreenX goes high and shuts that down. But here comes Rupert towards the back here. But unfortunately, everyone evaporates like smoke. He cannot get a clean gunfight. And he gets punished for it. The rest of them, Team Shotsy, are now here in numbers. It is a horrible break to try and make. But they might have the opportunity on this rotate.
Yeah, now you can force them back as well. KB's done well to win that, but you need a good rotation. This is potentially a moment for Cabal to do that. Over towards P4. You're going to have those spawns over towards that backside. Icon's going to find two on the old hill as well. You've got to watch for these players trying to find a little bit of an inroad towards this backside. That's good cover. Now all of a sudden, are you going to be ready for the three men through mid, though? Hook, one of them, going high. He's now going to send round on the outside as well. That's a freebie towards the back. Hook has been consistently a thorn in the side. Are spawn's still going to be there? That's going to be the question. No, they're not. They're going to start spawning out, so you need to win the gunfights. Rupert gets two. Icon's one. Millie for the last. So the spawns will still be there. They should start to come through, and the control is as well here for Cabal.
He'll try and make a push off the map. Closes it. But the first of his team managed to get into it here. 20 seconds left onto this one. Still making a bit of a push here. They're not giving away this scrap time for free. They are trying to pin them in here. Team Shotsy know they can take this scrap time if they want, or then go for the rotate. They have the advantage of both, but unfortunately they lose the gunfights and might get neither.
Big fight. Big fight here for Roop. Can't get it. He's going up against Shotsy. Oh, man. I mean, the guy every single time is just making the plays when needs be. Him and Hook have been the catalyst for a lot of the time. That has been going Shotsy's team way. And now they're finding themselves around 20 seconds or so away from closing this one out. The spawns are here for Cabal, but what can they do with them?
Cooper trying to get through. Unfortunately, that choke point. Too many guns aiming at it.
10 seconds.
You're just going to keep the pressure up here. They know what they've got to really do. Keep an eye on it. There's going to be no big plays coming out of them, surely, as Hugh tries to get it, but he isn't going to win that gunfight. Inside's going to go down as well as Icons gets three. Shotsy was on a spree then, but it didn't really help.
I think Ruba might have just gotten injured in the middle of the map as well, but the break will come through. Icon's on a 4 spree just to break this one open, just to try and keep it alive. Goes 6 before dying. And now all of a sudden, are we heading over towards P1? Oh, maybe not. You need to find one more break. If you're Cabal, you can't get it done. A valiant effort, but map number 1 will go the way of Team Shotsy.
And you got to give it to Cabal. It was a valiant fight. Icon's doing well. Rupert definitely slowed down towards that second half.
It was 7-0. To be fair, but I mean, these are the kind of moments. They definitely have it within them. There's every now and then, I would have loved to have seen it from Shotsy's POV, what he's done there. I'm sure people will be clipping it if it was that bad, but 250 to 167. And I think if I'm going to caveat it with something, that Cabal are a good challengers team, but that kind of shows as well how good the players are on Team Shotsy, right? I mean, we all know that, obviously. But at the same time, to see them do that to a team who've been playing together as two players, two duos, if anything, from different rosters, shows the caliber. Blackheart Hardpoint will go their way. We're going to be heading to a raid, search, and destroy for map number 2, and then Den Overload for map number 3. If we'll need it, we'll stay on Den for map 4. And Colossus Search and Destroy is what will close us out if we need to go to a map number 5. But that's a nice win for Team Shotsy. Getting their map number 1 win against one of the challenger upstarts, if you like.
And again, that's one of the kind of the favourite challengers teams to do very, very well in this tournament. And hey, I mean, when you've got Hugh going kind of insane like that, but you were right. I kind of want to talk about Shotsy's team more. It is kind of difficult to quantify just how crazy, especially like close kind of fighting respawns is going to be with that squad, right? Like any single one of them is just going to be insane to kind of deal with here. Obviously, we saw Hugh doing it. We saw Shotsy get some wonderful bit of movement halfway through. CleanX also doing his part as well. Insight obviously going to be a little bit less in terms of the flash, I suppose. But with SnD coming up next, maybe it will be more about Insight.
Potentially. I think I'm curious to see how Insight's going to do this. Yeah, I mean, obviously there was the is he on, is he off, is he on, is he off when it came down to it with the Toronto squad, obviously. But I'm very curious to how things are going to go down with that roster over the get things up and running. Nobody worry, you just have to change teams incessantly as you load into a game here on this on Black Ops 7. Hopefully that one will be fixed nice and quickly. Season starts very shortly, by the way. Anyway, big push coming through over towards kitchen. This is terrifying. Shotsy smoke down. Not going to find anything. Nicely backed up by Cabal. They will find the pick. They still seems to be in their sights if you are Team Shotsy, but just trying to get a little bit more information and maybe make their move based off that.
Oh, Rupert gets around the side there. Trying to get away clean. Isn't going to be able to do it, eh? Does get picked up. Just trying to work this here. This might be a double chow going in. He's looking for it at the same time, but the bait and switch is not going to work out. Everybody's still alive. Could be a big chow coming through the front as well. Hugh, run, Hugh. They're chasing still. They're trying to find him. He has used that movement to get out of there, but there is still two on his tail. Hugh backpedaling furiously, and eventually they say, all right, we might not channel him into this position when we have the advantage.
Got to stay together. Got to try and just team shot your way out of this one. Good shots coming in from KB. Do they go for the aggression here? Seems so. Hook's playing it. Did they see him? Is the child coming in? Of course it is. Hook one. Can he find the 1 versus 3? The movement. This is a terrifying situation if you're KB. And you just about win it. Just about. The round will go Cabal's way. Oh, that was nightmare fuel. Absolute nightmare fuel. I know I'm about to get clipped against Hook in a 1 versus 3 if that's me. But KB... Oh, the pistol out there as well, mid-air. Yeah, this is brave. This is brave. It's a nice snap as well. Oh, I got nervous
high as well. That was the crazy part. You got some height, and sometimes the snaps up high aren't perfect, but he managed to stay alive for so long. I was convinced he had it. And KB, I mean, to have a pistol in your hand at that point, you're like, oh god, why have I got a pistol out? Could have been an iconic moment right there.
And this is what I mean about this game. That's why it's so fun to watch. Like moments like that are going to be so difficult to try and counter up against. Oh, Shotsy. Yeah, he's not just found a sniper kill, but is he going to get picked? Yes, he is. Was it him with it? Oh no, it was Insight. Looking for a pick over towards outside, and yet the sniper coming back and just about surviving it if you're Insight. I remember one of our very first casts on Vanguard had a moment from Insight. The sniper in his hands is a dangerous prospect for the opposition, to say the least.
And both teams using this to try and shut down lanes. Really making a move here. Will they get it correctly? He's going to just have the easiest kill. No! Somehow still alive. Got to get this chase going down. Oh my goodness, Hugh cuts him. Oh my goodness. Thought he had it. KB last alive and will go down very quickly. Disappointing.
That is one of those fights that if you make, it really can change the entire outcome of a round. Gets a little bit of Tiki control. If you can get out of that position, yeah. You got a little bit of support down pool side. Ooh. Tough scenes. Very tough scenes. One apiece now. Nice round for Team Shotsy to get a hold of. Nice and clean in the end. Keep an eye on the bracket. Pretty much all of our games of winners round 1 are done. Yusuf and Cole beating Stallions in a map 5. Oh, that's a juicy one for them to win, by the way. Incredible. Remember, they were 5-2 down in that second map. Hell of a comeback, that one. I'm down over towards A, though, here for Team Shotsy. Icon's getting a little bit of control. You know he hasn't.
I knew it was coming. I knew he was going to do it. You can tell he's looking for it a lot here. Oh, Shotsy's somehow still alive. I mean, oh, I thought he jumped off the map there, but eventually will go down. Shotsy's certainly having fun in this tournament. Here comes inside in a 1 versus 2. Unfortunately, the angle was not right there.
Just needs to defend this, though. Can he see him on it? You can't see him on the defuse. Or can he? Needs to get to the shot. Not going to happen. Cabal will get this one. Kill feed on Codcaster. Be damned. Time and time again, I've been calling it. I was like, did Shotsy have the sniper? I swear I've seen Shotsy find a sniper kill in the previous round. Then we'll go over towards Insight, and he's the one with the sniper. Hopefully we get that one figured out within the next couple of weeks. I
tell you something. Already, players really adapting to not peeking these snipers. He says there was a little bit of a shoulder. Insight not able to get it, but I know it's a absolutely roaring debate in the community at the moment, but they haven't seemed as dominant as maybe they could be, but I can see, you know, but the snipers have always locked down lanes.
Oh, nice win from Icons. No, I think as well, with smokes being allowed, I think that's more so of a reason to keep them in. Insight has definitely been heard here. Yeah, and that is where a sniper ain't going to help you. They do definitely have their weaknesses, obviously. Yeah. Look, I'm biased. I am a massive advocate for it, personally. So I want to see them in no matter what. Scrap us in on my timeline. Sorry, buddy. Trying to cruise on here, Cabal, though, in the search and destroy, Bryce.
Yeah, having a very good time. Like I said, I think Cabal are just a great team. And this is going to be one of the benefits, right, is that theoretically, as a squad, they should have had more reps in an SnD to kind of know what they want to play here. It wouldn't surprise me at all as if, you know, Team Shotsy is just making this up as they go round by round, just saying, oh, we'll kind of do this and kind of hope it works out. Bomb going down, though. Going to be a 3 versus 4 with bomb down. It gives them a little bit more of an advantage towards it. But have they got enough map control?
Oh, well, we'll find out in a second. I was going to say, I presume that went down for you as well, but never mind, we're vibing. We're chilling. Clean X. Over towards this backside, there's a lot of control, but now left in a 2 versus 4. Ruba gets a bit of good timing. Icons just seems to have it on lock right now.
Oh.
Having a hell of a game at 8-3, and that's another round going Cabal's way.
See Insight left alone again, trying to defend it. Couple of picks coming in. I mean, Cabal really just having the opportunity to basically dictate the pace of play. And they are firmly in the driving seat for this SnD. Team Shotsy, individually brilliant, but unfortunately just not really able to get a cohesive play on the map where they want it. And I wonder if this will now be the point. Somebody will start shot calling. Let's get this a little tighter. Let's get a little bit more concise on where we're going.
I think it is difficult sometimes as two duos to... I mean, Search and Destroy is one of those moments, or one of those modes, I should say, sorry, where it can be, it really does rely on that team play. The individualness of it, of course, can help. KB now not having to worry about his individual performance at 0-3 when Icons is 8-3. But you think, though, that 1 versus 1 where Hooknelly pulled off the 1 versus 3, that would have been a 3-2 scoreline instead. But this bomb's going to go down with the smoke down. That's going to be a 4-man hit through the laundry side. Over towards Statue. From Team Shotsy, what can they do with it?
Well, they'll get that first blood. With the smoke down, it cuts off a couple of angles here. Trying to get into the bomb here. They're not going for it quite yet. They're trying to just clear out the lanes. Look how far back Millie is going. Going to try and strike. I think the opportunity presents itself. Going around as well. Should get the better gunfight, but no, loses it as well. And that somehow all worked out. Team Shotsy just everywhere.
I just don't think they expected 4 men through the laundry side. We would have presumed something through the middle of the map. Don't think they had too much control of it. And all of a sudden, the headbutt onto the site works out perfectly. Shotsy and Co do wonderfully to bring that one back. He's getting towards the backside to get that one secured. That is the round. So bring this one back. 4-2 now. Not out of the realms of possibility for them to bring this one back. Brycey Icon still sitting at 9-4 though.
They're just in such a good position to get this over the line here. Shotsy getting out of a bit of trouble. Still alive. This is very, very aggressive. They might not know he's here. That bomb's already going down. Player in the pool. Rupa might have a great position. He finds one. This causes chaos now. Players are going to be everywhere. Here comes the pinch. Clinic's trying to hold down mid. Technically, Cabal will have the advantage in numbers, and he goes for the chow here. It's now going to come down to inside again to attempt the clutch, and has been known for it in the past.
Hold on. How's he finessed his way out of this one? Not for much longer. Gets taken down. Bomb being defused. And that's that classic over towards B. You get it down. You keep a hold of that top bedroom control. And it should be the round. They struggle to do so. Cabal. So aggressive. To regain control over that pool side of the map. 5-2 now. And Ripper is the one to seal the deal. The smoke down from inside. It was very smoke and mirrors of what he really wanted to actually do. Just created some confusion, but not enough to stop Cabal. Find themselves now on map point price. 5-2, and looking like they're cruising here in the search and destroy.
Can't really put a step wrong. How are they going to deal with this attack? Last time, Wente got the bomb down, but lost the retake. Here comes a couple of nades through the middle here, but they get picked. There's the first blood gone. Nothing for Millie to get back here as well. Shotsy, that was a very long shoulder. Gets away with it, though. Doesn't matter. Shotsy still going for it and moving. Going to go up high. Looks for the player over the top. It's gone underneath as well. Shotsy's gone so high they never saw him. And that's a way to win a round.
I mean, it's the shots on the initial kill. Through to Zig. Don't know if we'll get to see the back end of it. No, we won't. Yeah, jump over the top. He jumps directly over Milik. Find that one, no problem at all. And there is a round back for Team Shotsy, but they need 3 in a row if they want to go 2-0 up in this series. Insight having himself a good map. Icon sitting at 10-5. As he slowed down just a little bit. What can they do here now on the defensive side? Shotsy Co attacking over towards it. This is a 4v4 man. Hits straight over towards the site. First gunfight's going to be won by Kleenex. Next one comes Ribbers, where KB will find another 2v2. 1v2.
Kleenex. M15, I don't think they're going to give him an awful lot of room to breathe here. It's really difficult. Kleenex just does not have a ton of options. They've already seen him as well, and it's a horrible position for him. He's weak, and down he falls. And that'll be it. Team Cabal will beat Team Shotsy in the SnD. It's 1-1 ton.
Really nicely done. I love the aggression, the ego to challenge. Kleenex could be on any number of different headies in and around statue, and they just go for it. Nicely done. They'll find the search and destroy and put themselves back into this series. I'll be honest, Bryce, I was a little worried for them after map number 1, but the search and destroy comes up clutch. Really nice job to bring that one back. And now heading into map 3, all tied up. But this is how the bracket is looking. Some matchups you were pretty much expecting to see. I don't think there was any real surprises outside of maybe Oma under 18s getting the win up against Stallions in a 3-2 fashion. I know certain people over at the flank were not being impressed with that one.
They certainly will not as well. You've got the lower bracket coming in at the same time. Team Kismet will dismiss Team Gunless, so they move forward, and Ruthless takes down Emerson 2-0. Stallions and 2 Real and Exceed Fellow still going on, but it seems pretty clean cut there in the lower.
Yeah, it's been pretty steady away for teams down here so far. We'll keep an eye on how things are going there, but those teams will all be waiting for the losers of Winners Round 2, which are going to be difficult games. Everybody coming down is going to be an absolute shock. And of course, we'll keep things rolling in the losers bracket side of things, and we will keep on going with these games. Everything's been... No, you know, I'm not even going to say it. Not even going to say it. I was going to completely jinx it there, but we're not going to get on board with that. Den Overload coming on through. I'm getting battered. in the Discord for potentially even saying anything here by Hitch, which is more than fair enough. Dead Overload going to be coming up next, Pricey, which should be. I'm a fan of it, but the problem is for some teams is that 3-lane, when one of the lanes is mostly blocked off, barring a couple of shutters that you can very much shoot through and see through. That was one that was actually called out on the broadcast by Nameless, which really helped me out, actually. When I've been playing Den, I was like, oh, you can see their shadows through that, and you can shoot them through the wall. So that's something to keep an eye out on. We'll try and point it out when it does come up on this map in particular. But one apiece in this series, Bryce. Very much could go either way still.
It really could, and I'm looking forward to it. This is exactly what we were hoping to see, right? I think with these teams coming forward, we were looking how are they going to kind of match up when it comes to this kind of fight here. And I've said it once and I've said it before, SnD is the great equalizer when it comes to these teams. You get a little bit more practice, you get some rounds individually that go your way, it can certainly be the catalyst that kicks it off. The real question will be, when we get into this respawn, how is it going to go for them? Overload can be a bit tricky, but when you've got kind of the horsepower on Team Shotsy, will that overcome the teamwork of Cabal?
Well, I think that's what today's going to kind of be about, and what we've kind of seen is it the raw horsepower of these CDL duos playing together, or is it about some of the teamwork coming through from the challengers rosters? Been a bit of a mix, really, hasn't it? I mean, this is the marquee matchup of this round, right? As far as what we've got, world champions in Hook and Shotsy, two other absolute dogs in Insight and Kleenex, who have been there, won events in the CDL to very highest level. Going up against I don't want to say new. We definitely have seen things. I remember specifically the clip that came through way back from Rupert on Modern Warfare 3, remember correctly. I think there was a 1 versus 3 in particular against Sensor and Co, where his name really did get thrown out there. But he really seems about it. This Cabal team seem like they're going to be there and challenging a lot this year. Let's see how they do. They're not doing too badly in this matchup against, as mentioned, 4 incredibly good players. And Den Overload's what's going to be coming up next. It's been entertaining so far, though, Brycey. We're getting a good view of what the Black Ops 7 season is going to look like.
Speed.
Speed, pace, raw power.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting to see. I mean, it is at some point it's just lightning fast with the way the players can drop with these guns at the moment. And hey, long may it continue. You can see some of the best players. I've always said, I mean, it's one of those cases that we get into another season and people are like, ARs are overpowered as per usual, but the Traffic, I mean, I'll be honest with you, the Traffic does feel like a kind of a hybrid. It's not quite like the rest of the SMGs in that class. It does feel almost like a flex gun. But it is very, very powerful, and a good SMG is worth its weight in gold at the end of the season.
Yeah, and to me, I think after playing the game the first couple of days, you've seen how dominant the M15 was. The arguments about GAs, everything on the timeline, it was like, okay, well, how is this going to be managed? And I was hoping they were kind of just going to nerf the ARs and not buff the SMGs, because the SMGs, especially the drawback, I think I just didn't want to see a drawback buff. I think it only got a very slight one. But at the same time, to see that counter-action, they kind of went with the extreme level, and then of course we'll probably see it balance out in the middle somewhere in a couple of weeks' time. But I think the M15 is kind of in a good spot now. I kind of like how it's kind of being figured out. It's still very, very good up close, but at range it still has that kick, of course. But like, the drawback right now for me is probably the best gun in the game, from a pro standpoint, at least anyway, of what everybody's using. The drawback is very, very strong. So I'm going to see how things develop. I mean, we have went from having 8 M15s on the map to 6 drawbacks. So I'm all for the change up, to be honest with you, from 8 M15s. That's a reasonable compromise.
It is. I think it's getting there. We're getting towards where it might be. So while we're just waiting for this one to start, I'm actually an advocate of having things more open. And sometimes, this is the lesson that has been learned way back, is sometimes you have to take things out of the game to enable more things in the game. It's a really weird way to kind of talk about it, because, I mean, we'll probably discuss this later if there is ever a delay. But trust me, this is actually quite a complicated subject. I know there has been many discussions online, but I'm telling you, posting a tweet out to try and explain this is not going to work. There is history behind this and why you can't just do that. And at the moment, it doesn't look too bad. It's a good combination of M15s and Draviks, and that is something stable we can kind of hope for the rest of the season.
Yeah, we'll see how things go. I think the SMG, was it the Raiden that might be coming through? I mean, it's just... The problem is that the Dravik is a bit of a do-it-all, right? You're never going to be in a bad... Like, you can win a gunfight, and bloody hell, I mean, if you... Hook, you can't win that gunfight up against KB when he's got the M15. I take everything back what I said about the Dravik. The M15 still the god gun. That is insane pick. That comes on through. Shotsy trying to get aggressive here. Down the rooftop side of the map, trying to get things going. Millie will grab the EMP and will advance it further forward for the opposition. I knew what he was trying to do. He's trying to get out with it. Couldn't force their way forward. Are they going to get punished for that? Rubel will find one. The spawn's going to come in close, but Shotsy's got the pinch. 2 kills going down. They've got 1 more to deal with. Are they going to be able to walk this one in? The trade will be there, but they should be there nice and quick. Shotsy can't do anything with it. Well defended by Rupert and Co.
Still live. It is still live. Unfortunately, it is now going to be taken up. Millie will grab it. They found a couple of kills. They might try and make a push across here. Still clearing their own base. You can already see players trying to hit the flank here at the same time. It's going to be Shotsy. All the way around. Will he get timing? Sit on the minimap. No, he's going to get caught as well. Millie's going to be out front. No blocker, though. So this device is going to be in a bit of purgatory.
Millie moving it forward, though. He's got his bodyguards alongside and not going to be expecting this gunfight over towards the other side. No, absolutely not. Shotsy will find that one. KB trying to block up. Don't mind this at all. Yeah, finding the second as well. He's done extremely well. Now, if his teammates can find the other gunfights over towards the other side, they've got a free capture potentially. KB, the tip of the spear, the island player doing it all on his own. Is the cap going to come on through, or can Hook stop it? Absolutely not. The cap comes in. One apiece.
KB took full control. That was all about it, and they just kept pushing the bodies through. You see here, they might even be looking for a little bit of a relay. Clinic's trying to break into this one. They need this gunfight. They need something. They're not going to get it. That should be another one. Rupert is going to be here trying to lock it down. Icon does it at the same time. Hugh manages to find 2. That's ridiculous. Hugh should not have been able to stop this by himself. And somehow Team Shotsy has rallied and stopped this.
They've rallied and stopped it, but it's been all on KB, and it's that play-making decision that I was talking about in Overload. Are you the guy that tries to make the play, or do you wrap back to make it safe? He goes to make the play, and does he not make the play? KB opened things up there, and now he found 2 clean X. I mean, come on. What nonsense have I been talking about the Draver being the best gun? Look at this. The Crispies coming in from CleanX, but the close spawns are going to be there towards the lobby side. They should be able to defend this inside, trying to keep the pressure on, and cannot. Cabal will get this one out. Free reign down rooftop side. If they want it, no, they fancy going through mid-map.
I think this is going to be a pretty similar play. They're going to try and grab mid-control and push through. Got to win a gunfight first, though. Rupert is backing up. Down he goes. Got to be careful. Right now, they do not have the advantage. Shotsy is called out for the flank. Should be pretty easy for him. Unfortunately, they've lost a couple of kills here.
Oh, it didn't work out, though. I was about to say I love the flank coming in from Shotsy, though. Just pinching them down, knowing they're trying to take their time, but they don't find the gunfights, and all of a sudden, a bit of a dangerous situation. You can get this one home. That should be another, but a big gunfight's going to come through. CleanX will find one. The trade is there, and there's the second. The upload comes through. And KB can keep this pressure on. The rest of your teammates nowhere near. You're going to have to clean this up if you're Hook, and do so. Now we can start to move back towards the middle of the map. But once again, just if you want to be entertained here, if anybody's watching at home, you've got a good view of the minimap, just keep an eye on number 3 in blue. It's Shotsy. The plays he's trying to make, constantly finding routes behind. He's been so annoying for teams to try and deal with. You can keep track of him, not a problem, but doing that is the easiest of it.
I feel like Shotsy's using an opportunity to do that an awful lot at the moment. Like he's always kind of trying to find a bit of a route around, and maybe that's just the way that this team's kind of come together, allowing him to be a bit more free roaming for it. But Hugh, certainly probably one of the best performing players on Team Shotsy at the moment that we've seen to date. And now they have control again. 24 seconds left before this flips. Insight trying to just cut off anyone he can. Big gunfight for Insight to make. Unfortunately, teammates are going to go down. Shotsy's going to be there, though. Might pick this one up. Insight going to look for another. This might be a big chow going in, and Insight has to pick a corner. He picks the player behind the tree. As Shotsy tries to stay alive with 8 seconds, it's not going to be enough movement for them. And while there will be a bit of a clean-up at the same time, will they better dive this one in? They will. They get everything. Q goes for it. It's Kleenex with a pistol, but the time. You cannot beat time. And that means it will end as we go into the second half, 2-1 to Cabal.
Oh, man, that was entertaining. Back and forth, wasn't it? Neither team leaving anything on the table. But it's just the ability to make these plays, and I'm going to hammer this drum all year long. The teams who have players who are finding routes and are able to make those plays on their own are going to be so valuable for squads this season. We've seen KB did it there. We've seen Shotsy on occasion do it as well. Kleenex, Hook, everybody opening things up where they can do. But right now, it's in the favor of Cabal. So you wanted the good here, and then the Roundman is just very much the ones who are going to be getting paid in this mode. Bryce, to see it. Shotsy already making the move on the flank. It was read by Millie, but not quick enough, and that's now going to open things up here. The team Shotsy get a little bit of control. They've got a hold of the device, and they are getting moving.
A lot of pressure going through. Shotsy! Bit of a difficult gunfight to make, but that will go in, tying it up, Ton. Reset's going to be on the other side. Hugh trying to keep the pressure on here. They're already sitting on it. I'll try and grab this one quick. Shotsy going to be flying in again for it, but they have not won the gunfights they won, and now they're going to be in a bit of pressure themselves.
It's not in a position really to help out other than a little bit of map control. This might be a freebie for Icon. He's going to try and get this one home and can. Can he find the gunfights as well? Shotsy will take his own teammate down, but can they keep that pressure on? A little bit of dojo control, though. Going to come through just with the respawns there. Shotsy will continue to move through, but KB knows exactly where they're going to come from. Just keep that pressure on. And talk about the playmakers. It's going to be Ruben now. Inside spins. No way he finds those shots onto Millie as well. Now they can get things rolling. Momentum is going to carry them forward. Those gunfights coming through from Cabal, important. Instead, we'll have to back up. They'll have to wait for a little bit of support. Bit of a stalemate in the middle of the map.
There we go. Shotsy on the flank again. There's one.
Go.
There's two. Looking for the third. The sprite is not going to be enough. Insight just waiting inside from the missile hitting the roof. Still going to get caught. Slides that into the door. And that, obviously, we have the benefit of the mini-map here. We know this could be a dangerous push, but Ruper's going out towards mid here. This might even be a switch-up.
This is just a case of posturing a little bit, trying to make the play. Gives opportunity for the opposition to do exactly the same thing. They may just hit Kleenex here together, and they get taken down for it. Who takes the route on the other side? They'll find the device. They get themselves out just about. And now it's a bit of a foot race here. He doesn't know that he... I don't think he would have made it anyway. They would have had the cut. So now he's got a little bit of control. A little bit of awareness from Shotsy just to slow things down. Gets his head whacked up by Millie, though. Who's having a bit of a rough time of things at 10 and 21, but that's an important kill, and there's two more from Hook. Now starting to move forward. He is the tip of the spear, and it is sharp. Has a little bit of backup here, but if you are Cabal, you have a little bit of defensive awareness about yourselves here and will be able to hold on.
Yeah, it's just really difficult to get all of those kills if you're Team Shotsy in that position. Did the hard work, but there was too many reinforcements from Cabal coming forward. And now they're switching again here. This is going to be fast. They are technically outnumbered. Millie is going to have to try and make a bit of a play here, but that will be dropped. We're just going to be careful. They're trying to get the reinforcements into the right place here. You can see already Team Shotsy going to try and make this a play straight away again. Already 3 kills down to the kill feed. Going to have to die for this one. It is not a nice place to cross. And Kleenex already gets gunned down. Shotsy trying to help out relay it, and it will be 3-3. And now we're all tied up with 1:45 to go.
And now keeping an eye on what Shotsy's just done there. So he's surviving inside of the point. He knows his team has that B-side control, the spawn dojo side. Now is he going to be the guy to get something done? But no, they've sniffed him out. But is that going to be enough? Is it just enough momentum to carry them over the line? Done. If Ruper has something to say about it, he can find two, but not the third to stop it. Incredible work again. It's just a bit of a layup, if anything. Shotsy puts himself in that position. They have to wrap back for him. They know he's there. Everybody else runs through. It's just brute force that gets it over the line.
And it's just continuing to pick up one by one until they won the gunfights. 1 minute left. Team Cabal are looking to try and make a play here, but they are slowly but surely losing these trades. Makes to grab it again. Knows the teammates could be there at the same time. Not able to turn and burn. Does fall. Tempo in this game has stepped up quite considerably. Hugh will now have control again. Shotsy trying to get around to the corner. Desperate for a bit of slaying.
It's a big win. Can start to force this out now very, very quickly. That device might actually reset. Yeah, it's gonna. It's okay. None of those two teams are that bothered about it. It's just about this recap control. Play potentially being made by Rupert here, but he gets. I think he might have just been spun on by Kleenex on the mini map. Or if he could have found that kill, that was a little bit of control, and now it's all falling apart. This might be another, but they're going to spawn very, very close. They might just actually try and run this one B.
They might just hold on to it. Look at everybody stacked up. Like 30 seconds left to go. They've got 3 down, though. They went for the chow. They knew they had to, and this will put it into it as well. Surely it'll get over the line. Icon's running towards it. It's not going to be enough, and Team Shotsy will carry this behind for so long into this map. But when they changed sides, they changed gears, and they were just keeping the pressure up over and over again on Cabal.
And that's just a real good example of why a lot of people are excited about Overload. Like, you just get those plays. The teams can be so influential. A single player can be so influential. And just setting things up. Since Shotsy was constantly just trying to put himself in a position where he could be that spearhead, Hook was doing the same. KB made literally a play all on his own that got a big point. That actually managed to take the lead for Cabal in that first half. But that does seem to be the more favoured side, the one that Shotsy and Co were on the second side, and it is one of those moments where you need to make the most of it whilst you can. And they very much made. Here whilst the sun was shining, really good job coming through from Shotsy and Co to get the overload underneath their belts. They now have themselves a 2-1 lead. We'll be staying on Den to go to Hardpoint. It's been a good series though, Bryce. I think Cabal are making a good account on themselves here.
Oh, no, 100%. I mean, you already can see people talking about, hey, this Cabal team, are they in challenges? How well are they going to do? Especially when you talk about, you know, who they're going up against. We're talking about very, very good players in the CDL. And everybody is trying to make a name for themselves here as well. And this game isn't over. If there's one thing we've learned is that Cabal have definitely taken Team Shotsy to pretty much the end of every single map. So can they get something into this hard point? Can they continue to show just how good they are and take us to a map 5?
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it. But whether or not we do is another thing. Den Hardpoint, another interesting map for both these two teams. But you're right. I mean, this one is far from over. I think Cabal give a good representation of themselves. I'd like to see how they're going to go on the rest of this tournament. I mean, I'm not counting them out of this one whatsoever. They very well could still go on to win this series. But at this stage, they will be a very, very strong team in the loser bracket if they do drop. If they do drop, Bryce. There's still a chance for them to send this to a map number 5. And what can they find on a Colossus Search and Destroy if we get there? You never know.
You certainly don't. And hey, I favour it. I think there's a potential. There really is a potential to take it there. I mean, don't get me wrong. We've seen some big plays. If anything, I would say the kind of most impressive there was Shotsy in that second half. I just saw him in much more impactful positions. Maybe playing a little bit more cohesive with the team. I don't know whether something just clicked a little bit better that time around, but certainly helped make their pushes more cohesive as they just kept slamming it home. I mean, obviously going towards that A point is a bit of a nightmare, so that cross is nightmarish to get through, even with the movement you have.
I'm just looking forward to seeing more Overload, if I'm honest. Looking forward to it. Keep it moving. There's actually been a winner in round number 2 of Winners Round 2. Craze & Co. are going to go through. That's Crazelex, Abuza, and Draza. That's a very nice looking roster as well. They just beat Kami, Snoopy, Pred, I believe Stallions. So yeah, that's a nice win for them to find. That's a 3-0, by the way. And they will advance on into Winners Round 3. This one, 2-1 to Shotsy & Co. Up against Cabal. Teams waiting on the loser's side of things. We'll get things rolling. As you can see, Team Draza advancing on through to win a semi-final, as far as I'm aware. That's a good spot for them to be in. We're whittling through Plenty of other games going on as well. You keep an eye on everybody else's stream. Everybody's streaming this tournament. But we're keeping up to date with some of the big games. No bigger than this one right now between Shotsy and Co and Cabal.
It's heating up. I mean, that is a big win, to be fair. I mean, we are getting this bracket populated pretty quickly as the games continue to go through. The only ones I haven't had an update on is the Dashy game. We'll see if I can have a little quick look at how that one is going.
You have a little squint, Bryce. Go on, you have a look. Have a look.
Moment in the SnD. I can't tell whether that is. Oh, it's 1-0. There we go. Perfect. Oh, someone just put in the chat here. It looks like it's 1-0 to Dashy. And they're in the SnD here. And they're currently up one round, but they might lose this one. Anyway, back into the game we're now watching.
Here we go. Into a Den Hardpoint. See how Shotsy and Co manage in this one. Can they close it out, or can Cabal turn this one around?
Well, here we go. Bit of a fight going on at the moment here. Team Cabal looking to lock it down at the same time, but losing a couple of key gunfights gives Team Shotsy back onto that first hard point. And now trying to push it out. Just trying to see if he can capture anyone as well, but having to play his life, and does eventually dive out for it. It's a wonderful play, and already the awareness to know a player was going to be behind him. Oh, we see you, Shotsy. You gotta win it now.
Gotta try. Oh, Shotsy. I think it's the beatdown that comes through, but he'll manage to find it. P2 rotation starting to come through now. But the back spawn's there. The spawns aren't there, but there is a player. KB. Look at the tri-mailer there, hunting them down. They know exactly where he is. He is going to find one, but he will get hunted. So the spawns should be there for Shotsy and Co, but the control of the point is very much there for Cabal.
Just going through the pressure. Got to soak it up at the same time, but he already finds one icon trying to put bullets down. He'll be calling out that everybody's piling up the stairs, but when you've got Hugh picking up 3 with Kleenex helping him, they are going to break straight back into this. Hugh does not slow down, though. Automatically goes to push out the lane. Exactly what you should do. Problem being, though, is Millie has got behind. This is a squeeze. This is a spawn out for Shotsy. And Shotsy trying to stay alive, but too many options.
It's very back and forth. A scrappy hill, this one. And it can be. Until you get a little bit of established control, which is what we're now seeing from Cabal. 10 seconds to go here on this hill. Rotation over towards P3. See, Shotsy and Co are trying to just set up a bit of a pinch here. You've got to be watching the mid-cut for the player to come back off the respawn. He'll find him, no problem. And now can the rest of the players do their job over towards P3? Icons has found 2. Another spawn over towards that dojo side, still coming in through for a Shotsy and Co, but they can't find the pickups. And there you go. That's a nice rotation coming through from Cabal.
Just holding it. There's other players with them as well, and they've got good map control. Difficult one here for Shotsy's team. You can already see that is the problem. Everywhere they go, there are guns, and, well, KB picks up 3. Millie cleans house. A full ace for them, and now all they've got to do is change sides.
And now they can start to make their way through towards P4 and inside. He's going to have to survive. 30 seconds to fight over here, but these back spawns influential when it comes down to P4, and right now inside just continue to survive over towards this backside. I don't think they have any idea he is there. They will do now, though, as he does find a kill. Little bit of scrap time going to go over towards Shotsy and Co. They've lost inside towards the back, but they're actually going to start spawning out if you're Cabal. So this is a big opportunity. I don't know if they know it if you're Shotsy and Co. to try and find this push. They've got a good idea, though. Someone coming in from rooftops. Hook's going to find 1 second incoming. Not quite. Ruba done extremely well to find both those kills. Doesn't find the third, but there's the lockdown coming through. 45 seconds to play for, but it's 45 seconds you kind of need if you're Shotsy and Co. Okay.
Play.
Yep.
That's 3 so far this tournament. I'm going to keep a note.
Ruba trying to
push again here.
Yeah, they're trying to get away through, but it's a tough one.
Good hold, though, from Team Shotsy. Shotsy trying to stay alive on the outside. He's going to lose that gunfight as well. Pressure now going to mount. You see the Cabal streaming forward, but Kleenex and Insight combining. Said, no, you're not going to have it. Insight gets 2. Kleenex gets 2, and they will hold this down, bringing this back to a very close game in the hard point as we go back to P1. players spreading across the map, trying to find the advantage.
Maybe nearly with a snapper there as we head back into a second rotation. That was an important kill for Shotsy and Co to get a good hold on. Didn't really have the spawns for the most part, but I think Inside did enough to maybe just influence the other side. More than enough in the end. Hold will come. T1 control now in the hands of Team Shotsy. Right now, they're not on the side of the map they want to be on, trying to force their way through, but getting some good time either way.
Just having a backpedal here, they're not really winning it in the kill feed. Careful times. See them just stacking here as well. They're waiting for Rupert to make this play. Rupert's going to go for it. Only gets one. Klinex ready for it. They clean it up here again, and this has been the issue that Cabal have been facing. They're just not winning the gunfights they need to. Oh, Shotsy, so sneaky. Finds one. Is that going to be enough?
The rest of the team pushing through on the rooftop side. Oh, the spawn behind you. Got to go. You can't hold tight at all. All of a sudden, what was looking like a nice play, it may well be this. 3 kills going to go their way. Klinex now looking for his third of this life. Doesn't find it. Rupert finds 2 massive ones, but the rest of the team now on their way. KB and Kodo here to back things up. He will find a second. Hook there for another trade, though. And it's fast and furious over towards P2. Trying to find a clear out here, a Cabal, but Hook can find another. They get themselves inside the point. Everybody but one lining up for Hook. Can't find the 4th. KB will answer back, but the damage may well be done for 20 seconds.
I think you can feel it. Teams were just piling in here. You knew that Team Shotsy had the advantage in the way they got to pile in. But they were just firing on all cylinders going into it. As we go over to the next one here as well, you can see Icons laying in wait, but there are 4 players from Shotsy's team, and he's been found instantaneously. And now they have the lead, they have the rotation, a split coming in from Cabal. It's only going to be Millie, but Millie goes down very, very quickly. Now makes this a one-way fight, an opportunity for Team Shotsy to give themselves a commanding lead.
You can see straight away Cabal rotated around towards the lobby side of the map. They want those P4 spawns if they can get them. That's where Shotsy and Co started to bring things back. But the problem is you can't give up this much free time. It's going to be a bit of a hit through mid, try and get something going, but that kill feed only looks one way. Shotsy and Co finding everything they can. If they can find that and then just find a push through towards P4 as well, it could spell extreme danger for Cabal. They've lost a couple of gunfights and now the push will start to come through. They should still spawn towards the back, but pressure will be starting to come through pretty quickly. 15 seconds to go up here at P3. And that's nearly a full 60 from Shotsy and Co.
Comes a push. Shotsy's not going to get it though. Insight will get his trade.
Inside.
And Insight gets the second one as well. Really slow start from Insight, but has been cooking recently. Unfortunately, it is not enough. And Team Cabal will hold this first little flurry of points.
And they need this time. They really struggle in the second rotation, but Millie lighting it up over towards the lobby. The M15 shot is true and very, very straight. It's going to be a big hit coming through, though, from the rooftop side. So Millie right now is completely redundant, as is the other player that's there for the spawns. But they can kind of turn. They can have a little look, but the gunfights at the front have not been won. They get flooded out from the backside. Hook and Co find the way through. And that's a little bit of control with 30 seconds to go on this hill. That could spell danger and could spell the end of this game if Cabal can't turn this one round.
There we go. Just to find one. Looking for another one as well, but Cabal still trying to put this one to at least the scrap stage, but Insight staying alive eventually will fall down, and they do not get anything out of this, surely. Klinex goes all the way around. There is 4 seconds of scrap time. Klinex might even go back to clean this one up, and well, that took a little bit longer than I was expecting, as he does fall himself. Now, Cabal on P1 to begin with. It was good for Team Shotsy last time. Cabal need the same time.
And that's the thing. If you can get a bit of mid-map control, hold down the cuts, you can get some decent time here over towards P1. Shotsy and Co proved that. Right now, the Cabal are on the side of the map. I don't want to be on as they were last time, but this time they're in control. Millie, he can find one, but Shotsy, he's found an angle from one side, and this is where things start to collapse. He finds 3, and will open things up. Rupert, though, just trying to cover some of the pressure that's going to come through from the mid-map. He will fall. Klinex will find him. And that's 30 seconds or so that are potentially on offer here for Shotsy and Co. 210 and rising. About to hit 220. Looking good for them for a map 4 win and a win in the series as well.
They certainly do seem to thrive when that tempo hits fever pitch. Here we go, already setting up. Cabal will need one of the most cleanest breaks we've seen. Inside, just going to get caught looking the wrong way for a second. Already flooding through. Shotsy has to try and get it at the same time. Icons flooding in with the same time. Kleenex gets it one with Hugh. And down he falls. Hugh still trying to stay alive as long as possible.
Still spawning.
And they've held this.
Yeah, they've just about held it. They get the close spawns. They're 10 seconds away. One more hit from Cabal is all that's needed to try and get back through, but they need to make it count.
Already falling in the kill feed, and with 3 seconds left to go, that is a team wipe. They are out of here. Team Shotsy will take this one 3-1 and go forward to winner round 3.
Yeah, really nice work in the end from Team Shotsy. Team Cabal just... I mean, they had a really good first rotation, but after that, it felt as if P4 was their real problem. You then give up 30 seconds of differential over towards P1. P2's messy. P3, you get nothing. And this game got blown out of the water very, very quickly. Nice job from Shotsy and Co, though. They will advance on through. And that could have been, again, a very, very slippy one. Cabal are not a bad roster by any stretch. Shotsy and Co will go through to face off against Raza and Co, so that should be a really cool game to watch. But a very nice one to see. Cabal do get themselves a map, but that will be it. They will drop through to the losers bracket. Shotsy and Co advance forward.
They certainly do. Many games underway here in the First Cup 5 presented by Monster Energy. This has been a wonderful game, and while we wait to get into another lobby, we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the First Cup 5 presented by Monster Energy. We are now getting a little bit deep in the bracket ton. Some very good games coming out of these teams.
Yeah, no, that last matchup in particular was incredible. To see a roster like Cabal, that challenges team, really go up against Shotsy and Co. I mean, they weren't able to get it over the line, absolutely, but we'll see as the evening goes on. That will be one of their harder matchups, to be honest with you. I'm really interested to see if Cabal can kind of continue on through, see what they can do in the rest of the tournament. Dropping down to the losers bracket now should make it interesting. I think we've got the bracket to potentially bring up shortly as well, but we're going to be going back to a different stream. I think we're going to be looking over in some different directions. I think Dashy and Co right now are going through their winners round 2 game. I think they're still just 1-0 up. Some other updates as well. We said Crazy and Lex and Co kind of went through. They were cruising, went 3-0 and into that winners round 3. Just Deceives and Co are currently 1-0 up against Yusuf and the Omit under 18 squad. So looking over towards a different game. Team Dashy 2-0 up against Team Nasty. And we're going to have a look at that from Dashy's POV right now.
All right, let's find out how this one goes. So far, so good. Just holding at the moment for positioning. Everybody taking those long-range fights. Wouldn't find Dashy, though. Still fighting from the top.
Yeah, one pinch in our lobby.
Our top player with the ball. What the fuck?
Exactly.
Yo, what is happening?
I'll tell you something. So it's a bit weird going from Codcaster back into the stream point of view. It was fine going the other way, but this was a bit disorientating.
I feel like I need to re-lock in to a certain degree. Right now, though, it does seem as if we are just all tied up in the half, 2-0 to Dashy and Co, of course, trying to find a way out here. This should be a very good roster, though. I mean, you got Mercules, Dashy, Simp in all four. I mean,
oh, they're gonna run left. Dashy was left.
This should be a roster that is going to cause all sorts of issues. Just I'm trying to listen in on the comms of how they're managing it.
Okay. I'm picking it up.
So far, it seems a bit stalled. You can already tell they're going back and forth across this, trying to come.
B cut, laying down. Under B cut.
They are having a few issues in
Come right if you can, maybe.
locking down where they want to go. Dashy pushing forward very, very aggressively. Finds one. Finds the second.
Mid.
Sees where the third's going to be. He's going to call it out. Just cannot thread the needle. Pistol going out as well. Eventually will grab it. And that should give him an advantage to push.
Resets it back to the middle. And we'll start to get things moving. One player on the flank, though, Abe. He's made the play there for the squad. Page will find a third. Now all of a sudden you can maybe get some things rolling here. If you are Team Nasty, and you need to, 2-0 down in this series, just to remind you. As you can see in the bottom of your screen, and Dashy just trying to hold down around rooftop side.
One more right. Gwen, shut up.
Oh, finds a second as well. Good shots from Dashy. He's going to be such a big problem this year. We've already seen from the kickoffs. OpTic looking absolutely terrifying.
Just incredible centering. I feel like people just really underestimate just that cursor always being exactly where it needs to be.
Maybe one more P2?
There you go. There's the call. Here we go. They know they need the kills. Mercules will find one. Who's going out? Who is the sacrificial lamb? Dashy slides out first. Will go down to Gwyn. They are trying to get through this, but this is a horrible cut to make. And eventually it does get dropped.
So difficult. Trying to push it through. 1 more minute to try and get something going. Dashy can't find that gunfight. I think 2 separate players going up against them. But I think one thing to talk about specifically is this round maybe coming to a bit of a whimper rather than anything at the latter stages. Hold on, they've actually got a hold of it pretty high up here over towards his B side. This is a massive opportunity for Dashy and Co. But just to say, Mercules has barely lost a tournament. This whole entire tournament, this whole entire season so far.
Oh, I hate you, Mace.
And he'd be looking to try and keep that going.
Sorry, listening to Dashy all the way through this is really throwing me. Oh, I keep laughing.
There was potential for something to get going there.
Run it!
And good shots here as well. Don't think they've got enough time. 5. Nah, not going to happen now. Clutch kill coming on through, and that will be the end of the round.
Yo, that was the dirtiest fucking round I've ever played on this shit.
This has certainly been frustrating, I believe, is what Dashy was saying there. I'm having a real tough time getting this moving. I would translate for everybody. But it is all kind of squared up. Maybe a more defensive game from both sides.
Seems that way.
It's just playing
And that is how it can be.
I don't know. The game's tied.
When it does come down to these games of Overload, for the most part, that we do like to see the high scorers.
You're mad at my horn? I don't know.
Okay.
Things moving on now. Into the second round. How did Dashy and Co manage to figure this one out? Big first one to come through though, and they get a little bit of control now. Oh, that's 3 dead. Yeah, now they can run through the middle of the map. They know where the last player is. This might be a freebie. Yep, it will be. You'll get it over the line, and they can continue to keep this control. And now all of a sudden, it's hard to then bring this one back out.
Should I wrap it?
You're gonna have to try and fight your way out here if you're Nasty and Co.
It's a good wrap.
I'm going deep.
And now all of a sudden, yeah, they can start to spin this one back around. Yeah, really nicely done. They stop them from getting a hold of the control. They start to find the kills in the middle of the map, and they've got control of the device. Nicely done from Dashy and Co.
It almost feels kind of like the opposite pace that we just saw with Shotsy's team on this, right? Like, realistically, there's a lot more passive, a lot more AR heavy, and holding down these kills. On the other side was just pace and momentum continuously. I suppose it's pretty good for Dashy that those are his teammates. Should be a really interesting blend as the year goes on, but right now neither team really able to progress. There is going to be 3 down for Team Nasty. Will they be able to capitalize on it? Unfortunately, Mercury's getting 2 back. Kind of shuts that down as well.
3.5 minutes to go, but with the lead in the second half as well, puts you in such a better position. You can play it around just that not being scored whatsoever. But with 3 dead, that might not be an option at all. Grenades over the top. Are they going to be able to get that one there? Yes, they can. 0-4 was managed to find the kill towards the back end of things, but they will lose that capture, and it will now be one apiece between these two. 3 minutes to go. And that was just all comes from 1-3 dead, and then they can push forward. And once you're in this position over towards the B capture point on this side of the map, it's one of those moments where it's very hard to stop that if you're coming in off the spawn, especially if you get spawned over towards that A side. They can get a little bit more control now towards this dojo side of the map. It's not an easy push through towards A on this side. They'll probably choose to re-wrap this back through mid. We need a bit of control first.
He knows the pressure's mounting here. They're trying to get in a position to deflect this as well as they can, but that might even be right to the side. You can see already they're trying to get bodies forward.
Couch, Purge, 1 shot.
There's one. Oh, Dashy's trying to grab him at the same time. They try not to make a misstep here. They know with the device this close, it's really going to be a trouble, but they managed to get into it here. Team Nasty getting through. And that's going to be frustrating for Team Dashy. They only had the lead for a very brief time.
Yeah, 4 dead, and now they can start to get a little bit more mid-map control. Pushing themselves forward. Tough gunfight to win, yeah.
In the little small room.
Always going to be found by Gwyn. 3 dead on the opposite side now. They do have control of the EMP, but it's stuff down this right-hand side now. You need to get something going. The opposition can now do what I was trying to say could be an option for Dashy and Co. Just try and slow this game down, but they may actually fancy another one. Starting to get aggressive through this B side. Dashy and Co. trying to re-wrap around and trying to do something about it.
B-cut, Purge. Another B-cut. He balls weak. He jumped up mid.
Dashy finds the first. I'm wondering where that second went, and doesn't matter. Finds the second, not able to get the third.
One's left of me, I'm dead.
You see they're now trying to fight their way forward. That device still very much in no man's land. They are not confident of getting it in yet. They need bodies.
I think they're going to re-wrap this back through mid. Looks that way. You hear the comms coming through. Simpson, he has lobby control. Abe, just lying down. That is going to be so frustrating for Dashy. Just waiting for the push to come through. Knew there was potentially the pinch that could be getting set up.
Okay.
They managed to get the point there as well. That was barely without anybody dead. How on earth did Simp manage to make that happen?
Just found a gap. Just got through. I suppose if the timing is off.
He's challenging.
Going for this again. Does seem like Team Nasty very much of the opinion to keep Team Dashy guessing which direction they're going. Just keeping possession of the device and really making the move into these gunfights. Actually trying to hold the line here. He knows there's bodies against him. Using the heady, using the M15. He's got support. on the inside. But again, Dashy, he just moves at the wrong time, Ton.
She's already out.
Just about now, all of a sudden, that pressure can start to come through down that side.
They might try to run.
Dashy going for the ball plays. Going to try and get a little bit of movement map control. That's a big win from Gwyn. Needs to get taken down. Mercury spins at the right time, but that might open things up over towards this B side.
He crossed.
It's not the ball, it's not the ball.
Sudden death in 10 seconds. This could be a huge moment. They don't get it. And now are they going to actually respawn back up? I think if you're Dashing Co, you just have to hold tight. They should have respawned a lot of those players, and they all have done. 4 versus 4.
I'm done.
Everybody's going to be playing the corners. 2
minutes.
minutes on the clock here, Tyne, and I really don't know which way it's going to go. There's a close-range gunfight. Nobody down, though. Both weak, and eventually it will be advantage. 0-4 gets it, but that's traded again straight away. 3 versus 3.
Okay, last guy's mid-map.
Merc.
At the statue.
Merc finds 2 on the outside. And they know where Gwyn is. They can walk that one in, and there's the 3-0 for Team Dashy. And spin on its head. Just like that.
Hercules unhappy.
These guys are not real.
Not happy with how it was played, but Hercules will get the win alongside Dashy. I love to see the small amount of smack talk coming through.
Good shit, guys.
Actually, if anything, we need more of it. I've missed it.
Another hour? Yeah.
There you go. Team Dashy will get the win. And in the winners round 3, we go.
Andy, well, push that one forward, and, well, we're probably going to see a lot more of that during the season. Realistically, that tactic did seem to be working at points, Ton, really wrapping it back and forth over and over again, but we will continue to jump through. And if you're asking what is going on, we are just jumping in from game to game on streams. We will get Codcaster whenever we can, but there are an awful lot of games going on at the same time. So when we grab a game, we'll just grab it which is most convenient. Sometimes it's Twitch streams, sometimes like this, it's going to be Codcaster. So we see Team Shotsy back on our screens.
In the winners round 3, we go. Going up against Drawzone Co. I think whoever goes on to win this one is going to be waiting a little while potentially for their next game, but irrelevant to that, we'll keep things rolling where we can. But this should be another interesting one. I mean, we've got pretty much a full CDL contingent of players. And Shotsy and Co just looked so good against Cabal in that previous matchup. Haven't really seen too much from Drawzone Co so far this tournament. Obviously advancing through pretty handily. Just looking through some of their results. Yeah, they're 3-0 both of their games, but haven't necessarily had the hardest of lineups to go up against. This will absolutely be their best test.
Everybody just playing for a bit of positioning here at the moment and trying to go back and forth. Gray staying alive. Knows there's players around him. Waiting for reinforcements to hit this onto the P2. Calls it correctly as well. Doing a very, very good job for it. We'll eventually back off for that one as trades flying in abundance.
Both we go, and of course, here on map number 1, heading over towards P2. Can be a bit of a 50-50 hill. It kind of plays a little bit weirdly here on exposure, like P1's in the middle, P2's in the middle, but just off to the side, of course. Big wins from Abuza, though. He's going to be a big threat this season. 4 kills in a row from him. 5th doesn't quite land. Nice control here over towards P2. You want to be pushing through to the spawns that Shotsy and Co have for P3. It's going to be popping up in a couple of seconds time. Just a lead for Drawzone and Co.
Going to have a good position here, Team Shotsy. They'll be looking to deflect this first couple of kills. Try and stagger Team Drawzone. Crazo going around the outside. Will he get a kill off timing here alone? Doesn't matter. Teammate's going to get it before he can. Up he goes at the top. Knows that player's going to be in the corner, but chooses to wait. A couple of bullets in. A couple of reinforcements come through as well, and that is a very well-coordinated break. Team Drawzone back in control.
Yeah, Lurks finds himself now on a 4 spree. Himself and Craze on the Ravens roster this year. Drawzone and Abuza obviously come out together as well. Hook now just continuing to try to survive over towards this backside. Trying to set up a bit of a pinch for the rest of his team to try and find a way through, but right now they can get nowhere near perfection as far as holds go. Coming through from Drawzone Co. Spawns over towards his backside. It's exactly where they want them with P4 now popping. This is wonderful hardpoint.
Flying in once again. has really been a force of nature so far in the last game we watched with them, but can he do it again? Crazy is waiting. Does he get the right timing here? No, he's going to go down as well. Control again for Shotsy's team. They need these points to try to get them back all tied up.
I've been able to quite get a good amount of time here over towards P4. It's a bit of an awkward one. I watched from a couple of different angles, and I actually just love this position coming through from Shotsy, just trying to keep them at bay. Bit of a pinstripe kill feed, though. Kills being traded across the board. Instead, we'll find 2. Starting to make the move forward, but some time now on the bar for Draza and Co. They seem to be having the better time of things here on exposure so far, but that's a big 3 dead. Shotsy can hopefully get some time here, but the spawn's going to flip back out. Contestion comes through. Abuza will eventually clean up, and some more scrap time goes over towards the phase duo, and Draza and Abuza alongside Lurks and Craze. And now it's moving down over towards P5. It's fast and furious as exposure. Very close hills together, especially 3, 4, 5, all kind of concentrate in the middle of the map. It's all about that mid-map control. Right now, the hill belonging to Shotsy and Co.
Just holding. Calls it correctly, though. Knows the player's coming behind. He's trying to shoot 2 directions at once. Will eventually go down to Abuza. And Team Draza, again, refusing to give up that lead. Hugh will find one, though. Bit of a pinch coming into the same time. Got to be careful here. Team Shotsy might have the advantage if they can hit this at the same sort of timing. Unfortunately, it's not really working out for them. They are not finding the gunfights they need to make that happen, Tom.
It's a nice break, though. You get a little bit of mid-map control. You can jump them down into the point. It's some good time for them to get a hold of. Keeping this one moving into the second rotation. Just such a mixy map, especially around, I mean, realistically, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all pretty central towards the middle of the map. I think the map play as well. Just maybe a slight rotation, slight movement of some of the hills would probably benefit it, but that's a conversation for a later date. Conversation now about Inside Gunny, which is crispy as ever. M15 in hand and starting to get some good time. Now that he's holding this lower side, most of the rest of the team just need to cover the middle of the map. They're doing that very, very well. This is some good time on P1.
Just trying to play his life as long as possible. Kleenex going for a chow, managed to get away, and the second one comes in, curious of his teammate. And now this game is really narrowing. Just 10 seconds between these two squads as Insight goes on a bit of a spree. Staying alive, backing out again. Looking for more here as his life has come back towards him with an M15. He's going for the pistol. Goes for a big chow towards the middle here, but that streak is enough to put Team Shotsy in the lead.
Is he done? Oh, Kleenex, that's a huge win. Gets it on to Craze, and now all of a sudden, you can start making a movement over towards P2, but that's huge wins coming through. Abuza out of absolutely nothing with 3. And it's blowing P2 just wide open for his team. There's no way you should be getting a double beat down onto Shotsy. And we move over towards P2, and Abuza's lighting things up.
Look how far they pushed out both sides as well. They really have a commanding control. Everywhere Team Shotsy runs, they are running into gunfights that are not really going their way. They're trying to stay alive at this point. Long-range gunfight as well. He's going to go for the chow. Unfortunately, there are too many players there for him to get away with it, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team come in clutch and clean house.
I mean, everyone just seems to be streaking a little bit, don't they? It's like Draza on a 4, Abuza on a 6. Craze was just on 5 in a row. And it's just resulting in some very, very valuable time. Information kind of be gained there, though, with Insight pushing around on the flank. They know that may well be able to get somebody to slip the net. It was potentially going to be Lurks. Kleenex was waiting for him. That's a good hold for him to find. Now Craze trying to find a way through. Flanks coming through either side of the spawn here from Team Shotsy right now. They're just trying to hold this one down, but they're going to have to look in a couple of different angles. Right now they've got them covered.
Still staying alive. Huge. Maybe a little bit too much on that one. Didn't have the life to win the gunfight, but so far, Kleenex, a little bit of pressure coming through. He's got his teammates with him at the same time. Now looking towards the window. Great awareness that was where the chow was going to come from. Insight has no health, but still tries to go for it. And then it will be backed up by Hugh.
Big win coming through. Your team is still spawning close. 10 seconds to go. You get so much time. That's pretty much a full 60. Over towards P3. And I think the problem was that if you're Draza and Co, you just were little one by one, but it can kind of feel that way on P3. You think, okay, I can get through the window, I can cause some problems, and then hopefully your teammates can kind of combine together, but the stars really need to align. If that's going to be the play, it doesn't quite work out, but Shotsy's current drawback working out very well. There's 3 from him. Spawns will be towards the backside. It's felt like they've been behind the entire game, Brycey, and all of a sudden they're 30 in the lead.
As I say, Shotsy's been a little bit quiet so far on this map, but certainly now it's starting to light things up. Unfortunately, a couple of kills go against them. Lex trying to stem the tide. It's not going to be enough as Lex finds the kills he needs as well. Scrap time. Now going to go to Team Draza. And they're trying to push out the lanes, but it's not working for them. Look at the situation on the minimap. Players about to hit different angles. Will they stay alive for very long? And they will win every single gunfight on the map, surely. And that locks down the scrap ton.
Lex finding plenty of kills across the board. Everyone pretty much matching each other. The only standout was really a Boozer, and it's barely buying anything. A very, very even game. Lex getting a bit of bad timing, but Chris is there for the pickup. And now the rotation over towards P5. It can be a hard break if you don't get that mid-map control, and shutting that down is insight. He finds 2. Kleenex just needs to stay alive on the point. Gets taken down. Pressure starting to come in, but it's just such a difficult gunfight for a Boozer to try and win. Hook now getting aggressive. He's going to get caught out. Lurks will find 2. Can they find the break? Not quite. 35 seconds to go, but Insight's had to give up a little bit of mid-control. Crazy slipped the net ever so slightly, but can you continue to win the gunfights? Yes, you can. Insight gets aggressive. Some great time for Team Shotsy here. They control the map so well. Insight is not missing right now. 4 in a row from him.
Fortunately falls there with a little bit of timing. They have an opportunity. Team Shotsy could really seal this one with the pace they are now hitting. Another kill feed for them. Team Draza left a bit flat-footed. It will go down to a P1 potential for Team Shotsy. Not the easiest hill to win on, but still more than possible.
I mean, they controlled it well in the last rotation. You need to find that wipe. You nearly find it if you're Kleenex. Dropping 29 from his end of things. Draza slowed down just a little bit. It felt like when they were finding points, because they were streaking kind of together. And that's not a healthy way to win a game. Hook and Insight and Co. Starting to find kills through over towards P1. Some good time on the board. They can still win it here in the middle of the map. Are they going to be able to get it done nice and early? They've been behind a lot of this game until like the last 3 hills. And they have spun it on its head. 30 seconds to go here at P1. As mentioned, Team Shotsy can still win it here.
They try and do exactly that. You can see just the depth of bodies they had around it. They're trying to get every single angle. Hugh eventually will go down because it is still going to be an open area for them as well, but it will be Team Draza to get 3. Is there any potential of a comeback on this map? They will need to be flawless into this next hill. Only 12 seconds to spare as they look for a Wade clawback victory.
Lex already set up, very aggressive. The gunny is that, but here comes the pressure. Shotsy and Co. going to try and find a way through. Kills being traded across the board until that moment. Shotsy and Co. find a way in. It's going to take one big break if you want to bring it back. I don't even think they can get anywhere near. And through a bit of adversity, Team Shotsy will find themselves up 1-0. Team Draza are in control pretty much, I want to say, the first 2/3 of that game. And then gets blown wide open by a great P3 hold. Good hold over towards P1 as well by Team Shotsy. And they just never looked back. Constantly in control after that moment. Just took them a second to get adjusted. And ran away with it.
Many players doing well there. I see Kleenex obviously in the best play. Insight had his own little flurry as well. But I think Hugh, I mean, again, obviously most kills, but I just haven't really seen him misstep very often in this. Nah. He just seems to constantly be on the pace. 24 non-traded. I think Insight beat him on damage and non-traded as well. But for Hugh, the consistency is crazy.
They find it again, though. Looking extremely hard to beat. Exposure, Search, and Destroy is where we'll be going next. We'll be staying on the map, switching up the mode. Scarborough Overload then coming in after that. Colossus Hardpoint. Potentially one that we're going to get to see. Then Search and Destroy if we need to see it towards the end. That's definitely the raids cover art though, but I mean, well, you know what, we'll excuse it anyway. I would actually like to see a raid SnD for map number 5, but it will be Dent. see how that one's going to go down between these two. But yeah, Exposure Search coming up next. Is this the potential turnaround for Draza and Co? Is it going to go back over towards Shotsy and the boys? They seem to just be running through teams right now. Having a look on the other side of things here in winners round 3, Dashy and Co are going to be going up against Joe Deceives, Real, Slasher, etc., and Miro, of course. That should be a really cool matchup here in the other winners bracket round 3. All the losers rounds are being populated as well. They're going to start going underway, and then we're going to have another losers game to come in after all those matches are up and done and running. We're advancing through, though. Starting to lose teams. We've lost Rex, Fire, Exceed. I was expecting maybe a little bit more out of them today. And then we've actually seen the Stallions drop out as well. They lost 2-0 to 2 Real and Co. Kismet beat Gunless, Cruz, etc. and Rafi Cod, Vikram, Emerson. They all kind of came through as SnD lovers and through a different qualification process. They actually get beat by the Saudi team, who are now going up against Purge, Gwyn, Abe, and Nasty. So that should be interesting to see. But everything very much underway here, Brycey. Losers round 2. We'll be up in a couple of minutes' time, and I imagine we'll start getting some results coming through with losers round 3 straight after that. But these winners round 3 games, these winners semi-finals, massively important. We will be seeing an all OpTic matchup in the winners final, Brycey. I wouldn't put money past that not happening, to be honest with you.
I think that's the favourite, and not just because obviously it's a bit of an OpTic tourney, but I think for me, you know, we looked at the teams from the outset, right? We were looking at them, who's in where, what's the combination like, how much talent is involved, and obviously, like, look, let's talk about OpTic are the best team at the moment, right? They are just the best team at the moment. It's basically, you know, win champs, be dominant since, you know, we're now in close to December, and we don't really see them kind of slowing down. Obviously, that gives them a massive advantage when you got duos, because the two halves of the team that are the dominant team at the moment are expected to do very well, and their teammates are good. So, yeah, it's kind of a perfect storm.
And I think just to further reiterate on that, as we do head into Exposure, Search, and Destroy. Oh, you're just not expecting them both to lie there like that, but they get the trade. Nicely done from inside. He will find 2. Just to speak on OpTic, I think, you know, as that first round will go over towards Draws and Cup, we're going to have to let this minute play out. So what a perfect time to speak about it, really. When they were coming into the season, you've seen all the tournaments, the scrim results, how things were going. That has altered ever so slightly, though. I did put a tweet out about it, just of my thoughts on it, as all these tournaments they're playing up against players. There's been so many of these tournaments. The scrims are continuously happening. OpTic are a level ahead. They're a step ahead, but they are kind of teaching everybody else how to play the game right now. And that's just part of the process, right? If you do find yourselves in that kind of a lead, people are going to pick up on what you're doing because you're doing it right. I'm not saying Abuza's doing anything correct here, in my mind at least anyway, but you know what I'm trying to say. OpTic very much still in the lead, you would like to think, ahead of every one of the other teams, but we've been hearing a few of the scrim results coming through. Whatever you want to kind of read into scrim results, but at the same time, it doesn't feel as one-sided as it was maybe a week ago.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's one of those. Obviously, we're not even like, fully into it as well. But hey, if you're an OpTic fan, right, you're probably just very entertained that it's not started out like last year, right? Because you had a really rough start. So you know, having a good start after everything else is definitely going to be a bit of a relief. I know a lot of people are waiting and eagle-eyed to see exactly how this is going to continue, but right now, everybody seems to be vibing. Everybody seems to be more or less on the same page. The talent is certainly there. So it should be a very, very good season. If anything, we're kind of not really looking at OpTic as much. We're kind of looking at how the rest of all these teams that have kind of combined to see how they deal with it.
Not an easy thing to deal with, and neither is Abuza Snipe. Gets away with 20 HP. I'm a big fan, actually. I was just starting to go through my snipers in public since yesterday. And it's so fun. Sniping on this game is very satisfying. And the snipes coming out here in the Search and Destroy from Abuza, as well as the pistol. The Jaeger's still pretty powerful, Brycey, to be fair. I know they're not using many attachments on it, but still gets the job done. Sniped from Abuza, though, pretty much lighting the round up. And they're 2-0 up in the blink of an eye.
This is going to be an adjustment. So far, Team Draza, pretty much the dream start to the S&D. Comes at the sniper again. I think the timing was ever so slightly off for Abuza. Did not catch anybody. Playing around these picks.
Just about whiffing that one. Abuza not able to land. Pressure not going to come through either. He's going to get aggressive, actually, through the middle of the map. Finds another one with a pistol. Insight was able to find one of his own. The call-out must have come through, but he will get shut down if you're Abuza. Hook and Shotsy now left in a 2 versus 2 against Draza and Craze. Both teams actually completely split up here, so a bit of an awkward one to try and deal with.
Hugh back and forth. I don't know whether that timing's going to work out for him here. I'm going to go down as Shotsy covers his teammate. And there's the info he needs as well. Shotsy will be calling this one out. He's going to go for the chow himself, but he's going to lose it. Hugh finds him. Looks for it as well. Goes for the chow. Oh, yeah, I don't think he was happy with how that went in the end. A reset from both sides.
Yeah, it's difficult still for Draza, though, in this position. Got a decent idea where Hook just was. Is he going to read this, though, from up top? P3, this is a very, very difficult gunfight to win, but that nade will help. If you find anything from this, has to get aggressive. 17 seconds. There's just no way Hook lets him win it. He gets out of dodge very, very quickly. Just no time at all. The flank comes through. Oh, it's just impossible. When the bomb goes down in that position, you've got that window to play in as an attacker. It's just... you can play with them as long as you possibly want. He gets out of that gunfight. Didn't like it up against Draza. Knew he didn't have to chal it. And he just hit the flank. Nicely done from Hook.
Yeah, when you're in that position as well, with how quick you can be taken down by an M15 into, you know, at that range, you're like, it's up to me to lose this here, realistically. And he was like, I'm not having any of this. The timing, the perfect timing he got to just run away and just flank all the way around, worked out for him. And they get their one back in the port a bit. Shotsy was a little bit nervous, going, maybe I shouldn't have chowed him by myself.
These things, it's fine. Big gunfights going down. And both these two teams will open up with one each. Lose it. Trying to find something on the outside of the map. Not going to find a great deal. Mexico not entertaining the idea of getting locked down in that scope. Legs. You'll find one at Shotsy. Hook. The sniper out. We'll find one on the other side of things. Now all of a sudden it's Abuza left in a 1 versus 2. The pistol was out. He manages to find one. Can he manage to find himself a route out of this one? No way he knows he's here. He absolutely does not. And it's another round over towards Shotsy and Co.
That's what they needed. A little bit of a bounce back. Who else gets the final kill? But Hugh again. Touch wood here, because so far I've not seen Hugh have a bad map. I mean, barely a bad moment, to be honest with you. Whenever we watch him, always making an impact.
Let's tie this one up. 2-piece now. It's been a back and forth series so far, hasn't it, really? I mean, we've only had a small sample size in number 1, of course, now in 4 rounds in map number 2. Shotsy trying to get aggressive on the outside, just gets caught so easily there, though. But was it a bit of a red herring, because B is now entirely open? Open? Words are hard. I do speak for a living, I promise. Who can now get aggressive on the flank? I think they've got a good idea what's going down here, do Draza and Co. But the bomb will go down, but it's a 3v4 in their fit.
He's backing up again, waiting for that live to come back. Oh, abuser! That sniper is so dangerous. Draws out with that long shot as well. They really have pinned them in, and that'll be an easy wipe up in the end. Just nowhere to move. Boozer grabbing that snipe really just didn't give them a lot of options.
It's a good retake, though. 3v3 at one scenario, and they just collapse upon them. We'll get it done, and they'll take a lead once again. Does seem to be them in control of this search and destroy.
Who walks away the winner of this S&D is not really decided at all yet. Hardpoint could have gone either way, but it was going to be Team Shotsy that did feel better as it progressed. But into this one, a boozer and the sniper. There's certainly been a problem that they need to work out.
Hasn't got as involved over the past couple of rounds. They've kind of been staying away from him, but that's easier said than done. And then you end up running into players like Draza, and all of a sudden it's A maybe on the cards. Not this time. Insight, he'll find one. Big gunfight win comes through from Craze, though. Insight now left in 1 versus 2. There's the first one.
Slow pegging a sniper is crazy, by the way.
You can't do it. Not on Black Ops 7. But a B defuse coming through for a sniper. Well, okay, we've got an M15 in hand now. And Craze will know that. You have a good idea that he would have had time to find another weapon to try and take this fight on with.
Looking for information.
Did he see him?
He's running out of time.
15. Sees him. He might just stick this, you know. He might just stick it. He might just stick it. Is he going to get away with it? Absolutely not. Another round coming through for Draza and Co. Yeah, it's always tough, especially with 25 seconds on the clock. You only just get there. You've got no information. It's so hard to win this one because you just give it a wide shot. You're a little bit worried about the sniper if you're Crazed, but can't be that worried with around 9 seconds to go. Get that one secured, and it's another round for Draza and Co. 4-2 to the good.
They just seem to have a bit of advantage so far in these rounds. Guys are looking for any information, but completely smoked out. Is actually now diving out of the window to get it as Craze finds 2. Oh my goodness! We are going to need to see what happened there. We only got this point of view, but that seemed a little bit insane.
Let's see, how did this go down?
Well, Craze.
1, 2, 3. The big hit around the outside. Craze on top.
We didn't get to see the first 2.
No.
But that was a very fast round.
Just casual 6 in a row from Craze.
Wow. At the moment, all the momentum is there as Team Draza look poised to win this S&D and see whether or not they can continue going through. Here comes the hit. Automatically out here as well. The trophy would affect as well, but Craze continues.
God.
That's now 7. Toys to play with. Hellstorm first. No. Runs Shotsy's team run. Oh, they're trying to get into a safe space.
I mean, there's only a couple of places you really can't hide. I mean, it'll do well. Can you bend this into... Yeah, you can, you know. Oh, that's so well placed. Shotsy tries to survive inside of the crate and gets wiped. The other 2 players have had to back on up, and now you've got A control. This should be the game for Draza and Co.
Trying to make a play here. Has a sniper. I don't think they're going to give him anything. To 1 versus 4, and down he goes as well. And that is an easy S&D for Team Draza. Felt in control for almost every single round. There are a couple of opportunities to clutch for Team Shotsy, but just was not to be.
I mean, it's just very one-sided, right? It's just like they were in constant control. A couple of 1v1s went Shotsy and Co's way. You think of the one that Hook managed to get. I mean, Hook puts up 1,400 damage in 8 rounds for the L, the most in the game. Just not able to quite finish his dinner on a couple of occasions, but the job is done. Draza and Co will find their map, and we'll be heading into an overload all tied up. And this is how it's going down in the winners round 3 games for both the OpTic lot. Of course, still very much in this tournament. So back and forth between these 2. This one really does have the ingredients to go the distance, pricey, in the game that we're watching right now.
No, it 100% does, and I'm kind of curious of how this one eventually plays out, because both teams looking very, very strong. Obviously, you have to give it to Team Draza. Just looked so much better in the SnD. Did have some legs in the Hardpoint, but not enough to beat Team Shotsy. So maybe as this goes forward, we'll see whether it is the respawns or the SnDs that do make the difference for these two teams. I was actually just having a look at how the rest of the games are going. In lower round 2, I was trying to work out if that game had started, because I did go and check some of the Twitch streams.
They should have done.
But I didn't see Cammy playing.
I mean, this is always the problem when it kind of gets to these stages of the tournament. Those losers round 2, best out of 3 should be getting going, and I suppose the winners bracket side of things can keep rolling, because we're going to probably be having a peek in the losers round 3 shortly as well, I would imagine. Just purely because, I mean, that's losers teams going up against losers team. Nobody dropping into losers round 3. They've got to advance through to then get losers round 4. If you do want to see the bracket, it is, however, at the top of your chat. I see a lot of people have been asking that question. It's right at the top end of things if you do want to keep an eye on how things are going in some of the other games. Of course, you can just watch on some of the other streams. We'll keep you up to date as best as we can in here as well. But yeah, I mean, this has been interesting so far, especially this game in particular. I like to see how one-sided, if anything, that Search and Destroy was. But we're going to be moving away from exposure and heading into an overload, and I think that should be really exciting between these two teams. You've got SMG playmakers across the board. See which way it takes them.
Well, at the moment, I can tell you that Cammy game has just started. Well, I say just started. They're literally waiting on the host, but they are in the lobby, and now it has begun. So they'll be getting that one going. I can't tell you about the list of losers round 2 quite yet. Hoping they get those all ready to go. But we haven't seen many results flood in from them, so maybe just a few seconds for lower round 2 to really kick into gear. But if you are watching and wondering what you are watching, this is, of course, First Cup 5, presented by Monster Energy. And we are actually not too bad in the bracket at the moment. We are in round 3 in the upper bracket and round 2 in lower.
Yeah, this is to determine a spot who gets into winners of finals. So we're taking it along quite nicely. One apiece in this series, and of course the other game that's going on in the winners round 3 side of things is Dashy Merc Simpin 04 taking on Joe Deceives, Real, Slasher, and Nero. So that'd be a really interesting one. Both these winners round 3 games go kind of crazy, to be honest with you, but you know what? I think a lot of people would have said that, yeah, it's absolutely going to be the two OpTic duos going in up against each other in that winners finals, but you never know. These things do not necessarily always work out the same way you would think. Mind you, I mean, look, if your money's going to be anywhere, it's got to be on Mercules and Dashy, right? Because Merc has been that guy so far in these kickoff tournaments, Bryce. He hasn't lost one yet. Barely. Not a major one, at least, anyway. He's winning a serious amount of cash already in the first couple of weeks, I should say, in Black Ops 7.
Oh, has been certainly a good tournament so far. We are getting word that this game is ready to rock. We're going to jump straight into it as both teams already starting to make some moves, Ton.
And it can be really pacey, can Scar. I mean, just the game mode of Overlook can be pacey, especially when you're looking at the teams that are up against each other here. It's just going to be pure pace, but look at the control that Shotsy and Co have. That's another 4 dead. Gonna get a hold of the point, and yeah, they can just force them out. Players spawning over towards the back side still, and they are just entering the blender. I mean, what a way to start things off. Doesn't get the second tick, though. It doesn't fall on through, and they just about hold it. A little bit more patience from Shotsy and Co there may well have done them a little bit more of a benefit, to be honest with you. They had the position. They could have taken their time. They didn't. And now all of a sudden, they're fighting for a little bit of control themselves.
Well, there they go. Pressure mounting. Go try and win some gunfights, though, and they won't. Team Shotsy will grab them. And they will take possession of the device and try to move it up the field themselves. Don't really have a blocker yet so far. That has been pushed into the mid-map there by Hugh. Almost like a reset game. You've got to keep an eye, though. Big stair fight going through, and Boozer will win it. This is danger zone. They have blockers in front of them. Team Draza are looking to make a score here. Shotsy will find one. Looking for the second. Goes for the reach out. Not able to get it, but that will be scored. Team Draza. Oh, wait a minute, though. Surely.
No, They didn't get it over the line. It was a big kill came through. There was one player who was trying to be the blocker. He was trying to push forward. That was a boozer. But nobody else could quite get it over the line, and then the kills come through. Kleenex. I'm hearing some slander for Kleenex and Insight in the chat. You're watching a different game than me, guys. I'll tell you that. Boozer and Draza. Actually, no, he's picked it up. He's managed to find the flank, and they haven't got it out. Oh, there's no way that Draza's been able to do that. Okay, never mind. The slander can come through. Why have they not got that out of their spawn?
Maybe hoping for a reset and to push forward, and it hasn't worked out for them. However, with 3 down, they're going to try and make a play here. There's going to be a Boozer who tries to hold the line. Do they know where he is? Can they take him down? No! A Boozer finds 2 and shuts down this push. And it's only going to be Shotsy left alone in no man's land. He does find 2 himself, trying to keep this play alive. You can see players reinforcing on the map at the moment. Shotsy being a pain, like he always is in these situations. Diving about! Just cannot win that gunfight, but is it enough? Has he deflected the pressure, allowing teammates to move forward?
It's just about pressure. It's about momentum consistently. Shotsy. The one that carries so much behind him as well. Hook. He's going to fall. Hasn't really been able to get things going here as Hook. Kleenex. Good shots. Continue to just try and keep that pressure on. The MP in a good spot. Here for Team Shotsy. They're trying to keep it there as well. The pickup comes through. And honestly, I would have probably tried to leave that alone. If anything, farm Team Draza. Let that reset come through. But you want to try and get out as quickly as you can. And you may well be able to do so. If you can move it down the motel side, and that's what they're trying to get going now. Shotsy continuously on the flank. He may well have to do something here as Kleenex will lose that gunfight. A lot of back and forth so far.
Oh, you not able to get that second kill in, but possession will switch over to Team Shotsy. Being careful here. Shotsy going to try and make another move. That timing just good enough. It is. Unfortunately, going to be taken down by Top Broken. They still have possession. Keep an eye. Hugh is going to try and make a gap. He finds the first. Can they get in position now? You can already see the device moving fast, trying to get here. Unfortunately, this is a dangerous dive. It is not easy to get it through. They might try and wrap again. Unfortunately, they run into bodies as Lurks takes them down.
Aggression coming through in 23 seconds. I mean, the talking point of that half will be that play made from Draza. Finds a flank. I believe he must have went around field. Or just got through the middle of the map. Somehow it had to be through field. Kleenex just trying to check the middle of the map. And I think the thing is like, you could have said, okay, he wants to get it out. Like, why isn't he getting it out? But realistically, you would have thought one of the SMGs would have maybe picked that one up, got it running. No chance, though. Draza makes the play. Want a piece at the half.
Sometimes just need a little bit of luck, and Team Draza got it. But it is just a very defensive game. I mean, you can see how difficult it is to really get this device moving towards a point. Like, hey, we made a kill. We're right next to it. Unfortunately, we've got to dive across basically an open kind of kill zone to get it through. And if you can't make the first kill, you might not make the second. And by that time, everybody spawned back up. And you get a low-scoring game. But will that change in the second half?
Trying to get a bit of control through the shop. And as we've seen, like, I mean, we only kind of got to see the back end of it in the first round. It's just all about that control that can come through at the start of the game, and then what can you do with it? Incredible shots coming through from Shotsy. He finished that one up, and now they can start getting aggressive. Kleenex here to try and cover. Have they got Grandma's control? They're about to get it. Yes, they do. This one should be a score coming through. I'd be very surprised if it isn't. But the big flank comes through from Craze. Are you joking me? He wraps it through the middle of the map, and now they can get out. That's incredible plays from Craze.
Oh, that's insane. What do you do here in this one? I mean, you must have felt so confident. So many kills going your way, and just a two-piece completely shatters your resolve. Shotsy finds another kill, though. I mean, he'll pick this up, but as he wraps it, which he is going to do, be short-lived. Here they go again. Team Shotsy on the attack.
Trying to break things open. Good shots coming through, but M15 rightfully winning that one. And it's just going to be about that Grandma's control. You can't get it. Kleenex tries to make the flank. Doesn't happen. Boozer Manages to find something that you can see already. The pickup comes through from Lurks just to get a little bit of control. Map kind of split in a bit of a weird way, and this is where Overload can become a little bit tense. It's just to try and find other players on the other team. Can you find something? Can you just try and not get caught out? Well, spots like that can happen, and Lurks can just walk it through like that. And that's all of the map kind of just being a little bit split. Players not having the information. You lose a couple of gunfights where you don't even expect the player to be, and it's a free zone to walk into. Well played from Lurks and Co. Just setting themselves up in that position.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is really, really dangerous. Draza in a great position here. Can he get any gap? Unfortunately, he's going to go down. Lurks finds one more back here at the same time. He does have the device. It is close. Will go down before he can do any more damage for Team Shotsy. They've got Shotsy basically being the tip of the spear. Isn't going to be able to get any further forward. One thing they do seem to be struggling with is getting this push moving.
It's difficult, isn't it? You need to be able to find the kills in the middle of the map, and it's like a step-by-step process. And right now, they have no mid-map control. Kleenex is going to get caught out in the middle of nowhere. 3-1 to Lurks and Co. And they're just able to force it through. This B point is one of those with just that truck in the way coming off the respawn. Miraculously so, you shouldn't just be able to get a free shot on them immediately as you come back into the game. But the problem is you can start to get pinned. Abuza can then walk this one in. I think are dog walking them at the moment. Incredible work from Abuza and Co. Team Draza in the driving seat and just keeping this one rolling. Abuza can find two. Craze with another. If you're Shotsy and Co, you haven't had map control in what feels like 20 minutes.
Yeah, they're pretty much playing from spawn. And even now, look at it again. Same thing. Not able to push out. Not able to get any kills moving. Kill feed. Going to Team Draza again. That's 3 down. Cuke, last alive. Device picked up. They are going towards either point, really. They just have the numbers and the bodies that will go in towards A. Abuza will dive, and that's 5-1. This started off as a competitive game. It is no longer that.
They've just had them in the blender for the last minute or so, haven't they? The Mercy Rule might be coming out in a second. That might be GG. They've completely got control of the map. They have dominated for quite some time. Shotsy and Co can do absolutely nothing about this one. There's the 6th. That'll land in here on Scott. They just can't get them out of these power spots whatsoever. Abuza is shooting nukes out of his M15. 5 in a row from him. Oh, and the pistol nearly finds the 6th. There's another one landing in. 7. Incredible work from Draza and Co. This has been a clinic on how to play Scar Overload. Get control and never, ever let it go.
Yeah, this has been kind of crazy. I mean, we were talking about how close the game really was and the close stop by Craze earlier on. We're like, hey, is that going to be a difference maker? Technically, no. I mean, it's something going up, but 8-1 is how that one ended. And that will be Team Draza 2-1 up now in winners round 3.
I mean, just this from Abuza is disgusting. Shots are good there. And he's like, okay, we should probably get Abuza out that window. Nope. It's another and just it's shooting ridiculously straight. Knew this player was on the inside as well. Already took a bullet, and I think that's the only reason he doesn't win this one with a pistol. Wasn't far away. Big game from Team Draza. And that is it, a significantly one-sided game in the end. And you seen, like, in the very first round, Shotsy and Co tried to set that up themselves by having that control, but just were not able to quite execute. It's fair to say that Team Draza were able to, though. Incredible work from them. They will find themselves now in the lead in this series, Brycey. 2-1 up. Can they get the dub now at this stage? If they were to knock Shotsy and Co down in the losers bracket, that would be an upset. Like, they're both very, very good teams, but you would expect Shotsy and Co to be able to advance on through. This is a big potential for an upset here in map number 4. That it's going to be coming up in a second, but the Overload, very, very one-sided.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think any of us really expected it to get that far out of control. I would even say, sort of tentatively, that Team Shotsy may have put their heads down after a couple of those. They really didn't look coordinated. They didn't really seem to be winning any gunfights. And yeah, credit to Team Draza. They saw the weakness and said, all right, let's step on the gas. Let's really go for it. And we're almost farming them towards the end. But Yeah, kind of a crazy turn up for it. Maybe just the frustration of not getting that cap earlier really kind of knocked them for a bit, and then it just compounded. After they kept losing over and over again, they couldn't take down a boozer, and you're like, they've tried everything and nothing has worked, and we're going to another map because that one's pretty much done. As we look at this hard point for Team Shotsy, maybe to start fighting back.
Yeah, I can't remember specifically what map we're going to. I think is it potentially Den? I'm not 100% sure. I'm seeing we're going to Colossus, so that's good. That's going to be an interesting one. But I'm seeing a lot of like comments about the mode and overload, and I think it's just a case of just teams just trying to get used to it, right, and figure out how it's going to work. But I mean, teams are very used to how Hardpoint works, and we'll see how things are going to go here in this cluster. But I'm hoping that people are going to give it Overload a chance. I'm enjoying it personally myself, but I don't know if I'm just biased. I like a fast game mode like that. Prefer it over Control. But either way, as mentioned, we're into the hard point. Let's see how things are going to go. And this is all about the P2 rotation coming up in 30 seconds time. Bressy, Team Draza on the right side of that one currently. Want to try and hold that one down if they can.
Just trying to make sure they don't lose anything here, but so far so good for Team Draza. Soaking up an awful lot of P1 time. Here comes the push. Jumps out as well. I was going to say, surely he doesn't win that gunfight.
Big fight, no one's the back. Lux will lose it. That's P2 rotation. Probably going to go Shotsy and Ko's way. And this is now some potential for a really big hold. Gotta make sure you hold from the mid-map push, but also at the front side as well. How on earth has Craze found that? That's 3 out of nothing through the front. We'll find 2, the third on top of it. That is not a break that should happen whatsoever.
Pressure's now really mounting. They just seem to be reeling. I said the SnD was great for Team Draza. The overload got for it as well, but now Team Shotsy are going to need to take a breather. There needs to be a mental reset. We've seen this team perform wonders, and they will need to do so again.
Lux again. I mean, him and Craze have been outstanding in this series so far. They will get broken back in the rotation over towards P3 now incoming. You can see now they're kind of just jostling for control over towards this P4 side. They're really thinking about the spawns here. Looks like it is going to go over towards Craze, Lex, and Co. I mean, they're doing a phenomenal job here on Colossus so far. Holding down P3. Mid-cut's going to start coming through here as well, potentially for Shotsy and Co. But right now it is, of course, Draza and the boys in control of the map.
P3's a difficult one. You've got to try and keep out of those nade traps as well, but awful lot of chest high cover for the teams to get for. Boozer is waiting for the push. He knows coming and finds the first one. Still has players as well, but they are surrounded, and it will be Team Shotsy that eventually manages to take them out of here. But Draza gets 2. Tries to keep this hard point alive.
It's alright though, they've still got the spawns that they want. And that's the important thing, because it can be quite mixy over towards P3. Now they're in control. Craze, good shots. Quite like the Dravak class, if I'm honest. I've been seeing some wonderful things from Shotsy's actually managed to find a way through here. Shotsy, how has he found those 2? Draza will find 2 back though, and that will just settle things down. But there you go, hook through the side door, and that was all set up by the 2 that was found from Shotsy. So all that time that P3 was happening, you're seeing both these 2 teams kind of jostling over these P4 spawns because they can be so influential. Okay, they're going to get it back now, but Shotsy and Co caused them what? About 20 seconds of time that probably was going to go Draza and Co's way to kind of fall by the wayside. The problem is they need the time themselves here, Brycey, still.
And this is looking better and better for Team Draza. I really wondered what had kind of happened since that SnD ton. Doesn't feel like it's the same Team Shotsy.
Oh my.
Definitely slowed down as Lux picks up even more. 20 and 10 now. Just leagues above everybody else in this lobby.
I mean,
they've already
Craze was
crossed.
the reason. I was going to say, sorry, Craze was the reason they had that P2 spawn, but he's sitting at 9 and 9. He found the 3 priests to break them up, and then Lurks is then alongside him, dropping 21 and 10. Hard to combat against this. Ravens are going to be a force this year if Lurks and Craze are playing like this.
So far, so good. You can see them still continuing to push the tempo. Both teams will flood into this P1 over and over again, trying to dodge as many nades as possible. Clinics with a big kill gives them a little bit of scrap time, but unfortunately Insight's nade lands clean onto Hugh and leaves the hill open again.
Good work here from Crazy and Co. Some good time over towards P1, which is not an easy thing to do. Abuza trying to spin. I mean, these are looking like one of the teams to beat right now. Aggressive push coming out here from Craze as well, just trying to give a little bit of separation inside. Kleenex dealt with. And now all of a sudden you just got to watch the fight because Craze has pushed that out. You know there's going to be players pushing around. The one player may well have slipped the net. And of course, who else other than Shotsy? He gets picked up, but the rest of the team are able to pinch off his just distraction rather than anything, and the break comes through. Nicely done from Team Shotsy. They need this time.
Next, trying to clean this one up, and we'll do with the pistol. They are pinning their hopes on getting a clean glut of time. Shotsy going to go down as well, though, because let's face it, Lurks is on a generational run so far into this one, and oh my goodness! Fortunately, it's all cleaned up by teammates, but it could have been disastrous. Craze flies in again. Inside managed to shut them down. He's on a 5 streak at the moment, and it is a streak they have desperately needed. Team Shotsy starting to fight back as Inside is drilling people left, right, and center. I'm actually wondering where the next player has come from. It's a bit of chaos on the map in terms of spawns. But we head over to P3, and there is a glimmer of hope for Team Shotsy on the map.
I mean, Lurks just put himself in a really good position to potentially pinch, try and shut down this push that's going to come through. But an important thing to note, Insight on a 6 spree. He's going to probably want to call in this Hellstorm at some stage, maybe during this hill, but do you keep it for P4 to try and find a breakthrough there? It's not as an easy one to find. To be honest with you, it's one of those maps where you would think a Hellstorm would be really effective, especially on P3, but there's a big old building in the way when you're trying to call this in. So Insight might choose just to not bother. As himself, Shotsy and Co are starting to fire on a couple of different cylinders now. If you're Crazy and Co, are you going to continue to slow down? Not quite. They'll get control over towards P3 with 15 seconds to go. Now it's going to be about the break heading over towards the back of P4. Can they find a way through? Because you need to. You're still 60 behind.
Well, that little glimmer of hope has dimmed a little bit on that last one. He's going to be first in, but does he have position? No. Lurks is going to be here already looking for the pinch. He's going to be worried about it. You can see him going back and forth as they try to nail them down here, but it's going to be all Team Draza kind of pinned towards the back. Crazy to go, finds the first, looking for the second, not going to be able to get it. That's a trade coming through as Kleenex finds his second as well. Lurks gets one back at the same time. Both teams know how important it is to break into this one. If Team Shotsy grabs it and rips this time away, they will tie this game back up after what has been a quite dismal start.
How on earth have they done that from that side as well? And the answer to that is Kleenex. He's found 2. One, the second one he had no right to find, and then pushes through, finds another 2, spawns them out. It's potentially good time on the cards, but Abuza and Craze can find 2, but Shotsy cleans it up. Spawns over towards the backside now, 15 seconds remaining. The trade will come through. It's a decent enough break coming through from Team Draza. 5 seconds to go on it. They'll still have themselves a healthy little lead, heading into a 3rd rotation, but this has been back and forth, hasn't it? Yes, okay, the majority of control has belonged to Team Draza, but Shotsy and Co threatening to come back into this one. They're not too far behind now.
Duke jumping up, trying to make his presence known here again. I don't know how much time they can bleed out of P1, but they are trying to do so. Hugh looking for the kills. That is just unfortunate timing. Gave up a second too soon. Back around again. Fortunately, they are winning in the kill feed. A little bit more time gained, but Hugh only grabs a second. Shotsy just firing every bullet he has. He's weak. Somehow still alive.
P2 spawns aren't necessarily being thought of too much. Teams have found the break on occasion a little easier than expected. But some great time coming through from Abuza and Co here now. Won't quite get them over that 200-point limit, but now they can start to rotate, and they just seem to have that aggression. The SMG seem to have the number. Kleenex over the top. And those are the kind of moments that can change a game. Kleenex survives. These teams continuing to spawn in. They're getting the time. Kleenex goes massive.
And they have an opportunity. Trailing the entire time. Team Shotsy now have the spawn. They have the kills. They have the players on the hot streaks. Inside trying to stay alive as well, but they've got players down here as well. This is disastrous. Shotsy's going to be alive and pinched. Down he falls. Control will go to Team Draza once again as Hugh will try and make as many kills as he can, but he's gone down as well. And it will be Team Draza that now cross that 200-point barrier.
That's a massive moment. You can see Hook is the only one who spawns in over towards that backside. He just tries to stay alive. Boozer, he's shutting them down on his own. That's great time for them to snatch away, because to be honest, it felt like Shotsy and Co were in complete control of that one. And eventually, they get broken. Over towards P3 we go. Craze trying to hold it down from Connect this side. Insight and Co, though, inside of the point. This is about a 20-point game with 50 seconds to go here over towards P3. This is a great hold so far, but look at the long flank coming in from Draza. Is that going to be the break? Are they going to find a way through? Kleenex can find one. Is the trade going to be there? It is. So the spawns are available for Draza and Co. They've got control of the point. This is their map to lose.
Well, they did have it for a few seconds there as well. Trophy's working overtime. Everybody waiting for positioning. Here comes another flank. Shotsy again. The flank master. Tries to get through, but they've got to get through Craze as well. He's holding them off as long as he possibly can, but they will grab this. Insight is also deploying the Hellstorm. Not going to find very much with it, but he will keep them pinned. Shotsy calling in his own. They're calling in everything from the skies, Ton.
See, this is the problem. It's hard to kind of bend around over towards P3. You're just finding very, very little with them. Absolutely nothing found by Shotsy and Co. The only thing they have is Hook towards the back. He's going to find one. Surely doesn't find a second. How on earth's he done that? And all of a sudden you're in. Shotsy and Co can maybe bring this one back. Both these two teams can win it towards this back four. Hardpoint right now.
Hugh, better than a Hellstorm. Better than two Hellstorms. Finds the kills they desperately needed. Unfortunately, this will be the last roll of the dice. Shotsy, first one for the rest of the team, lining up behind him. They're going to fly into this point. Unfortunately, there is nothing but misery and failure, as it will be Team Draza that take the point, take the map, and take the series, as they take this one 3-1 and move into winners round 4.
Incredible work from Team Draza. I thought when Hook broke it towards that backside, that might have been that. They might have been able to find a way through, but it's one of those games where you just think that moment over towards the backside of P2, you're fighting from so far back. It's just too tall of an order for Shotsy and Co, and they will drop into the losers bracket. But Draza and Co advancing on through here, Bryce, in a 3-1 fashion. I don't want to call it necessarily too much of a surprise, because I mean, there's some really good players on that roster, but for them to do it in that fashion, maybe a little bit surprised for a lot of people watching.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, realistically, most of the way through they were in control. You could kind of feel Team Shotsy coming alive a little bit. Insight went on a streak earlier on as well, and those two Hellstorms that came down, just not effective. We have spoken about this before, and I know it's been rumbling along the entire kind of community. Just how long the animation now is on a Hellstorm makes it a dangerous prospect. Don't get me wrong. Very, very effective if used in the right time, but it probably feels like an age to these players playing at that pace and then having to call an animation that takes 2 working days to get there.
It takes so long. I think the problem is, though, as well, is that the Hellstorms are really good, though. Like, you can find multiple with it, but it takes an absolute age to call it in. And when you're at that stage where it's a very close game, that it's coming down to the wire, and you're calling in 2 Hellstorms, that 2 players off the map for what, like a combined 20 seconds or so, it does take some time. But at that moment, it's a hard map to really use them well on the Hellstorms as well. I think I would have said probably don't use them, but here we are. Well played from Team Draza.
Yeah, 100%. And hey, I'm looking forward to see how it goes. And well, with Shotsy in the lower bracket, it's not over. Obviously, can still fight their way all the way back. And that's probably one of the most key points of any double elimination, is anything could happen. A little bit dangerous with a best of 3 down there as well, but they have been playing pretty well. But does this change, Ton, in your mind, who wins?
I mean, look, I think Dashy and Co would have been always favorites to a certain degree. You've got Merc on your team who literally hasn't lost one of these major tournaments in the kickoffs whatsoever. So it is his to lose, you'll like to think. But yeah, Shotsy and Code dropping in to losers, bit of a surprise.
It certainly is. Well, we'll keep you updated with the bracket and everything else here at First Cup 5, presented by Monster Energy after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Welcome back to First Cup 5, presented by Monster Energy. My name is Bryce, joining me here, Chris Tan. We are live and deep in the bracket on this one. In fact, we may take a little wander down to the lower bracket in this next one, Tan, where Shotsy himself is also visiting.
Yeah, Shotsy is down here. I'm just having a little look at it. You guys have been seeing the bracket, but we're going down the losers bracket side of things. This is where it's best of 3, so things can get very, very complicated very, very quickly. Complicated in the fact that you could be 1-0 down and 1 map away from going out of the tournament in the blink of an eye. Just having a look at some of the matchups that we do have down here. There's some real big ones, to be honest with you, where we're keeping an eye on how things are going. But we've got Cabal taking on Predcell, Cammy, and Snoopy. That is a big one. If Cabal can take this, they've kind of slowly been making their way through. Cabal actually going on, they beat 2Real, Awakening Geo, and Ulysses 2-0. Now they're going to be going up against Cammy and Co, who just beat Brackfellow, Nate, and Eric Boom 2-0 as well. So there's plenty of good teams down here who are advancing through very, very quickly. You will go through to actually face up against the loser of Dashy, Merc, Simp, and 04 against Joe Deceives, Real, and Slasher, and Nero. So no easy matches left whatsoever, Bryce. We're starting to whittle these teams down. We've lost, what, 8 already? We're down to our final 8.
Yeah, we certainly are, and it only gets better from here. That's the key. A little bit more pressure mounting as time goes on. You've already done pretty well in the tournament. Well, you'll be hoping to do even better as it continues. But here's our map set for lower round 3. Den Hardpoint, Scar Overload, and Den Search and Destroy. Already seen these a couple of times today, but Tan, how do you feel?
Looking over towards it, I mean, very fast-paced. So whoever has the SMGs really running on a different level are going to be causing a lot of problems on these ones. Den Hardpoint going to be coming up. I mean, that we've already seen this evening. It has been very, very quick. Scar Overload, though, I mean, that's one of those you just have to literally not make a mistake on, or all of a sudden, specifically on that side where you spawn closer towards Motel, you can be punished big time. So teams are going to have to make sure that they don't let that happen. Then Den Search and Destroy is going to be coming up for map number 3 if we need it. Feels like the Search and Destroy map right now, to be honest with you. When we're thinking about Black Ops 7 Search and Destroy, I think Den. So let's see how that one's going to run when we do get to it. Yeah, interesting map set. Let's see how things are going to kind of shake out here. Looking over towards some of the results. So Dashy and Co are 2-0 up in their game. But more than likely going to be going through to face up against Craze, Lurks, and Co. Let's see how it's all going to kind of play out here, Brycey. I was trying to have just a little bowl of yogurt, just try and keep going. You know?
I was gonna say, I could tell you'd come back with some food. I knew something was going on.
What did my voice sound different?
I think I've known you too long.
Maybe.
I think that's what it is. I could just tell. I just knew you had food with you. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I'm that fat. I have like a sixth sense for this stuff. But anyway, as we talk about the rest of this tournament, while we're waiting for this lobby to get underway, which is what we are currently doing, everybody who's probably in the chat wondering why the game isn't starting, we're just trying to get into this lobby and get this lobby underway. So while we do that, of course, let's talk about some topics that have been kind of running around the Twitter sphere, shall we, Tan? One of these is the upcoming, and this is what I want to talk about earlier. So the upcoming sort of conversations around snipers, smokes, GAs, and everything else has been really, really fascinating for me. Because, I mean, fortunately, we've got time for this, so I'm going to go into it.
Oh, no.
There are ways of looking at this that are kind of weird because both sides are right. So that there are a couple of principles that people need to understand. One is make something as good as possible so that people will want to be engaged with it. And the other kind of way of looking at it, neither of these are wrong, by the way, is to make something as broad as possible so as many people can kind of engage with it as well. And that's basically the crux of this big argument around GAs is you want as much stuff in as possible so the game is as close to normal Call of Duty as possible. You want snipers in because they're very, very entertaining and everybody likes watching a sniper. But at the same time, you want the game as most competitive integrity and least frustrating as possible so that people want to play it. So when people are talking about this, there is no real wrong way. I will say one of the things that I think is very fascinating is that people are very, very bad at putting their points across. And it can come across as either petulant or argumentative or just quite dismissive when they're talking about it. And I think that's the real issue that we're coming against here. It's not that it's a wrong way of looking at it, where you want to kind of put that line on how you're trying to get the game as best as possible for the upcoming season. It's that the maybe social media is not the best place for this as a long format argument. You know, when you're trying to tweet something out, it lacks context and depth and everything else. But I mean, that's probably just my point of view of it. And I can see it from both sides. Realistically, the pros are always going to know what is the most competitive thing here, but they're also going to vote in their own interests. The community wants to see as much chaos as possible. They want it to be fun and entertaining for the year. Neither side is wrong. We just have to find the right balance, and unfortunately that means there's an awful lot of slinging words about on social media.
Well, I think the thing is that I can't remember. I think it might have been Nameless who actually tweeted this in. I wish we, or something along the lines of, I wish we could see what was going on, just not be able to comment on it. So, like, you know, obviously these conversations kind of go on in the background in the sense of, like, okay, what should we use in this year? Like, what's really the vibe? It would be cool for the community just to see that process and understand who's saying what to a certain degree.
I'm going to disagree.
You probably didn't disagree because then it would create more discourse. But at the same time, just to have an understanding of how these things are actually decided and why the decision is being made, and people putting their point across and then seeing that in a real-term thing rather than just seeing what people are posting on social media might make it easier for people to understand, and then there's less discourse. So more information, less discourse. Kind of what I'm trying to say here, Brycey. Well, maybe he's going a bit deep on this, but we're starting loading up shortly. We are you can tell we used to have a podcast where we used to go deep into these kind of things at this stage, let's say.
Yeah. And if you're wondering why we're talking, we're waiting for the map to load. So we're just, it's either that or, you know, you can make yourself a nice cup of tea while you wait for it, but we're going to talk about this. So you talked about more discourse. Yeah, exactly. More wafflers. We can see the chat, by the way. One of the things you talk about, do we want to see the pros talk about? Honestly, no. And I'll tell you why. Not because I think it wouldn't be entertaining, but because some of the pros aren't the best at putting their points across. So it would probably devolve into a shouting match, and probably wouldn't be that great in terms of putting trust into the process, I think, realistically. Yeah. So I think it's an interesting one, but we are waiting for this one to start. But I think the talk around GAs this year is probably one of the most open it's been. Players are trying to find the right rule set, but it's genuinely quite difficult for striking that balance of competitive integrity and not making the game frustrating versus, hey, we want to see everything. If it was up to me, I would genuinely quite like to see more maps in, like you mentioned earlier, and then maybe at stage 1, at the end of Major 1, that's when we start cutting things down.
Yeah, potentially. I not even cutting down. I would just keep them up there. I mean, there's so many things that we can kind of go on. Yes, okay, we are read the chat, but we're just trying to get a conversation going about GAs and stuff like that. Of course, we read the chat. We like to just see all the times you're talking smack about us, and we take a personal mental note of it and keep it forever. If I ever see your names ever again in the chat, I will come to. No, I won't abuse you. Of course, you're all entitled to have your opinions on whether we're talking rubbish or not. But like, it's just trying to get that conversation across about GAs, that kind of thing. I think the game might actually be ready, though. We should be good to go.
There we go.
And we can stop talking Japanese, and now we can get into the game. That's what everybody wants to say. I'm glad you pressed the button to start it, by the way, Brycey. I was waiting for you to do it.
Well, I was just distracted by your mustache, as I always am. But anyway, this game is ready to rock as both teams fly into that first hard point. As we can see here, at the moment, Team Cammy getting the advantage, but this, of course, will be a best of 3. We haven't seen an awful lot of the lower round, but it is going to be a best of 3 at this point.
See how things are going to work out for both these two squads. Because, I mean, this is going to be a really cool matchup, really, isn't it? Because you think of how Cabal have been running through. They've been looking great in the lower side of things, as we kind of expected. They went up against one of the best teams in the entire tournament, and at least some took them to 4 maps, made things competitive. How are they going to do against another very good roster here? Well, P2 control right now is just about in their favor. Icons is 4-0 to kick things off.
Oh, sees a couple of heads peeking above the parapet and tries to stay alive as well. Cammy eventually does cut down Stallions as well as Icons and gets traded for it. So far, they are holding this at bay. It's a couple of very dangerous choke points to run through here, which is all the problem Team Stallions is having. Cabal doing their best to just keep cutting them down as they appear. Even with the nades, it's not really giving them the opportunity to get through.
Great hold so far. Now spawn them towards the back. That's kind of where you want them now. Starting to transition over towards this other side. Spawn that's actually going to come through. Snoopy will be able to make his way over towards P3, but he's going to have a bit of company, a little bit of scrap time. Gonna go over towards Cammy and Co. But this aggression coming through from Cabal. Of course, they have a little bit of control here. They have some time to get some sort of setup, but they go through the middle of the map. That's a really nice push that's come through, but it's a small choke point. I think I'm going to deal with it. No, it seems as if they're being forced away, but spawning either side. KB staying alive is why they can hold on to it. Really, really nice job from Cabal.
Oh, staying alive. KB knows he's holding a crucial point here. Doesn't want to get caught, looking for it as well, and just takes down Stallion before he can do any more here. And Team Stallion, well, they're so spread, they just don't have an opportunity for a concentrated push. Pred trying to now get back into it. Cammy getting one down as well. They're looking for the scrap time here. Millie will hope to cut down one before he goes, but cannot find the first. And now Icons sees a sea of red ahead of him and won't be able to do very, very much as we hit the rotate.
Important that they can keep these spawns up, but a big hill comes through from KB the other side. So he's going to put that pressure on. Cammy does really well to find those two. You can see they kind of just want to push through here, Cabal, but struggle to do so. Actually, a rogue spawn over towards Dojo. So they're going to get that as that pops. So a weird little setup now for Cammy and Co. They're going to have to sit very tight in this because they don't quite have control of lobby that they want. Cammy's going to try and work on that. Gets wiped immediately. So there you go. A little bit of rooftops control. You can keep them out, but one good wave of gunfights here from Cabal gets them inside the hill.
KB looking for the third, not quite able to get it here. Still pushing forward as this might be a lead change. Snoopy on 4. Settling down and knowing there is about to be a flood of grenades coming through. He goes for the chow at the same time. Bit of a pre-fire, but already his teammates have lost it. Health coming back as Snoopy finds a wonder kill on a 6 streak himself here. With reinforcements coming through, this has been a wonderful hill for Team Stallion.
Snoopy getting aggressive through the middle of the map, and that really, it sometimes can be difficult to hold that with the spawns going the opposite direction. Team Sport holding on obviously over towards the lobby side, but if you can just hold those couple of gunfights, it makes it very, very difficult to find that break back. Maybe 12 and 6 to kick things off here. 45 seconds now over towards P1, trying to get some very, very decent time over towards this if they can. And if the setup is there, you can do, but easier said than done. So, Cammy, all working well together now.
Being careful. Cammy knows the pressure's coming. He knows where it's coming from as well. Just trying to stay alive as everybody's flying at him. Too many to shoot in a row, and it will be Team Cabal that will take this scrap time away. They are not allowing Team Cellium any breathing room at any point on this map, and it could only take something very small to shift the balance.
I've been really impressed, to be honest with you. I mean, I know the break's going to come through that from Cammy and Co. Now they're going to get complete control of this. That's now absolutely... that's a nightmare for Ruber and Co. Good shots coming through, but I've really been impressed with KB. I think a lot of people were kind of, you know, very hyped over Ruber, but KB has been an absolute shooter every single time we've been on board with him. Seems to make heads-up plays, as is Ruber here. He's found 2. The entry comes through, and for what I felt like was going to be a good enough hold here for Cammy and Co. Not going to happen.
Ruber waiting. He knows there's going to be a push here, and well, seems like Snoopy did as well. We're going to go down from the extra chow, though. Still trying to hold this. 20 seconds left. They know pressure from every single direction. Going to go out for it again. Icons will find one. Laying down with a pistol. Gets it. And again, Team Cabal bring this game close. Rotation coming in as well. It will be Team Cellium that's over there first. You can see Fred already pushing the lanes out. They'll spread this both sides to try to get as many kills as possible before the pressure mounts.
See so many teams try and set up this pinch. Because you'd rather have the dojo side spawns, but if you can then find the break and keep them, yeah, that's brilliant. And that is fantastic. A really nice breakthrough. Only one player remaining. That is as clean as a whistle. But you kind of lose the spawns. Be a little bit aggressive. Icons want to get involved and hasn't necessarily lost them, but if he'd stayed a little deeper, his team probably would have done the job without him. But they're going to continue to find these kills and start to get aggressive. Wonderful work once again from Cabal. Now find themselves in the lead.
Just a huge sweep from them. Icons now on 7. There's been some talk about it, but this Cabal squad I tell you what, if I'm playing challenges this year, I'm a little bit nervous. They really are putting the hurt on so many players in this tournament. Obviously find themselves in the lower bracket right now, but the talent is there.
Icon's looking at his 9th. 10 seconds have already popped over towards this hill. The lobby spawn is still very much here for Cabal, but that's a good wave of kills that's going to come through from Cammy, Snoopy, and Kill. Now they can continue to get some time. It's a really good kill going to come through from Millie. Just trying to stay alive over towards the middle of the map, but not going to happen. Everybody falling. KB going to try and do it on his own. Back up on its way. But 30 seconds to play for here. And Team Stallions could really put themselves in the driving seat if they can hold this time down.
Oh, trying to just get everybody into the point. Team Stallions holding on. Of course, Stallions finds 2. Very important scrap time at this stage of the game. The rotation is going to matter. You can see, though, at the moment, it will be Team Cabal that will be in the driving seat. They will be first into this.
If you can get players over towards double doors, just holding it down, really what you need is the mid-cut control as well. Fred starting to kick off. Can he find any more? Only sitting at 13 and 19. If he can start stepping it up, this should be an absolute walk in the park. Now they're getting some control. Hellstorm coming in. I believe that'll be coming in from Icons. And this is a map where you really can be effective when they're going to have to drop off. Fred can start to get aggressive, and he may well be able to call that out the rest of his team that he has made this aggressive move. The information, yeah, it doesn't matter when Pred's got the gunny like that. Snoopy now calling his in on the other side. He must have went on a spree at some stage. Finds absolutely nothing but information gained for both these two teams. I think if you're anything, that kind of benefit in the end, the side of Cabal. They've got the spawns that they want. They kept them off it for as long as possible. And they're getting some good time now. Snoopy has made a move to try and get this rotation, though. Brycey, he may catch them off guard. He may catch them off guard. Doesn't find the second. Rotation belongs to Cabal.
Here comes the push. They're going to try and split this as well, but keep an eye on that mini-map because Ruper's behind. So Lemon goes down as well. This will be a hit from the hard side. I think Pred's going to go for a flank. He's going all the way around here. He's going to try and break this with the help of his teammates. Can they get bodies in? They are waiting for Pred desperately. Pred finds one as well. This flank may have worked out. They now need to find this last kill, and they do. The long flank from Pred pays out in dividends and gives them back command.
Golf claps all around from that one. It's a ball play to make, but when you need to make them, who better to do so? Pred, Snoopy, Cammy, all combining well, and all off that play. Cabal are going to be sent 1-0 down in this series. Pred will then clean it up. It's 5 in a row towards the end. He'll get himself in neutral with the final kill. He makes the big move, though, and Team Stallions find themselves 1-0 up.
Oh, I tell you what, it's always tense towards the end of those games. Time seems to move just at a ridiculous pace. It must have felt like an age for them waiting for Pred. It's always the case here. You've got to remember, we're going into the closing side. Both teams are over 200. Obviously, Pred's called out. I'm going to try and hit a long flank for this one. Don't die. So for the rest of the team, it almost kind of feels like from the pace that we've had, they've almost had to stop. And they're like, oh, we are waiting. And it must have felt like forever. But Pred come through, found the kills, split the attention, which is more important on those. And it gives them that first map.
Yeah, really nicely done from Pred. Finds a way through. Makes those plays. And again, I feel like I'm kind of a bit of a broken record tonight, but it definitely feels like when we're talking about what teams are going to be good at this game, time and time again, it's the playmakers who seem to be getting things done on this. I know that's probably like okay, well, you can say that for every single card, but it definitely feels as if the benefit you get from somebody making a huge little play on times like that, when Pred can find that flank, he finds 6. That's what opens up a game. And it just feels as if you get so much benefit from it on this game so far. It might be just a case of teams like figuring it out still, right? But same can be said for Scar Overload. That's going to be the same story. If Pred and Co can start make plays, get a little bit of control, and get the ball moving, you're in a really, really nice spot. They're 1-0 up in this series. But Cabal have got it within them to come back here. And I think sometimes, you know, when you talk about teams and who can work better together, Overload is a big one, especially on this map. If you can get yourself set up, Cabal have got more than enough firepower to get this one done and send us to a map 3.
So I'll be looking for It's an interesting one. We also got a little bit of an update. Team Dashy 2-1 against Slasher and Co. So they have dropped their first map of the tournament as well. Still very much ongoing in that round 3 winners bracket. Keep you updated with that one as much as possible. We are trying to get this one continuing going. If that one is still alive, though, we will go to it after. But we will obviously be waiting for that one to happen. And you can see the rest of the winners bracket here and how it was played out. Probably the biggest upset, I'd say, is probably Shotsy dropping down. That team looked really, really good most of the way through, but Team Draza has also done so. So they managed to put Shotsy into that lower bracket that you can see there. We are still waiting on these games to go forward, but we've got Stallions versus Cabal now, and Kismet and Nasty still facing down as well.
Yeah, interested to see how that's all going to kind of play out. But we really are starting to whittle these teams down. And it's going to be interesting, honestly. As you said, we've seen Crazenlix and Abuza specifically all looked sensational. Draws, of course, had his moments, as he always does, but those three looked ungunnable at times. It was looking very, very solid across the board. So they're sitting in the winners bracket finals waiting, of course, of the winner out of Dashy, Mix, Simpin 04 against Joe Deceives, Real, Slasher, and Nero. As mentioned, that one has went to a 4th map. And keep an eye on how that one's going. I believe Dashy is, of course, streaming. So we'll be seeing the winner of that taking on Crazenlix, Abuza, and Draza in the winners bracket final. Looking towards this, though, we're slowly making our way through that losers bracket. This is what always does take a little bit longer to get through. When you come through all the way, it's the losers bracket that has to kind of catch up. It's got an extra round or two, doesn't it? It's like an extra round that you basically have to play. So we'll get caught up with that pretty soon. But that's a really nice win on the board there for Cammy and Co to get a hold of. Who they'll be going up against next, if they do advance through, though, is still yet to be determined. That game's ongoing, but we're going to stick with this one. Map number 2 should be loading in nice and quickly. Keep it coming in the chat, and we'll keep interacting with you. I've seen one comment there from, you know what, I can say it, from Guzzler. I want to see Dylan Cod on this game. You know what, I've never agreed with a statement in a chat as much as that in a long, long time. Love to see it. Nice to see him back at it.
Well, we'll keep up with that as the season goes on, but it looks like this game is underway as everybody facing down once again. A little bit of a fight flowing out from these teams. KB just being a bit careful.
Oh. Am I fitted?
You thinking the same thing I'm thinking?
Yeah, well, this should be overload, no? Am I stupid?
Well, it is what it is, and it isn't stopping, so we're just going to cast it as it is.
Am I dumb?
Well, looks like they're playing it out.
Have they agreed to not play overload? Because if so...
it looks like they have. All right, well.
So, they're kind of playing. Okay.
Well, we'll
get that clarified. No way. Is it actually? Okay, well, there you go. Lower bracket is Hardpoint, SnD. That's news to me.
We haven't done a lot of lower bracket games in this one.
That was absolutely fair. Oh, well, there we go.
All right, never mind. We continue.
Well, there you go. We're just like we're finding news on the fly. It's fine. Over towards P2 we go. And let's see how things are going to go down. Right now, though, we can go for Pred and Co. Got themselves a lead here. If I'm Ripper and Co, I mean, you need to find a way into this P2. Get a good start in this one, and you can get rolling.
Well, we can see. This is still very much all going to be about Team Stallions. Here comes the rotation. Keep an eye on icons. Key player in this play, unfortunately, is going to be found and taken down very, very quickly. Some long-range battles trying to go down as well, but it will be Team Cabal in the driving seat. 2 players sitting on that heady, 1 in the hill and 1 watching the flank. The flank player is going to be in trouble, though. Snoopy finds the angle straight away and now is opening it up. He's going to get the second, and now the pressure will continue mounting.
Icons, good shots coming through. Those kind of angles from Snoopy. It's so difficult to deal with. I tell you what, Icons has done phenomenally here. Can't find the pistol. It's going to be picked up by Pred, but a very, very mixy P3. Suits the team who are on the P4 spawns, which are going to be coming up in about 20 seconds time. Working all right for the side of Cabal. Rooper just snapping left, right, and center. Control will eventually go over towards Pred and Co, over towards P3, but as said, it's really where you want it to keep. Once the spawns over towards P4, if you are Cabal, and that's exactly what they got.
Gotta be careful. Icons. That's an awful lot of bullets spraying through two different windows at him. Just trying to see if he can pick somebody off here without exposing himself, and Icons goes flying out the window, unfortunately flying into the kill feed. KB out towards the back as well. Key gunfights taking place all over, but for Team Cabal, it has not felt like concise at any point, and they've been picked apart by Team Stallion.
Yeah, that's a really nice break. But you get the spawns over towards the back side, and that is the benefit. Can you find a way through, though? It can be a benefit, but it can also be a curse to a certain degree. You can just get put into a blender immediately, or can you find the gunfights? Well, the answer is the latter. You find the gunfights, you find a way through. Rupert on a 4 spree. Kind of kept the spawns, make it a 5, finishes that one off with a pistol. And wants to get aggressive, wants to see a little bit more action. There's number 6 from Rupert. What was it, a 14 spree up against the Stallions to finish off the Challengers Cup the other night? Looking to continue that kind of form. I really want to force this map number 3. Trying to get aggressive over towards this new hill. Now popping. Number 7 does not find its way through. But pinstripe kill feed. Not too bad in Indian. Just spawn towards the back side. So that would have been called out. Predator would have been like, okay, I'm spawning field, turn around, and Icons is already up top broken. Well,
Pred finds one through the wall here, but everybody's now piling in. I've said before, this is can be a bit of a nightmare of a hill to hold. You feel confined while you're in it and try to push up both sides. Pred doing a wonderful job, just flowing through the movement there. Best we've seen him play so far in this tournament. Now you get taken down by a nade all the way over. At the moment, they are holding on to this. Team Stallion still continuing this lead. Team Cabal desperately fighting from the back foot here. They've not had an awful lot of luck at getting map control, but they should have the advantage going into P1. Keep an eye on KB.
And this is all, I mean, never to call it out, but they have found themselves with what, a 60 or so, pointing more like 50 now, as that's going to tick on down. Kami's 5 and 13, and they're still taking it along like this. Incredible work here from Pred and Co. Kami's just filling in the dots, getting that hill time. Doing a good enough job. 40 seconds now, though. Some good time over towards P1. Going here for the side of Cabal. Contestation comes through. It's all about that rotation over towards P2 in 30 seconds time, but you can get some great time. Of course, the chopper in the middle of the map, just giving that cover. Trophy system down, you can get some very, very valuable time over towards P1.
Cooper finds one, desperately trying to stay alive and keep this in contention. You can see any point that Team Stallion get here just helps their lead tick over ever so slightly. They have the advantage going into this P2, but the fact that they're here first, they just start flowing in. A bit of a stack coming in from them. Cabal trying to get through, but there are just too many bullets and too many guns for this to be clean. Trying to use every bit of ordnance in their pockets to really break this.
Alright, staying alive over towards the backside. It just seems as if every time they get in control, Cabal are struggling to break. How on earth has he found that fight? Trades coming through. KB's doing well, and that is the extra one you needed. Rupa will do well. Some good shots coming in here from KB to back down Stallion. All spawning towards this backside. It's crucial. 25 seconds. If Cabal can get a hold of it, it puts him in a much better spot.
Snoopy's just trying to stay alive here. He knows it's important if he can do so. Finds a kill at the same time. And the fact they managed to even rip that away from Team Cabal is impressive. Snoopy just saying, all right, I'll take the last couple of seconds. Knows where a player's going to be as well. Picks him up before moving on. Into P3. You're going to see Rupert try and make magic happen, but Snoopy's going to try and do it the same as well. I think they're watching the window. It's going to be timing. It's unbelievable timing almost. Managed to get more than one. But so far, so good for Cabal. They will have control of this point now, Ton.
Yeah, and it was kind of a weird one. They kind of had a line across the map and just ended up winning their gunfights on, well, maybe the wrong side if you want to get the P4 rotation, which is something they may well need. But these 30 seconds would just about have them tied up if they can manage to continue to hold this one down. A little bit easier from this side, just with the cover that you've got from top broken. Push is a little more difficult coming through from Grommas, but you have the benefit of that spawn that's going to be coming up. But they've made this a much closer game than it was. It's about, what, a 60 point or so difference at one stage. And they're going to bring it back to within less than 10. Just around 10 by the time we get over towards Grandma's. But Rupert, they managed to flip it out. He's done extremely well to get themselves back to this point. And he's finding the gunfights where needed. Have to be careful that the spawns don't come through over towards that back side. Keep an eye on the bottom right corner of the minimap. Not going to happen. Middle of the map spawns. And they're going to struggle to find a way through here. This is really good hold and about to be a lead change going Cabal's way.
Tide is turning. The tide is turning. Cabal are feeling much better as this goes forward. They're really struggling to get him down, but Cammy finds two. They need this break to take momentum away from them. But Icon's still alive, still gunning, still winning. Unfortunately, goes down there in the trade as everybody's piling now into this point, trying to get everything going through. Millie's going to be here as well. There are players upstairs. He knows there's a fight in the stairwell. Somehow staying alive through it at the same time, and everybody just running into his guns. Millie continues to chow as players pile in from both sides, but at the moment it will be Team Cabal that walk away the victors, and they're on the rotation.
Oh, it's such a brave hold as well. They've done so well. Everybody winning their ones where needed, and they get the trades that go in their favor, and not just that, they get the rotation as well. They spawn them out perfectly. Wonderful hard point play coming through from Cabal. Now trying to get some control over towards this backside. It's such an awkward hill to try and control. But when the kills come through like that, it makes it easier. They've got them spawning towards the back. They are 20 seconds away from heading to a map number 3.
Maybe he's going to be there. Trophy's already going out as well. Cabal, this is their game to lose. There's going to be a flank. Snoopy is going to hit it. Will it be in a good enough position? He finds enough kills, and that will take it away for a few more seconds. Icons with a big win. That means his team are back into this point. 7 seconds to go. Cabal put everything into this now. Everybody just piling forward. It is not about splitting the map. It is just about holding them at bay, and they do so. And they take this one. We are going to a map 3 tied up ton.
Incredible turnaround from Cabal. They chained like 3 hills together there. They were down around 50 or 60. That might have been pushing 70, to be honest. And then they just take over from 3 to 4. They flipped it at the perfect time. Wonderful work. Hold down the majority of P4. Flip it over towards P5 when needed. Brilliant map manipulation coming through from Cabal. And they will force a search and destroy here in map number 3.
Well, if anything, my biggest takeaway from this tournament is just how good I think Cabal really are.
Yeah, they're really good. I don't want anyone to ever like downplay what's like any of the pros on the opposition team. Cabal are no joke. And I think as well, I just kind of want to touch on, I know you'll have another point here, but Cabal are an actual team. They play together, they scrim together, they've won tournaments together on the Challengers level. Whereas like the pro teams coming through are not really a team, are they? You know, it's 2 duos, right? So you're playing with different players where you're going up against a team. But all credit to Cabal, they've been fantastic.
Yeah, but I tell you what, let's give it credit. Yeah, this is technically a mixed pro team, but I'm fairly certain, and I might be wrong here, that every single member of Team Stallion has been an MVP at some point.
That's fair. That is also fair.
Like, you can't downplay Cabal. It's still very, very impressive. And I would go even further and say that there are going to be Cabal players in the CDL by Major 2. And that's a guarantee. If I am wrong, I will shave Tun's head. Like, that is how confident I am.
Hold on, I'm not feeling that confident about you doing that in a clean manner either.
I'm going to hedge me bets a little bit, Tun, obviously.
Well, you know,
guarantee.
I've had people make promises before. I don't kind of want to bring it up at some stage about something about a few members of talent supposed to be growing out tashes after I made a prediction at a certain event in the summer. That's kind of on a similar line. We'll maybe go down the route if we have a little bit more time to fill. But yeah, I'd rather you didn't shave my head. But no, I think realistically, you look, if you're some of the teams who may be down towards the lower end of things, changes earlier are probably better than late ones to try and save you. I think late ones to try and save you, someone will say, well, you remember what happened with Mercules? And I'll be like, oh, okay, well, that's probably fair enough. But at the same time, the earlier you make those changes, the longer you've got to integrate these players on a high level. I mean, look, they seem like they really do know what they're doing. And again, I don't want to be hyperbolic about it. They look like a very, very solid outfit. Let's see how they do in challenges, because that's really, for me, like, it's a completely different game to what they play on the pro level. It's a completely different environment. And succeeding in challenges on a super high level doesn't always guarantee that you're going to be that guy in the pro side of things. Whereas if you are not necessarily doing sensational in challenges, I mean, again, for example, I mean, it's just so easy to call back to him. Mercury's, yeah, okay, at the time he was doing great, but it hadn't always been that way for him. Steps up to the pro, and it's just like a sideways step. Yeah, okay, no problem. I can do this, no problem. It's nothing different, and does fantastically. I kind of feel like I do have a bit of a point here, but it's a longer conversation, and I'm kind of just yapping a little bit. But it's not just as simple as picking players up. You've got to do it at the right time. And if these Cabal players can perform on a level at the challenger side of things, they will be getting the call up.
They certainly will. We've got a ton of information coming to us as well. We are going to load into map 3, but apparently Dashy's game's gone 2-2 ton.
That's going to a map number 5.
I know.
We've got some really good competition here, haven't we?
We certainly have. I did not think that would go the entire distance with how good they looked earlier, but I suppose there is a very good glut of players on the other side as well. So we'll see if we can catch that one after this one, but obviously it takes us a little bit of a jump. This one is Codcaster. The other one, of course, will just be a stream point of view. So you can bring up both. It's absolutely fine. That's how the internet works.
Multi-stream. Do what you want. Here we go, though. Into the session straight. Look how aggressive this is. Over towards A. Pretty much off the rip. Icons is doing very little over here, if I'm honest with you. Not a call out the observing here, Hitch, but nothing is happening over towards this side of the map. But we'll keep it moving. Cammy's managed to take himself down towards the other side.
You can't just call him out like that.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. And I did. Anyway, all the gunfights happening over towards this side. Pred kind of caught in a bit of a tough spot now. Attacking over towards this. His teammate lose all the gunfights. Not going to happen. It's a brilliant start for Cabal.
And now we'll just wait for this round to end. Obviously, we gotta kind of wait it out.
I wonder how this is actually like a glitch. I think.
I don't think I've ever seen it before, so it's
me
new.
Neither. As far as I was aware, as well, I think there's a couple of people who are curious to how it actually does happen on a.
And only in round 1.
Because it, obviously when you're in game, you can see that there's still players. It seems to say that there's players left, but then when you bring the scoreboard up, you can see that everybody's dead. Like it's only in round 1. Very strange glitch. Hopefully it gets fixed. It's not the end of the world. It's just can torch potentially a minute and 15 seconds of your time, at worst. There's been worse ones, Brycey.
There really has, but we'll continue watching this one, and we'll try to keep you updated with the rest of this bracket as well. But this, of course, will be an elimination game. The loser of this S&D will be leaving the first Cup 5.
Big hit over towards B, and this is where the sniper can be so influential. I dare you to chow around this corner. Just changes the dynamic, doesn't it? You see that glint and you back the hell up. But it kind of just does give a bit of onus towards this attacking team. Get a bit more control. So I'm not going to find anything through the middle of the map. Really needs to be over towards this side. You want to make them just have a little bit of a misstep. Millie with the wall bang. Not going to find a great deal, but we'll back them down. Still don't really have the control to get this bomb fully down just yet.
Everyone just being a little bit careful about this. No one really want to move forward yet. Have a look at that rotation. Team Stallions have really been kind of suckered into defending B, and now nobody's going to be there. And he's just waiting it out. Here comes the rotation. They now know what's happening. I wonder if Millie will get timing here for a flank.
Cell must have found that over towards the site, and he finds a second with a pistol as well. Icons, oh my word. He's played an absolute blinder. There's 2 for absolutely nothing. And all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 1. Cellium and Co think they've got the numbers. They don't have a goddamn thing. Cabal will find the round. And it's 3 for Icons. It's just a perfect flank, Bryce.
Just
absolutely perfect.
It's just timing that you can't really overstate just how well that works for him. Getting 2 in that situation, you saw them think, you know, maybe we have an opportunity to push this through, and timing wasn't there for them either. They may have turned after they got through that doorway a little bit further. But is this going to be Team Cabal dropping Team Cellium out of this tournament? They do seem to have this SnD pretty much in hand as they do it again. That's 2 down.
This man's a demon.
Icon's smoking himself. Just, you know, goes, I don't even want the oil. I'm going to shoot through the smoke. Just firing everywhere. And they go down as well. It's enough of a distraction. Team Cabal get another round on the board.
I'm not too sure if we're going to see it from Rupert's POV, but I'm calling yellow card. there was a lot of slippery little stuff. Look at that. You can see it from his outline. He goes for the child, gets it in the end. Millie is there to help it out. Incredible work. And I love to see like almost to a certain degree. I don't want to say it's a panic smoke, but it's a cause chaos smoke, right? It's okay. How do we win this? Rupert's not necessarily in the best of positions. Let's throw a smoke down and just throw. Very British saying that I say quite often. A cat amongst the pigeons. And you get what the saying means. You think about it in your head and what would happen. It creates chaos. KB will find the first blood. Cammy gets taken down. Tell you what, Cabal are running on every single cylinder right now.
Certainly feeling very positive. Icon's looking for a kill here. Not going to get it. Snoopy gets one back here. Stays alive. Back down to a 2 versus 3. This could be another channel by Snoopy doing the exact same thing, but they are going to get out of this. Going over towards the A plant. Oh, this is all going to be timing. Cellium is now left alone in a 1 versus 3. I think they know he's here as well. Going to try and thread the needle with the sniper. It's not going to work. Do they chal him? They do.
Oh, careful. There's just no way you pick anything here. There's no way you let this happen. 1v1.
Cellium. Smooth. Cool. Has the player behind him, has no idea, and he's going to get shot in the back. Outplayed Cellium. And Cabal continue winning on this SnD.
I love that player from Rupert, to be honest with you. There's not a chance in hell that you think, all right, I'm Cellium. I've just found 2 of you. He is shaking in his boots in a corner. But he gets aggressive. He finds the play. Gets the angle. 4-0. Really like that.
And they cannot find themselves losing a round. Cabal are just about feeling like they could get this win away, but Cellium shuts down KB. There's the first blood this time for Team Cellium. Just going to play it through. Rupert is going to be through here, and he gets you back here onto Pred. 3 versus 3. Cellium going to take that shot at the trophy?
Icons will find one to Snoopy, though. Cellium left in a 1 versus 3. They might get 6-0 here, Bryce.
Cellium going to try and clutch again, and, I mean, it's plausible. Oh, the smoke's going to go down. He can't really see much. Tries to get a shot away. It's not going to happen. Icons shuts him down. 5-0 now. Double donuts on the side of Team Cellium.
Ooh. And I've just finished my coffee. 5-0 up and absolutely cruising our Cabal. Icons has been phenomenal here. Great shots coming through. Team Stallions just do not seem to have an answer here in the search and destroy. 5 to the good here on Den. Or Cabal. And who would they be going through to face up against next? The loser of the game between Dashy, Joe Deceives, Real, and Nicole. That's gone to a map number 5. The loser plays whoever wins this search and destroy, which right now looks like only one of these teams.
Here we go.
Yeah, Bryce. This is going down. They just haven't read it correctly. They've rolled the dice. It's worked. It's not went down yet. They want to get a little bit more control.
Rupa, you've got
you
bomb.
Have the bomb.
Rupa, you have bomb. Oh, this doesn't matter. Icons is like, don't worry about it, mate. I've got this. I'm going through. And they will take them out. Team Stallion crash out of the first Cup 5. 6-0 in the SnD. Cabal have them on strings.
Oh, was that the double donut as well? Ugh. It's a bad look, gents. Cabal. 2-1 to the good. A combined 0-10 from Cammy and Pred. We'll see you in the next one, boys. Cabal are here to stay. Incredible work from them. They get the job done in a map number 3, and this is what it's all about. These teams coming through the qualifier, going up against, as you said, not just MVPs, like champs MVPs. And they 6-0 them.
Cabal, hey, son, your hair is sounding safer by the second.
You know, it was fairly safe anyway. It was safe as houses after every single round.
Wow, that was really just a show. There was nothing they could do about it. But what a wondrous time for everything going on. Team Cabal still in this 1 ton, and hey, maybe fairy tales do come true.
I mean, there's potential. They're going to have a really, really tough game coming up next. Be facing up against the loser, Dashy and Co. in their winners bracket semi-final, where they're currently going up against Joe Deceives, Real, Slasher, and Nero. That's going to a map number 5, and this, I believe, is it.
Yeah, we
is
called
this the
for
Dashy
it.
POV?
I think so. We've also been told this is first to 4 rounds. I believe there's been some resets here. So
Yeah,
keep
4-4. Well, finds a pick. I'm going down over towards B. Nero will get one back. 3 versus 3. Oh, that's one that you would like to see Dashy win. Big Child comes through. 1v2 now left for 4. 1v1. Did he get the info?
Oh!
They didn't get it in time. Big shots coming through from Real. And that is going to be a 5-4 lead for Real and Co.
They are now going to be on series point.
I guess I shouldn't have laid it.
Just a reminder, of course, we've been told that this is first to 4 on this one. There have been some resets. So this does mean that they're going to be on map point.
Sniper.
Alright, that's fine. I think we keep with our mid shit if you want. Just keep mid control. And once we're out, like, you can run back even faster, Mace.
Just listen to the comms.
Yeah.
I finally want to get this one done. Potentially last round.
Top broken near.
No info being given out, but a 3 versus 2 in their favor with the trades that went down throughout the middle of the map. 2v2.
Yo, he's in the smoke. Broken done. Nice.
Oh, Dashy!
Left heady. Watch out.
Reflexes of a divine being. What on earth was that?
I'm getting to you.
They got info on the last player as well. The child came through from Merc. They backed him on down. Dashy gets aggressive with his teammates. Probably going to bait for him here.
Might take forever.
Yeah. Probably had bombed on one of those kills.
All the way around. They're checking the corners. They are trying to work out where this player has gone. Now eventually split up. This is all about information.
He's just having none of it. That's the problem.
He's our middle.
Oh, there you go. He spots survives as well. That's crucial.
Left side mid.
Heady on the other side. He gets gunned. Mercules will find it.
Oh, that was sketch.
Next round wins.
I picked it. I showed it. I was like, holy fuck, I gotta get it.
Yeah, we have vote guaranteed, right? Because it just switches.
Yeah.
Go. I'm gonna snipe it. Can we play slow? Probably get a pick on this idiot.
Yeah, I'm down to just play though.
You think there's a nade? We can nade left side, like, Dashy or no?
There definitely is a
mean,
nade
what we
because
can
I got
do
naded
here,
by
Bryce.
fucking
I like the call
first
outs.
time we played.
Like from back here? Yeah, probably.
I don't know.
I got Kobe, bro.
I'm gonna need up,
Definitely
bro.
Yo, I'm gonna play like back B and then try to late cross outer.
Yeah.
Play ready.
Yeah, they stun check it, base. They stun check it.
Okay.
Calls being made.
That gotta be money. I like that one.
That's gotta be money.
They have a trope. They have a trope.
Dashy out wide to begin with.
On it.
Oh, tries to thread the needle.
I'm looking at.
You heard the call outs coming for a nade that they were trying to play, but Trophy went down.
He's afraid to get in
Very
for it,
aware
because
on the
I'm
other
just
side
like,
of how it was going. He sees round 11.
He's stuck. He's stuck close. I can smoke their window. I don't know if he got out though.
On the bomb. One of them.
No, he's seeing them.
I go outer.
Information being gained here by the sniper.
Outer slash.
Yo, stay alive.
Dashy
I got
really wanted to make that one.
Can y'all back up?
Yeah.
We can, yeah.
I'm gonna go up again.
I still went in there. What's our wall run?
Okay, I think I made a play.
I'm trying to make
I got one in this one.
You're pushing up outer.
Yeah, they might run it,
Hercules,
so.
it's 3 versus 3.
No.
Feels a bit tense. The time is ticking down as well, Ton. 37 seconds to go.
I'm trying to.
They're worried about the player on the wall run.
And you were listening for that call out that came through from Hercules. He said he thinks he's made a play, and he does. Finds a kill on the flank. Now Dashy trying to watch this flank as the bomb is starting to make its way forward now. A little bit twitchy. Players over towards the back spawn, and that's not what you want to see. When you see that glint, you are backing down from this fight, so a lot of pressure coming through. Merc will find another. Bomb going down, 3v2.
Massive advantage here for Team Dashy. Looking for it as well as Hercules continues to do his work.
He's flank.
Oh, he knows, and Dashy's called him. He's looking for it as well. Down he goes as well, though. Slasher finds one. This will be a 1 versus 3 for him.
I'm just shouldering window.
But he has to go against Simp and Hercules. I don't envy him. And Hercules finds all 4 in that round.
No
Ridiculous.
way.
Where did they find this guy?
Nice.
They found him the same place that Cabal are right now, and that was in Challengers. It's the ace for Merc in a round 11, map 5.
Yeah, thank God.
Now he said the easy match is coming up. Okay, Sim. All right. Hercules. Incredible stuff. And there you go. We have our winners bracket final with Team Dashy taking on Team Draza. Incredible work from Hercules to find the ace in the final round. He said he thinks he's making the play. Yeah, you're right. My word.
Works out. Merc is still every bit as good. We are wondering just how impactful his career will be long term. At the moment, pretty much broke through about as well as you can possibly do so, and is looking to continue that into this season. Well, it looks like that winners bracket final game has been set in stone. We still have a few teams in the lower bracket though, Ton.
We do, but we are running out of teams, to be honest with you. I think there's only around 4 or 5 left. We're slowly whittling through, but we are getting there now. We're getting to the last stages, the business end of the tournament. Still anybody's game, to be honest with you, but I'm the Cabal fan. If I was to have a jersey underneath, it would be Cabal's right now. I'd love to see that happen, and I know that's maybe a little bit sacrilege being on the OpTic channel when all the OpTic members are still left in, but let me have the Challengers moment for them. They're playing really well.
They certainly are. All right, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, though. It will be more action right after this. See you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are going to jump straight into a game for you here at First Cut 5, presented by Monster Energy. We are looking for gameplay, and we have found it from the point of view of XNID.
Well, here we go. Just double checking on what map we're in with this one, because obviously we're playing 2 hard points when it comes down to the losers bracket side of things. Just seeing which way this one's going, but yeah, this is XNID and Co going up against Shotsy, Hook, and the boys. Just see how XNID's going to get on. This is map number 2, and it's 1-0 to Shotsy and Co. So XNID and Co trying to fight their way back into this on Explosion.
Just being careful. They dance around the P2. It's only a fight. Obviously, these two teams going to be in the lower bracket, ton, and well, that just puts more and more pressure on. The loser of this will be eliminated from First Cup 5. And Shotsy was one of the favourites to win it, so they're hoping it's not him.
Yeah. Yeah. That's looking pretty good for them right now. XNID Co trying to transfer over towards P3. We are just waiting on the winners bracket final getting itself up and ready. That's why we're jumping into this one for now.
Just trying to get into this one, and you can see XNID dancing around here, waiting for the reinforcements for the teammates. Everything going through, but does get cleaned up by CleanX. And they will lose the lead here for the first time so far in this hardpoint.
XNID getting aggressive. It's going to need him and the rest of his team to really step it up. And to be fair, I mean, this is where things really do get difficult. They've been fighting through this losers bracket for quite some time. I think this is their 3rd match in a row down here. So maybe things just starting to piece together. Spawn out going to come through. XNID a little shake of the head. They're going to have to go for this scrap time. Inside just holding the corner. Johnny will find another though, and the rotation over towards New. Shotsy, he wins that gunfight. One of those that you need to win if you're Diamond Colin. That rotation, you don't get it. You get a little bit of scrap time, if only just a little bit. Gunfight's been one on the other side, I think, from Shotsy and Co, though, and they're going to set themselves up here for this P4.
XNID all the way towards the back, knows he's to make this kill, and does. Trying to get this pinch down as best they can here. XNID, they were disappointed not to pick that one up. Only 12 seconds, 12 bullets left in this Dravik. That's all you need to pick up some scrap time, and oh, so far so good on to P4.
There you go, that's a nice breakthrough. 30 seconds to go here. Let's put you back into the lead if you can continue to hold this time. Not getting a good read on the spawns right now. One player spawned out over towards that side. They thought they had the call on somebody in mid by the sounds of things, but players spawning over towards the back side. Not allowed to break through just yet for Shotsy and Co, but there it is. Shotsy will find his second. XNID should be able to pick him up as the rotation over towards P5 comes through. Good read from XNID. Can't find the 3rd. Rotation over now towards P5 and going. Find themselves around 30 behind.
Still very much anybody's game here, especially with Kismet picking up a couple of kills. And now XNID going to try and pick up a few kills here towards mid-control. You can see him already pushing through. There's the one. Just trying to make sure his mid is clear here, looking for the information. There's the second as well. XNID doing exactly what they need to try and get control here. Unfortunately, the Hellstorm has kind of cleared them off of it for a second, even with the cover that XNID has given them.
That's all he can do, though. Hold middle of the map, and hopefully the rest of his team can do the work, but he's going to come and help them as well. They get the control. 20 seconds or so, I should say, behind. Spawnouts coming on the other side, so they've manipulated them how they want them. XNID is shooting right now. You have not child that. I love the confidence. But Insight will have that one all day long. Rotation comes through over towards P5, and eventually Shotsy and Co will put themselves in a better spot. It's going to be about a 20-second or so point lead by the time we do head over towards P1 again after 5 hills. Not too bad for Shotsy and Co, and definitely one that you can come back from if you're XNID.
XNID just trying to play his life here. Knows there's going to be a player towards mid here. I will say, what we've seen of XNID's point of view so far, very energetic and also very, very well in terms of the gameplay. We have been told we have multiple point of view, so at some point in a minute or two we will switch over to Shotsies to give everybody kind of both sides of the map.
I mean, it's never been a doubt of XN that the kid can shoot, right? And remember one, like, I mean, I think he was the one, obviously, from that Falcons roster that we always felt when we were watching them in challenges. It was him and Khaled at the time, also better known as Kicks. Those two guys, honestly. There was a lot of talk going on in Europe about these guys actually might be cheating. There was a legitimate concern for them at one stage. We were like, I actually don't know. Then they started going to land. They started seeing this performance coming out from XNID. You know this guy's legitimate. Kicks had his moments here and there. Kicks now on a Saudi Challenger team. Interested to see how they're going to do this season. But these boys, it's never been a doubt they can shoot.
This is going to be a close game. You can see both teams really pulling out all the stops. I feel like, from what I'm seeing from XNID, I thought they would be further ahead. Oh, tries to get both, but weakens them up.
They turned this one around, Bryce, though. They've managed to get themselves back into a close enough spot. They haven't got spawns that they want right now for P3, which is coming up in 10 seconds, though. So they can lose some time with P2, and they're probably going to lose some time with P3 as well.
Oh, looking for even more kills there, just not really able to get as much as they would like.
Rotation over towards P3 always difficult. Trophy down over towards the top side. They are finding some kills. There's one player inside of the point, one player over towards the back side. How they're going to be dealt with. Kleenex will fall in sight. He can find 1 and 2. Finds both inside of the point, and the reinforcements will be there now.
They sounded well. Still a very close game. We're going to try and switch over to Shotsy's point of view.
Oh, damn.
There we go.
Oh, my God, it's clean. Oh, my God, what a time to come over.
What a time to switch. Greatest switch anyone's ever seen as Shotsy goes berserk.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. What? Shotsy again and again. From a smooth production switch to a Shotsy showcase, as now he just continues to pile on the pain. What a time!
What a great decision to switch. I believed in you in the whole entire way, Atlas. Oh my God. Have you seen his face straight away as soon as he hit the little melee that comes through? It's Shotsy. Ah, this dude's been so fun to watch throughout all of these opening tournaments, and now to see this throughout the year is going to be entertaining, man.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, we basically become a game every year that the game comes out as how is Shotsy going to break the movement every single year. And, well, the man is certainly talented and now trying to lock this one down. Still going to be a very close game between the two here. There is only a little bit of daylight in terms of the score.
Find themselves still in a winning position. That kind of moment. I'm still lost in the souls of that one. P5 incoming. Need a little bit more mid-control. XNID was there to control this the entire other way through. Last time around, they need to make sure they get rid of him. XNID comes through, finds another. Hellstorm coming through, though. That's going to give them some time to set up. Insight will find something onto Johnny. And they found XNID in the middle of the map as well. Last player onto the side of the point. He'll get taken down. Shotsy on his way in now. We'll have to try and defend on his own. The shot's crispy. Oh, my God.
Well, he's had some quiet tournaments when we've been watching him, but now he's been stuck. Catches that one in the teeth, but he really is flowing now, and this is still a close game, 205 to 180. Both teams still going to be playing here right up until this very last hill.
He's top ring. They're spawning ring now. Ring Kismet.
Yeah, they're gonna be ringing me.
On time.
Very, very close game. About 10 points or so in it. P1 now coming up. Shotsy Co have the better side of the spawns that they probably want for the next couple of hills, but it might not go past the next one or two. Time to just about win it here. Shotsy and Co, but XNID again. Every single time we go over towards the middle of the map, which a lot of this map is, really. when it comes down to Hardpoint. XNID seems to be in that position. He's causing so much havoc. He's loving all these small little alleyways. He's finding the gunfights he needs to. And now they're in control. Team XNID finding some time.
This game is almost tied up, though. There we go. Tied game. Lead switch. Team Kismet has the lead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to
That P1 still popping. Still putting them down. Now they're on to P2. Time's going to be popped. To 9-second. Switch here. Shots are going to be here first. Trying to get the kills go down as they can. As Shotsy's flying back and forth. Kleenex will clean up for him as well, Ton.
Trophy's out. What can they get going? They're getting some time on the board. And this is to go, of course, into the next round. Gunfight doesn't fall his way that time, but Inset will clean things up. They're inside of the point, and they are still ticking some time. Currently contested, though. It's a 10-second game. They get them out of it. Team Shotsy, it's theirs to lose. They can just about win it here at P2.
10 seconds. They go for it down, but that's 3 down as well. They're piling in. Streaks coming through as well. They're going to have to rotate. I don't think they're going to get back onto that point in time. I think they're going for it. Yeah, they're going to go for the play as well. He's called it. Shotsy's going for the long flag. This is all the way around. Trying to get the contest through. 2. Not enough time onto it, even with Kleenex dropping 2. Shotsy. This is a hero play and a half. He's looking for it. Finds the first. Not the second, though. And will that be enough? Kismet and Johnny have got kills as well on the other side of the map. And now it's 10 seconds for Shotsy's team. It's 15 for Kismet's. Shotsy is running with all the speed he can muster to get into this point. 10 seconds apiece. Nades into the corners. Kills made to the hill. Shotsy into the window. It's not enough. He has to get back into this now. The rest of the team piling through. And Team Shotsy will get here with 8 seconds to spare, Ton. And surely that's locked it through. 1, 2, down they go. And that should be time.
Incredible work from Shotsy and Co to bring that one back, but it's the spawns they get. Shotsy spawns out, the rest of the team spawn in. So when he made that play for the flank, that might have given them the opportunity to start spawning over towards the backside. He spawns out after the pressure is lost. Is this the moment where he maybe got it? I'm not too sure, but I mean, it was just an absolute clinic at this moment in time, which may well have swung the game. They get the win, advance forward in the loser's bracket.
Well, that is crazy. What a crazy end of the game. What a crazy mid-switch, by the way. Like, I'm going to go back and talk about it. So for those of you who are unaware, obviously, that some of these games are kind of Twitch stream grabs, and the conversation we were having with production while we were casting was, do we switch? We were unsure about how quick we get the switch in. Production went, look, I think I can do it fast. And I'm like, cool, let's switch then. And then magic happened. Magic happened on stream. You saw it. It was glorious. And then, you know, everything that Shotsy did afterwards.
Incredible. And that was the moment that really did start to swing things, right? When they got a hold of that P3, got some great time off that, transitioned that into a P4. And that really did bring it back, and they'll advance through on that losers bracket side of things. We'll keep the bracket up to date. We'll get things rolling exactly where things are. I think the winners bracket is pretty much ready to go here as well, so we're going to be jumping over towards that shortly. But that's the win for Shotsy, Hook, and Co. They're going to advance through to what is the losers semis, technically, where they will play up against Slasher or Cabal, whoever comes through on that side of things. And then, of course, that's when they go through to the losers bracket final to await the loser, I should say, of the winners bracket final, which I believe is what we're going to be jumping into imminently.
Yeah, we should do as well. And hopefully it looks every bit as glorious as that game did as well. I've got a lot of people saying XNID dropped 50 there for the L, which is unfortunate. But, I mean, that game was super close the entire way through. That's the only kind of problem with having no codcaster, is it's difficult to keep up with all the different threads that are happening at the same time. But, hey, it was compelling nonetheless.
Dude, that was crazy. I love that. As if we just change over at the best time. Oh, man. Hilarious. Well, there we go.
If anything, I feel a bit bad for production. That was a glorious switch. And then Shotsy just performed magic on the screen at the same time. It kind of added to it and took away from the smoothness of the switch at the same time.
We'll take all the positives that we can. Incredible work.
Beautiful. Beautiful work.
Well, we should be moving into the winners bracket final very shortly. I believe Hitch is getting themselves set up there with the observing side of things, so we're watching Codcaster, of course. Only a few more games to go in this one. Of course, we got another losers semi-final, or quarter-final, I should say, kind of ongoing right now to see who goes up against Shotsy and Co. That one will be getting started as soon as it possibly can. And we'll be dipping and diving between the few games that we got left now. But the winners bracket finals, what's going to be coming up? It should be a very, very interesting one. Not the winners bracket final we thought we were going to get, Bryce.
No, not quite. It has been slightly different. Although we will kind of have to hark back to the call we got from Simp at the end of their last game, which was, "Hey, don't worry, it's the easy game next." So we'll see whether or not that's true.
Let's see how things are going to go down. We should be nearly ready to go on the winners bracket side of things. We'll keep you guys up to date. Slasher against Cabal. That should be an interesting one. I feel like we haven't seen too much of Slasher's team. I haven't had a chance to go through, but just a little bit more background on Cabal and Co. Because I think it was during one of the breaks. I was just making sure I had my information correct. A lot of them did attend and play together. Two of them did play together in the previous season, but Icons and Millie are the latest additions. But Rupert and KB did play together underneath Cabal for a decent amount of time. They were there last season with Cootie and Wads as well. Did all right. I mean, a couple of cups like top 16, DreamHack won top 6s, last chance qualifier, top 6, not good enough to get through to finals. But Rupert and KB seem to have found a little bit of a mix that is working out for them with Icons and Millie. Looking really, really good here. Challenger Showcase, they absolutely ran through that. They've done very, very well on this side of the bracket here as well, and they want to keep this one rolling. Interested to see how that one's going to go down, but you can keep an eye on their streams on a separate side of things. We're going to stay with the winners bracket final, which is going to be Team Dashy taking on Crazy Likes of Boozer and Taraza. This should be an absolute banger.
It certainly should. I mean, this is kind of what we want. Every time we get a bracket that goes down, the games should theoretically only get better as time goes on. And, well, everybody's warm, everybody's played. So there should be less mistakes and more just kind of clean-cut gameplay with this one. And everybody's kind of got used to the teammates that they might not have had before. But, Ton, I'm going to ask you this question. It is a loaded question, but who do you think is going to win?
I think it's difficult because it feels as if Dashy and Co have just got an air of inevitability about them. You see it go to around 11, they still get the job done there. Merc has not lost a single tournament at this stage, really. Not one that has had a lot on the line, and this is another one of those. I think Dashy, Merc, Simp, and OpTic, that's a very, very strong roster. But I wouldn't be surprised, of course, to see. I mean, Crazy and Lex, I mean, they've looked fantastic. I think it's easy to say that it'll be one of these teams in the winners bracket final, but I do think it will be Dashy, Merc, Simp, and O4. If anybody's going to take it, it'll be those.
Okay, no, I think that's a safe bet. I think it's definitely a safe bet.
Very safe bet.
Like really safe.
Yeah.
They are the favourites to go through into this one. I think, for me, I'm looking forward to seeing how this game goes. Really, I mean,
yes.
You know, Draza, they've looked very, very good as well.
Really good.
You know, it's not been anywhere near as kind of like, maybe an also run team. You know, maybe they don't have the biggest names on that roster, apart from maybe Draza, but all the rest of them incredibly just talented players. And if they can continue doing that and continue kind of pushing that tempo that they have been, then yeah, they should give them a game here. You can remember that Dashy game we just saw. That went down to the wire. It was not like it was, they've had a run. You know, they could have lost and be in the lower bracket right now.
They could have done. It has been close with them, whereas Lex and Co have kind of ran through everybody. Looking at their results specifically, all right, okay, they haven't necessarily had the hardest start. They went up against the team that came from Saudi Arabia that did actually manage to make it through towards the top 12, I believe. They 3 of them. They 3-0'd Cammy, Snoopy, Pred, and Stallion, who just, of course, lost to Cabal. And then they 3-1 Shotsy, who could clean exit coast. So it's not like it was a relatively comfortable game in the end. So I don't want to change my prediction. I'll keep it with how I was going, but it is a very safe bet for it to be one of the winners bracket teams. Of course, it is. They both looked fantastic, and this one should be a real teller. Of course, when you do get that one team going in the grand finals, I'm gonna confirm if we got any advantage happening in the grand finals. I'm gonna presume probably not, just a best out of 5, but we'll keep you up to date on that side of things. But we've got another game that's going to be going on with Joe Deceives and Co taking on Cabal, but the winners bracket final is the important one, and it's kicking off now with a Scar Hardpoint to start things off. Can Mercules just keep this one going? Oh, Crazy Leg's going to bring something to the party and get something done. Let's see.
Simp are going to get into this Hardpoint and mix it up as well. I feel like I haven't seen as much of Simp this time around, but we have Codcaster for this, so we'll see everybody at some point. The underdogs for this one will probably be Team Draza, but certainly will not count them out in this best of 5.
Oh, wait. Dashy setting himself up over now towards P2. Okay, so there is going to be potential advantage. There has to be a bracket reset, so it could be double best out of 5. And Chris could be missing his flight to Amsterdam in the morning.
Nah, he'll be fine. This has been smooth. Since it's been so smooth, I'll just touch the wood, but it's going well so far.
Touch it.
Now, we'll say this as well. Speaking of going well, Team Dashy flowing from P1 into P2. Mercules is snapping.
Good for them right now. 4 to the good in a row here for Mercules, and a lot of time being gathered. It was just a really nice transition, and now they got the one player over towards the front side. Ovo just being a pain, being a nuisance. And where's he going to spawn? Well, not too far away. It'll be a granny. He's going to be there in just a jiffy. Dashing up top. And this is where it's just going to be such a problem. Just doesn't lose those gunfights whatsoever. Loser will be back down. Dashy and Co finding a lot of time over towards P2, and it's going to be a rotation coming through. The team draws it over towards P3, but look at the transition immediately. Dashy and Co just all the way over towards top. Broken, you can get so much pressure from this side. Lurks has got a lot to do here on his own.
Backing up. He knows the pressure's coming. Knows he doesn't have the cover he would like. Smart play, really, Lurks. Just staying alive and making something out of this one. Obviously, Team Draza down significantly at this point, but there is a lot on offer here. They're trying to squeeze the juice out of this lemon.
Push forward. Hellstorm coming in. He knew it was a good start from Mercules. And he'll find plenty more. 6 in a row minimum found. And now some control. And they just break on through. And now look, they're trying to push it forward. They just want to be careful of the players over towards the back side now, though. But they want to try and push through for P4. A little bit of a split's coming through. Parallels to a certain degree at one stage. But the push will come through. That does not work out. Good job by Draza and Co. They make sure they hold that down. And P4 will be theirs.
See, Draza trying to make a bit of a play. Looking for the players around the other side of the map. At the moment, not having an awful lot of luck. Should have the timing here for this one. And it's just going to get cut down. Draza's really found nothing on that route.
Oh, you would have thought that could have been the route in. Lex will shut him down. Feels like they're starting to grow into the game a little bit more. That P3 to P4 transition, I don't want to say that Dashy and Co... Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, I don't want to say that they got greedy. But they really did try to push through. I mean, they had the streaks and everything. They felt the momentum behind them. Had they managed to pull that off, you're all of a sudden looking at maybe a 100-point game. But as it goes, the swing that can happen in Hardpoint happens very, very quickly. And that's been a good 40 seconds or so being held down by Draza and Co.
Cray's trying to be careful. Eventually will get shut down, but you are right, Tom. This has been a monumental switch. Getting this one running, it felt all Team Dashy to begin with. And while they will have this rotation, a quick break could be disastrous. So far, so good, though. Keeping these lanes pushed.
Oh, mid-cut is there. Dashy's got him. 0-4 just trying to survive and playing. Terrible timing. The jump over the top of Lurks has found some way through in the middle of the map. Make it 8 in a row from Lurks. And now he's up top, and this is just a hard push. They will eventually find him, so can the break come through pretty quickly? Some top control, trying to find the mid-cut. They're not going to be able to get it, but they are going to be able to find that break. So Lurks has managed to find a way through, find an 8 spray for what felt like maybe 10 seconds.
A lot of nades flying in. They're trying to get into this one again. Team Drozza are not taking this. Laying down at all. That is Team Dashy laying down. Managed to find a kill there, 0-4. And somehow still holding on to this lead as we go back into P1. It's a 44-point game for these two teams. And now we're looking to see who really gets the advantage on this second set of rotations.
Drozza gets a very fortunate 2-piece there, shooting players through each other. Lurks gonna have to back on down, but just wants to get a bit of control over towards the top side. Try and make some good time over towards P1 if you can. He's going to get caught out. Not before he finds a kill, though. So his team's still in control. 35 seconds to play for here over towards P1. It's not a bad position from where you are if you are Team Drozza to pick up continuous amounts of time here as well. Rotation over towards P2 going to be incoming in a second. Mercules trying to find at least a couple of kills to try and ease that pressure and can't do so. This is some brilliant time at P1.
Both teams still just piling bodies into it. You can see the kill feed filling up from both sides. Just trying to stay alive, but the stun check gives away his position as well. P2 falling into the clutches here of Team Drozza. Bit of a split spawn. Keep an eye on Simp. Could prove crucial to breaking this. There's the first kill. They're going to know he's here as well. That's been called out. You see the arrows turn very, very quickly. And, well, when you get a split spawn like that, you have to shoot 2 different ways. You all fall.
They've really brought this back. But need to make sure that they try and find a way back through here. Do Team Drozza. Got kind of a bit of a pinch. Simp says, yeah, well, you did. Drozza gets his head taken off by, of course, his teammate. That's a fair point to actually make. We've got the phase roster going up against each other here. And Simp just about getting the better of them here alongside 0-4. He's 26 and 17, by the way. That's one under my radar entirely.
Mercules trying to make this win as well, but you are right. 0-4 having a wonderful time this time as well. And that lead could get bigger here depending on this rotation. Mercules flies up top. Not going to survive this exchange, surely. Somehow still alive. No, eventually will get caught in the toes. And down he goes. Dashy trying to get into a position here as well. Checking these cuts. Trying to push this one out. It is a tricky hill to deal with, but it doesn't really matter as Dashy snaps and slaps.
Good God. I'll say it again. I've said it before. My M15 does not shoot like that.
Dashy has always been different. I've always been very, very jealous of his ability, but can't outfight a Hellstorm, unfortunately. Game still very much afoot.
Mexico trying to find a way through, but this is dangerous proposition now. The way that Mexico really found themselves back into this game was a P4 rotation. Dash and maybe got a little bit greedy from P3 and tried to push through, get caught out, spawn miles away, and there was more than enough time for Drozza and Abuza to get their team set up. This time around, though, the rotation is going to be there for Dashy and Co. They can start to set themselves up over towards this P4 side. They get the spawn in close to them as well. This is a hard break now for Abuza and Drozza and Co.
Gray's trying to make something happen towards the back. Lurks over the top. He knows there's going to be a player out towards mid. Still trying to get through here as well. Simp trying to fight towards the back and keep these spawns locked in. Not able to do too much here as the pinstripe kill feed comes into play. And now a compressive force. Dashy finds one onto the stairs. Will there be a second challenger through the windows? Not yet. They know Dashy's lurking there. Dashy now goes all the way around. Somehow still holding on to this. Dashy continuing now to lock down mid-map. And I wouldn't have to run against him, but somehow that kill is found. And Team Dashy have an opportunity not to win it here, but to put this game almost out of contest.
In the end, it'll look like a comfortable scoreline if they can keep this one up, but a couple of kills going to come through. Crazy can find one in the break. That was needed. It needed to be found. And that's such a big swing. That 15 seconds or so that would have went over towards Dashy and would have put them around, what, less than 10 seconds away? Whereas now, with a 20-second gap for them to fill. And do you have this rotation? Well, you've got control up top. You need to find a way through. if you can, and this is not the time for this to happen.
We've got some buffering on our side. We'll see whether else continues on, but 239 154. It's just updated for us as well. 243. And that looks like a bit of a wipe. That's game. That is going to be game here at the end. Apologize for that one. We just lost sight of the game for a second. But that will be a win. Team Dashy start running away with it.
I mean, it was just about the transitions, wasn't it? When it came to 2, they get a great amount of time. 3, they manipulate where they need to and just bank everything on a really good P4 hold, and they get about 35-40 seconds out of it. And when you're that far in front, albeit it wasn't a massive amount, when you can put yourself that close to the window, you can let it get scrappy over towards P1. 35 bomb from 04 is a big one. And everybody shooting when needs be. That's a pretty comfortable win in map number 1 in this winners bracket final from Team Dashy.
And 04 already did start it as well, but Dashy had a very good time. And you've got to ask yourself, is this just going to be a bit of a walk to the final for them, or is there going to be some more roadblocks thrown in the direction of their run to the final?
I mean, Sims said this is when it gets easy. Apparently you're wrong.
That was diabolical from him, by the way.
Crazy. Chris, I thought he was the nice guy, you know, like he's never chatting them. No, every now and then we get a little chirp out of him, don't we? And rightfully so, but based off the result there on that Scar Hardpoint, really good performance coming through from Simp & Co. Now, can they transition that, of course, to a Search and Destroy? You like to think so. I mean, we've seen what Merc was doing on on Den specifically, finding that ace in the round 11 to send them here as well. If we do have the maps, I'd love to bring them up for the grand final. I'm sure I could probably find them, actually. I mean, he's going to tell us. I can tell you if you really want, because we have a Colossus Search and Destroy coming up, then an Exposure Overload. Blackheart Hardpoint. That's a lot harder to say than I actually ever considered it will be. Blackheart Hardpoint. We'll get there in the end. It's going to be coming up for map number 4. Raid Search and Destroy for map number 5. If we do, of course, need them. But Colossus Search and Destroy coming up next. I'm trying to think of how this could be playing out for either one of these teams. I mean, the sniper's obviously going to be important at Search and Destroy. Who's going to have the benefit of that side of things? Let's see. But a Colossus Search and Destroy coming up next, Bryce. Massively important map with Exposure Overload coming up after that. That could be a tight one.
That certainly could. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, this tournament, if anything, is just heating up what was already a kind of simmering excitement for the season. For me, it is looking better and better as time goes on. It is going to be fast. It's going to be high intensity. It's going to be high engagement. And truthfully, some of these players already are looking like superstars.
I mean, like, again, I just think it's one of those games where the real talent is going to shine through. And that's not to take away from anyone who isn't necessarily shining or whatever like that. You know, like, you just think of those players who have that extra little spark and who can carry a team through. I mean, you think Shotsy, like, he's the number one you really think of. You think of players like Hydra, like how they're going to do it in this kind of game. You think of those SMGs who are going to be your playmakers. Extid, Pred, players like that. You've got Shotsy and Co, Simp, all players who have those Bance. Yeah, whatever. We'll go with that. In the challenger side of things, we'll be keeping an eye on how Ben Bance is doing. Is he getting twisted? It's those kind of players who are going to really be influential this year, and they are really going to start taking up. It's going to be a problem for some of these teams if you can't manage it. You got to keep tabs on them. They can make plays like what we've seen Shotsy make in that previous game that we were just watching, and those are the kind of moments that can spin a game here on Black Ops 7. And well, may that continue. Map number 2 is loading in though. Bryce C. Interesting map number 1. Simp & Co really did what they needed to do there. It was pretty comfortable. Search and Destroy is going to be a bit of a change of pace though.
Well, here we go. Sniper's watching the outside already. Everybody just being a bit careful here, but already it's going to be a few kills gone down. And this is now a 1 versus 4, and it's over, but it's not over. So we have some time to reflect.
Oh, what would you like to talk about in this next minute?
I'm unsure.
I might go watch that Shotsy clip back.
Yeah, I've seen it already hit the Twitter sphere. It is kind of insane, but I think with SnD being the great equalizer, this could be one of the ones that goes the distance here. Of course, this being the winners' final, it's still a best of 5. I know we've shown some of the lower finals, and those are best of 3, so I want everyone to kind of be aware. But if you are still in any doubt, this is First Cup 5, presented by Monster Energy, and you've joined us at a great time. There have been some amazing matches, but I'm sure there'll be many more along that same vein, and this is looking like it'll be one of them.
I watched that clip back. It was fun. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Oh, they're showing spots off here a little bit. Trying to find something. Yeah, show me a boost. It's
a little bit of a
show
test.
me what I can use in CMGs. No, not going to happen. Dashy and Co. Still wanted the good here in this series. They 1-0 down, though, in the search and destroy. Really nice start. And just pure aggression coming out. And Sniper's not really being that influential in the end. Aggression through the middle of the map. Players like Lurks and Co. just getting themselves amongst it. I promise they did, of course. Scoreboard's not quite up and running just yet. We'll get that going, no doubt. Let's see what Abuza's doing with the Sniper, though, because this guy... he's accurate, to say the least. Very aggressive over towards the B side. I dare you to child that.
Ooh.
Doesn't land.
Oh!
Dashy does, though. There's 2. Doesn't land the 3rd, but Mercules is there to pick up the pieces. Oh. That's a big round to bring back. Sniper threat is going to be there on the outside, no doubt.
I'll be honest, I can't get into it for like the 8th time this broadcast about if we're going to see snipers this year. I just think they're great. I was undecided before, and now I'm firmly on the side of snipers again.
No, I was never on the fence. I am an agent of chaos, you know. So I just want. I love seeing. I mean, I just think of like some of that. Selfishly, you'll think about the sniper plays you've called in your time, and think about those moments, and you just think about some of. I think back-to-back Black Ops 4. Some of the moments from Simp and Co, who were able to just produce moments of magic that you still think about. And that's the kind of thing you can be missing out on if snipers aren't involved. Now Lex left in a 1 versus 2. Yeah, okay, you can find 1, but that'll be that. Team Dashy find the lead here, and the search and destroy 2 onto the good.
So far, so good for them. Dashy gonna get it with the final kill. Easy one in the end. Just cleaning up business. This might come down to kind of sniper play in terms of how they deal with it. Because obviously, one of the key things... I mean, we haven't talked about snipers in a while, but one of the key things about snipers is it should realistically cut down a lane. And if you can play around it, you do take that advantage away and give yourself the advantage. But obviously, it is very much a game of counterplay all the way through. Like this, Dashy already having to deal with a nade landing on his head. Does find 1, though. Trying to go for the 2nd. But there's going to be players just flying in everywhere. Comes down to a 1 versus 2. And now Lurk's looking for it. He's not going to be able to complete that. And that was chaos.
I mean, just when it's coming down to these moments, it's just not suiting Team Jaza at all. Sim quite happy to take these gunfights. No problem, son. That's Chris Lair, your challenge. I mean, you looked at this team when they were coming into it and you're like, yeah, they're going to be hard to beat. They got pushed to the limit and then win a semi, but right now they are looking comfortable when it matters most. Do you know what camo that's from, Brycey? I'm trying to remember myself now that I've called you out on this one.
No.
It is, I swear it's one of the... It's one of the L's. I know that for a fact. Well, Abuza just on Dashy. His sniping one, though. Him and 04 get taken down. Achilles is there for the answer back. The sniper rounds, for the most part, have been going Dashy's way, but not this time around. 2 versus 3.
Simp and Merc. Trying to make the play here. Can they bring this back to a 2 versus 2? And players are just everywhere. Nobody has any real information. Merc's going to get caught. Simple 1 versus 3. I was wondering whether or not he's going to just put the bomb down and hope for the best here, but Now he's probably just hoping for a pick.
Yeah, not going to happen from that position. Really nice round to bring it back. Just comes down to the snipers and who's going to make those picks. They can be so influential. Really nice work from a Boozer to find the picks this time around. Simp looking for flank, not going to happen. Craze playing a little bit of a cruddy corner, to be honest with you, but you'll hold that one down. You take those all day, and that was a round that was much needed. Your 4-1 down feels very different to 3-2.
Here we go, though. I'll be honest with you. I'm now just excited for the sniper fights outside. Dashy misses. Got to be careful about those nades going through. A Boozer's going to be watching the outside crate. Looks for the flank as well. Calls it perfectly, but that player's going through it now. With the smoke out, he's going to be chowed. Gets through and he's going to go down. Full advantage here for Team Dashy, and that'll be over and done with.
And that's the kind of counterplay that you can actually do against snipers. That they're not just this ridiculous overpowered beast you can do nothing about. If you can get someone flanking, and that's the thing that some of these players have been talking about. When you know the snipers are going to hit those angles, they quite often are going to play these long lanes. If there is then a hole open because of that, you can exploit that, get in their face, smoke down, nothing they can do, get up and aggressive. He's dead to rights. And a player that really wasn't on the map because the sniper is effective. Yeah, okay, finding the kill, but you know, it's not going to find like damage and maybe get you a kill. It's just going to find it. Like, I know what I'm kind of trying to say, but irrelevant of that. There's a 4v4 hit coming down the outside towards the statue and lurks. Starting the piece now, looking for the third. Can't find it. Gets spun on, if anything, an awkward gunfight. Now all of a sudden, the Boozer's left in a 1v2, and this is a moment where you don't really want the sniper either.
Oh, Dashy. Firing, continuing firing. Bit of a distraction for his teammate to come through. And well, they're just continuing to roll here. 5-2 now against Team Draza. We could be heading to the next one very, very quickly.
Nicely done. 5-2. They're kind of cruising here, Bryce. Honestly, I was expecting this to be a little closer. But honestly, this has been pretty comfortable for Dashy and Co so far. Map number 1 goes their way by what, around 90? Now all of a sudden, you're in a round that you must win if you're Draza and Co, or you're going 2-0 down.
It's going out. Smoke's out as well. They're trying to make this a little bit tricky. Boozer, it looks like he might switch targets here. I mean, they have lost a couple already, and well, that smoke's not going to be good for them. 2 versus 4. Now a 1 versus 4 from a Boozer. And whoa! Great close snipe. I don't know if it's going to be enough to turn this one around. He's looking for the second.
Hold on a second. Doesn't happen. Another win. Another map under their belts for Dashy and Co. 6-2. Pricey, this is... I have to say, it's pretty easy for them right now. 2-0 up in this winners finals.
Wow. Simp did say it. You know, he did say it. Like,
He did say it, yeah.
He did say it. He did say he thought this would be the easier game. Is that just a bad SnD from them? Is there more in the tank? Exposure overload is coming up next. This is still a best of 5. There is still a lot to play for.
And an overload really can be the swing, the same as if well, any of these third game modes can be, right? It comes down to that map. If you can try and get something rolling here, if you are Draza and Co, but it just doesn't really feel like that's going to happen. It definitely feels as if Dashy and Co are in full control of this one. And 2-0 up, they're cruising. If you're heading in exposure and overload, things can get very, very streaky on this map as well. This could be dangerous for Draza and Co if they're not very, very careful heading into this map number 3. But yeah, I mean, there's not really much to be said. They kind of won the sniper battle. They won those opening exchanges quite often. I felt as if first bloods a majority go towards Dashy and Co. Looking pretty good for them right now. 2-0 up here in this winners bracket final. It doesn't feel like it's going to go any other way though, Bryce, does it?
It really doesn't. I mean, they've been kind of the favourites ever since Shotsy kind of went down. It was always kind of split between those two. We thought those were the two kind of strongest rosters from everything that we saw going into this. And of course, you know, it came very close for Dashy after that last round, but so far so good on this one. I was enjoying the sniper play from both sides. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to more SnDs where that happens as well, but still, Team Draza, they've also looked very, very good. You've seen them when we've watched them throughout the bracket as well, so I'm not going to count them out, Ton. I don't think I can.
And we are moving into the next game. Though. Just an update on the other side of things. I'm not too sure if you mentioned it, Bryce, but Cabal beat Slasher and Co in the first map in the Hardpoint.
Well, I want to tell you something.
148 as well. Oh, I tell you, actually, yeah, we'll go a step further. They've won the series 2-0 against Joe Deceives and Co. Are you kidding me? They go through to the loser semifinals up against Shotsy and the gang.
Rematch.
We only have 4 teams remaining.
That's a rematch as well. It was 3-1 last time. Obviously a best of 3 this time in that lower game. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Right now, we need to keep an eye on this one. Overload on our screens. 2-0 to Team Dashy over Team Draza.
Trying to get something going here for your Sim Co. Have a little bit of control through the middle of the map. They actually, right now, unbeknowingly, have a free run over towards A, and they're picking these kills in the middle of the map, and they may well just make it the move over towards B. Nade's going to have to come in pretty quickly here from Crazy and Co. They've got the cuts. They have to take their time, though, and that's what they're doing. It's methodical. It's wonderful. It's everybody dead. Simp on a 7 spree. And trying to get aggressive and just keep this pressure on. They'll be going for the grab in a second. It's just going to reset, and that reset time is going to be so crucial. Oh my god, Dashy's got the knife out to try and move faster. He'll say, Lurks, come here. Finds another, and now it's opening up over towards the A side. Trying to get something going. The pressure is unrelenting.
Oh, tries to make the play and get across. Just not able to quite do it, and they are keeping the pressure on here, but Dashy finds one towards the back. Looking for the second, is going to get it as well. I think it's clear. He's going to get across once. Dive! Dashy gets through, goes for the slide, and that's 2-0. Dashy on a 4 streak, still in the base, still going. Oh. It's Dashy season. 5 streaks for him now. They're going to have to deal with him because that is going to be a device that is close. Dashy now a little bit stuck. Surely no. Dude. Another one goes down. Oh, another one goes down. It's 7 for Dashy. Continuing his reign of terror. They're just running around their spawn going, hey, who's next? I've got a pistol. They still haven't found him. They still haven't found him.
He is absolutely terrorizing them. Line them up and knock them down if you're Dashy right now. 8 in a row from him. His team are walking. Or we're walking through to this grand final. Oh, no, he's back. Sorry, he was in our spawn. Now he's stopping the push. 9 in a row from Dashy.
Oh, he's got up top. He is going to eventually go down. A little bit of COD timing stops the rampage. Speaking of rampage, they are filling all of this so far, but I don't think they can stop this push. They haven't got the bodies. 3-1.
One back is a nice feeling, though. Especially with how you've really been dominated across the map. That's 4 dead again, though, and they're going to start... Yeah, well, I mean, that's a freebie. They call in the Hellstorm, they pick it up, and yeah, that is just free. Half-time runs on through. The 4 limit is reached.
Well,
is that the CW rule? So you tell me. I didn't think it was, but never mind. We'll take it.
I mean, we kind of even ignored Sip doing well. He had a lot of points as well. Had his streak coming in, but well, Dashy trying to just call this game very, very quickly. Is there a way back? 4-1 now to Team Dashy versus Team Draza.
This is so strong from Dashy and Co. 4-1 to the good. Dashy 13 and 5. This one could be over very, very quickly. Abusa and Drosa, they needed a good start there, and they're going to get a little bit of map control. It's going to get to the point where it could be impossible, though. Of course, you can only capture 4 on one side. Now we'll worry about that if we need to worry about a Hellstorm coming in. This might be another one on the board for Dashy and Co. Buster's coming in. He'll find 2. He's just opening the door for the squad. The callouts will be there. Not good enough to get rid of Craze, though. He's going to hold it down for now, but just keeping that pressure on, you have to try and do here. If you're Dashing Comb, Hercules finds 2 on the spawn the other side. There's number 5. And this just becomes a little bit more impossible for Craze and Co.
It does feel like almost a complete collapse. Team Draza has the win completely been taken out of their sails. As Dashy is sure, if he had made that one, it would have been generational, but he is 20 and 6 in this overload.
I mean, he said it himself. He feels like he's going to be a problem this year, and we've seen it time and time again in all of these kickoffs that... I mean, if that ain't true, what is? Because, I mean, look, he's stunned up and just finding 3. Dashy doing it all. And now he can push forward. The pistol, yeah, okay, the shots were there, but draws it. The last line of defense, I think one more capture pretty much gets the job done for Team Dashy, and we'll be seeing them in the grand finals.
Okay, he knows there's a couple of players looking for him as well. Can he get in before he gets taken down? He can, doesn't matter. Gets the kill as well. At the moment, Team Dashy is a little bit aura farming here. Dashy especially. I mean, Simp is 18 and 11. We barely spoke about him.
Jeez, we barely spoke about him. Just not even at all. 23 and 8. They're running another one over towards this A side. They're putting the herd down. How is Simp finding these kills? Well, he was already weak. Now he finds the second. Gonna try and get this one running through the middle of the map, but this one is pretty much done with 2.5 minutes to go.
Just looking for more kills. Dashy is not missing, but that's certainly something that's been said 1,000 times in the CDL. Simp trying to fly forward as well. And now they have control again, just getting more kills on the point. Pushing forward, Dashy waiting for his health to come back as well, and he's going by himself. Just holding up. Send forward the soldiers. Simp and Merc already going for this one, going for the kill. Simp finds 1. Not going to get the second here. Double shell comes through, but Dashy's going to get another point regardless. It's more than enough.
This is just... you know what I want to say as well? Like, you know, we can talk about the pros coming in, and it's 2 separate Joes from 2 separate teams. These guys look like a squad. They are just flowing where they need to. Yeah, we'll have number 8. That's the game. Thank you very much. 3-0 to Team Dashy, who will advance to the grand finals. Literally a jog. That was so one-sided.
Yeah. This is crazy. That was very, very one-sided. Wow.
Good God.
Yeah, I said, you know, what's going to happen after that SnD, and it turns out there is a difference in these teams, and Simp said, hey, we think this is the easier game. And it was.
Didn't think it would be like that. My word. 3-0. Dashy dropping a 3.0 in that map to get the job done. I mean, that is just absurd. Absolutely absurd. Into the grand final. Team Dashy go. And now we just play through the loser side of things. Team Draza will drop into that losers bracket final, but we got a losers bracket semi to get through first.
We certainly do. Well, that was that was so fast. We're actually just catching up with production. Find out what's next. Well, I think we're going to go to a quick breakdown because the next game I don't think is fully ready. That's how quick that was. A hot 3-0. So, all right, don't go anywhere. We will have more action coming up at first Cup 5 right after this break. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the first Cup 5 presented by Monster Energy. We're jumping straight into the game here because there was a little bit of a delay trying to get the players in, and then they start the game straight away. So we're in. It's all good. It's Team Shotsy versus Team Cabal. This is an elimination game. It will be a best out of 3, I believe. So as we move forward, we'll keep you updated with everything else. But these two teams have been great so far. Let's see if they continue to be so.
Let's see how it's going to go down. And to me, Cabal have went a little further than I maybe expected them to, Brycey. The fact that they went up against Slasher and Co. and won that after they shoved Dashy and Co all the way to a round 11 map 5. And then Cabal 2-0 them in 2 hard points. I mean, they're going to be difficult to beat here again, but already have Hook, Shotsy and Co done this to them. They've already managed to beat them in 2 different hard points. That we want to do that in the quickest way possible. It's a best out of 3, as mentioned, Bryce, in this losers round number 5. Technically, the losers semis, and the winner will go on to face Lurks and Co in that losers final, which will also be a best out of 3 before the grand final, which we'll figure it out when we get there. These are not things for me to worry about. I'm worrying about what's happening on my screen right now, and if I am Cabal, I'm worried about the fact that 35 points belong already to Hugh, Shotsy, and Co.
Important game, not just elimination, but winner of this is in the money. The prize pool certainly very lucrative for whoever gets through this map.
Rupert just trying to hold down and doing well. That spot I'm going to be using an 8 going forward to hold down this top stairs push. You get in time, and it's a dirty little heady as well. He's going to get pushed out here, though. The brick will eventually come through. 25 seconds or so remaining. Looking like they're probably going to be able to get this time. Spawn out over towards the back broken side. They'll know that. Insight spawns out towards Grandma's. And then another player spawns out towards Grandma's. This is the only thing with Scar. It can be a little bit funny with the spawns, but it's early days. It's early days. And that's automatically going to be a transition over towards the Grandma side of the map. And that's exactly what you want here if you're Cabal.
Klinex worried about getting through here. He knows he's going to have to go against the heady to get anything done. And player goes up high. Klinex will get the trade for him. Tries to get the second. Will he get a third? Not quite. Icon shut him down, but it will be inside to clean it up as they get back onto this one. KB looking for that first player to come over the top. And this is always going to be a difficult fight for both sides. There is just cover in abundance. Right now, it is going to be Team Shotsy that walk away with the lion's share of control. Hugh has already pushed forward. He's looking to strike. They've seen him. No, they haven't. He goes under the radar here. Flies up top. Gets another one. Hugh will not get away with it. But that does give them still even more points on this one.
Really, really good hold. Coming on through. But they would love to find that break. Good position here from Icons. Never mind. Shotsy breaks his ankles, find the breakthrough. This is just all a little bit too easy. Millie left on his own, and that is near perfection as far as breaks go. Shotsy could just run on through. It's 2 kills for him. Klinex gets one alongside of that. I think it was Hook who also chipped in, but maybe it's just a break back here from Cabal. They find 2, Bryce.
Doing a very good job at it. Icons just playing a little bit. Doesn't want to go down, so he's not overcommitting to the gunfight. Pushes out here. Looks for the player into the middle here, and that was a wonderful wall jump. Really broke the ankles of the player. Will eventually get cut down from mid-map, but they've got what they wanted, and that's a lot of time. I've lost that back spawn, though. Got to be careful they don't get rushed straight back out of this point.
Ruba, inside of the point. Oh, doesn't find that one. Shotsy doesn't with the movement onto the stairs. That was for 20 or so points. And that could be a bit of a swing. Now they're trying to put this pressure on over towards Motel. They'll do a really good job. They're actually going to get in towards the back end of things. And you can push Grandmas quite late, especially if you already got players over towards you. They're going to spawn back Grandmas even if you get yourself inside of the point. So it keeps them further away. You get a little bit of time. Not a bad idea under most circumstances. Now the rotation over towards P5. It's still a relatively close game. 15 points or so in it.
Rupert trying to stay alive up this power position. Will get cut down before he can do any more here. Now they're going to have to deal with Klinex up top, but they can't. Klinex still looking for it as well. Another kill for Klinex! And Shotsy takes him down, but he will get the cleanup for his teammate as well. So all's well that ends well, as it will be Team Shotsy that clean house.
And they get a bit of a split spawn here, though. They'll realize that in a second when they spawn out. Yeah, there you go. And you get shot in the back. Quickly turns it round. Spawn's not working out in Shotsy & Co.'s favor, and that's a nice swing. I mean, those 10 or 15 points could have went over towards Shotsy & Co. and that 13-point difference. I mean, it could have been 20 points worse than that. And it's a big difference in mentality. When you have a very close game like that, it can happen very, very quickly. You just need to keep finding these breaks. It definitely feels as if Cabal are playing off the back foot a little bit here. But they're answering back. They're countering every single time they possibly can. But the ones leading the dance are Shotsy & Co.
Just trying to bleed out this P1 a little bit. Millie sitting low down in the corner. Hoping for reinforcements, and will drill too, but one of them's going to be the teammate. Might even be a lead change here. You can already see Team Shotsy looking to try and push forward a little bit onto this one. Ready for P2, but not giving them an easy time on P1 either.
Klinex still alive and kicking around this point, but they want to make this transition over towards P2 a little bit cleaner. Nicely done from Rupert and Co. KB is just being a constant thorn, and he's about to be another one as the break will come through. The pinch is in. Now it's a bit of a difficult push. You've got players up top, though, so they can start to influence, and now all of a sudden you have to kind of keep your head down into the point. Pop up if you dare. KB continue to try to survive, and the kills are going to come through for his team. That's a 4 dead. 39 seconds on the cards here as well. You got one player over towards back Grommas. They know exactly where they're spawning. And now they can force them out. It's a great shot coming through. Insight. We'll get rid of Ripper over towards that side, and that may well open things up here over towards P2, but the damage is maybe already done. This should be the hell of a swing from Ripper and co.
KB just staying alive for so long, getting so much time onto this point as well as getting the kills that they need, and it is looking better and better as time goes through, as well as when you get to this kind of time turn on a hard point. A lot more confident. You can give up, you can go for an early rotate if you want. They haven't in this case. But with this popping as well, they are looking primed to pass 200 points.
Ripper was on a 4 spree, does eventually get cut down. Hook is starting to get aggressive. 4 kills in a row from him. Need to see a big turnaround yet. 60 point, that's sort of difference. And it's not a great position to be in, especially you don't have Grandma spawn. Shotsy dipping, diving, finding 2 and 3 from Shotsy. Oh, when you need him to find the play, he may well have done it. They need to push forward, though. They need to find a little bit more, but there's 30 seconds up for offer here, and this will put them within spitting distance of that lead that has been built up by Cabal, but the kills starting to come on through. They want a little bit more over towards P3. They know they have the spawns at P4, and they broke back through themselves.
Still leading. Still having a good time. Team Cabal are pushing this to the absolute limit. They do not want to allow them to push through into this P4. Somebody will start backing off. You can see them setting up the battle lines, getting the cross cuts. They will bleed this for about 10 seconds before a push could even really manifest. But Rupert's going to get cut down already. KB is going out towards the back. The pressure is now mounting. There are players here from Team Shotsy trying to get back control. KB needs to fight for his life, but it's too little too late. It's Kleenex finds the strike they need, but they've got to break it now.
Need to find a way through, and that was crucial. Get spawns over towards the backside. They know it's coming in. One player may well have slipped in down this left-hand side, but they find the pick. Kleenex finding what he needs to. Insight. Gonna have to set up here and try to find something over the top side. That's a good route to try and find a break here over towards P4. One player around the back. Are you going to be able to do much? Not a great deal. This is really good time. 15 seconds remaining, and this will put us at a 10-15 point game for Cabal. Rotation's already come through from Shotsy, though, and this is what he's so good at. Putting himself in positions like this to make the plays. They'll get the rest of the time. They'll get the scrap. He's taking his time. He's finding a kill. But the rest of the players going to be able to do much about him. It's a huge, huge win from Icons. Now all of a sudden the break is there and they can very much win it here. Cabal could go 1-0.
Tries to make the play. It's not worked out, and they are losing kills all over this map. They're not even getting close, ton. Team Shotsy has 15 seconds to make a miracle happen and break this hill. But at the moment, they can't even see it. They're desperately trying to get further forward. Everybody now piling through P3. Bodies will have to fly into the point. Insight goes up top. He finds the first. More have to get into it, but they're still losing the kills. They're trying to get through at the same time, but it's been held. Team Cabal have held this. That will be the map, and they go 1-0 up in lower round 5.
Incredible from Team Cabal. It felt like they were just on the back foot, but they were keeping themselves close throughout that first rotation. And they started to chain again, and that seems to be what they're really good at. They can find a couple of moments here and there, and all of a sudden, specifically on Scar, they will just get everything they need. Those P4 rotations on occasion were fantastic, and P5, they always seem to be there first. And number 1 goes their way. Just bear it in mind, these two teams went up against each other. And previously, and both the hard points went Shotsy and Co's way. Sensational work. I don't think that's the maps we're playing here, as it's a best of 3, but... There we go. Den Hardpoint going to be coming up next. Scar was map number 1. Scar Search and Destroy will be map number 3 if we need to go there. Den Hardpoint, though, you got to be feeling good here. If you're Cabal, you're going to be feeling great.
Well, Cabal, probably the story of this tourney so far.
Yeah, 100%.
The admiration, respect, and, if anything, excitement for this team has grown map on map, game on game. The question is, how far do they go? This is elimination. The winner will move forward into the money, into the top 3. The loser team is out. And right now, that could be Shotsy. Here's the prize pool for this one, $25,000. In this first Cup 5 presented by Monster Energy, $15,000 for first place, $7,500 for second place, and $2,500 for third. So one of these teams will be moving into that after this.
Yeah, 2,500 guaranteed for the winner of this one. So that's a massive little win for just one best of 3 to get yourself through to that top 3 placement. I'm surprised at like how it kind of just I want to say it didn't change at any particular moment, but it just always felt like they were there. Even when Shotsy and Co, as I kind of mentioned throughout, it felt like they were like leading the dance, so to speak. And then it just always felt like Cabal was still there, though. They kept in touch, and that's all they need to do. Find one good break back, and all of a sudden you have a 30 or 40-point lead. I think even towards the end of that first rotation, where they were able to find those last 15 or so seconds, it was either P1 or P5. And when they find that, I think that's one thing that some people don't think about. If the other team get those 15 seconds, which you kind of expect them to, you don't give them over, you get them yourselves. It's like a 30-point swing. Those kind of moments can make a big, big difference. You find that all of a sudden you're heading into that second rotation, okay, you're only 5 behind instead of what could have potentially been 35-40. It's a big difference maker for moments like that. They kept it close when they weren't necessarily the best team in that game, and then when they stepped on it, they never looked back. Fantastic work from Cabal. They've really, really shown up, and I think, you know, we were expecting some things. I don't know if we were expecting them taking maps in games like this. Especially not in that fashion, which in the end, it was relatively comfortable.
It certainly was. Well, speaking of comfortable, we are now into this second hard point. Let's see how this one feels. Stu finds 2 off the rip here, and at the moment, Team Shotsy looking for a bit of revenge.
Ripper and Co. Seeing if they can close this one out 2-0. Keep that energy up for a losers bracket final game. And I think, you know, it's a great gunfight win from Hook, but what's been really cool to see is people in the chat saying, oh, who are these guys? Like, and for them to, you know, this is a Challengers team full of a couple of players who have had some decent enough placements. They've kind of been, you know, like a top 16 Challengers players for a year or two. And now to see them really just seemingly turned it on. As we've got into Black Ops 7, they really do look like one of the Challengers team to beat, if not the Challengers team to beat right now.
So far, good push out here from Team Shotsy. They're just trying to make sure this lane is open. Reinforcements will be streaming in from the side doors as well as every nade everybody has. Grex finds the first, looking for the second, trying to stay alive, has reinforcements from the teammates, but Icons is equal to it. But Insight coming through clutch here. 4 and 2 on a 3 streak himself, making sure nobody can get forward.
Good win from Insight. Shotsy getting some decent enough time there, but we'll now be spawned towards this backside. 20 seconds on offer. Close spawns though, coming in from Shotsy. Can they find a way through? Well, Shotsy's already thinking about P3, and he's the first one here. He's going to have Rupert for company in a second. Gunfight's won by Kleenex and Co on the other side of things. It's an absolute perfect scenario. They stop them, get the scrap time, they spawn them further out, they get the rotation. Perfection from Shotsy and Kleenex specifically. They're the ones who get the job done.
Just trying to wait and pick off around this doorway and doing enough here that his teammates can run in and clean it up. Insight and Kleenex combining. They do feel in a little bit of a different gear here this time around. Team Shotsy certainly trying to put the hurt on Cabal. Cabal's problem in previous hard points was about some of these rotations. They haven't been able to set up and get there in advance. Obviously, map 1 did go towards them, so it could have been lesson learned, but this is feeling like more of the same.
Hook not able to finish that one off. I'm not sure how on earth Rupert was able to keep that one going, but the break comes through. And again, it kind of feels like, you know, they're the second best at the moment. The second one's there. They're not quite able to beat them to the punch, but when it gets to the point, they're able to keep it close. They're able to just limit the damage. And I think that's the hallmark of a good Hardpoint team, knowing when to be able to make that push, knowing when you could do with the scrap time. And now you've got the rotation. Can you make it count? You need to here over towards P4. Spawning over towards the rooftop sides. It's a pinstripe kill feed. Kleenex is though going to be there for the final one. Is KB going to be able to find it and turn in time? Not quite. Now he's spawning in a lobby. Hook is going to be there. You need to break this fast.
Here comes more pressure though. It will be the closer spawn for Team Cabal, so able to reinforce just a little bit easier. It's just keeping this one. Who's going to be brave enough to dive through the gap? It's going to be about the trades. Click trying to get in a better position, but gets cut down before he can. More names flying through as Hugh says, all right, I'll take all three. The slide and the spray working out to give him the scrap time, and it looks like Team Cabal are not going to go for it. They are ready for P1.
Yep, want to rotate this round and want to try and get a hold of P2 spawns if they can. Just trying to squeeze player that is still remaining over towards P4. There's just no way that Kleenex should be winning that gunfight. Gets cleaned up, but we've seen plenty of times here on Den Hardpoint. There is time to be had on P1. You can get the jump up towards Archers. The lock and key. A little bit of top control, but yeah, Hook will say thank you very much, and that is a freebie. That is an egregious chal. It wasn't him who got the gunfight, it was Insight. And there you go, control gained. Really good work from Kleenex. Now just trying to put that pressure on. This is some great time on the board for Shotsy and Co.
Hugh, long range with the Dravik. Looking on fine form once again. 13 seconds to go here. You can see the setup already coming in from Team Cabal. They know this can be a money hill. They have spread out a battle line. Look at the distribution of them on the map. It was almost perfect in the lineup they had. Gotta be careful though. They are losing some gunfire. They're losing 3 gunfights. Rooper now finds himself completely outgunned. And that is about as clean of a reversal as you will ever see. And now, slithering along the rooftops. Team Cabal will have to try and retake.
Oh my god, you can't be letting Inside do this. He's lining you all up. 4 dead again. I mean, that's just the kind of moment you just need to take your time, take a step back. Because now this lead is getting a little bit dangerous. We've seen them come back in the first game, but it was nowhere near this, and this is 3 times in a row. They have not got a single sniff over towards P2, and then just starting to feed a little bit over towards potential streaks, etc., etc. They were able to, thankfully for them, stagger some of these kills. But Insight not too far off his Hellstorm now. Rotation over towards P3 is good, but this hole needs to be perfect.
Oh, he still finding the kill. Still finding the kills. Continuing to going here, and they break another hill. This is just despair manifest, really, for Team Cabal. They get there, they get locked, they get broke, and they just cannot find anything going. It might even be, and I dread to say it, a 100-point club looming on the horizon here. A dangerous time for Cabal.
It's one of those moments, though, so many times where we doubted them. We weren't sure what was going to happen. This is... yeah, no, I mean, it happens to the best of us.
That's 4.
To the best of us. Yeah, this has been quite a lot. But that be this game. Rupert trying to survive. Oh, I love the spot. I love the peak. He's like, yeah, go on, chal me. And Insight obliges. 10 seconds go their way. They've got the rotation over towards P4. Do Shotsy and Co. With the next 40 seconds, we may well be seeing us go over to a map number 3, and they'll be Search and Destroy to close things out, unless Cabal can somehow stage a miraculous comeback. It could start with KB trying to find a way through over towards the backside. The backup is here. Can they manage to find the break? Insight slowing it down. The rest of the team on their way. Can't quite find it in time. It's a not bad break whatsoever here from Cabal.
Still fighting from the back foot. Still trying to make magic happen. Game can be won here by Team Shotsy. You can see Cabal are spreading out. They're trying to get everything through, but already losing 2, losing a 3rd one as well. That might even be game. One last roll of the dice. One opportunity to make one of the greatest comebacks we will see in a hardpoint game, but it's still going to be difficult. Here they come already. Hughes lining them up. Finds one. Not the second, though. Still in control here, Team Shotsy. And Insight puts them to bed on a 5 streak. That is a 100-point club for Team Cabal. And Shotsy and Co. will take it to map 3.
Dominant, that one. Without question. It kind of felt like Cabal... I don't want to say they got desperate, but on multiple occasions, it felt like just not coordinated pushes. It was just like, okay, let's just slam into them and see if it'll work. Nope, no it won't. Not even remotely. And now you're heading into a map number 3 to stay in the tournament. And you have just been dog-walked round 10.
Well, well, well. We were wondering what would happen after that first hard point, and Team Cabal looked pretty good. It turns out there is another gear that Team Shotsy can move into. Our hard points are done. This will be settled in a search and destroy. Who walks away the victor?
Scar search and destroy as well. Looking forward to this one. I'd imagine we'll be loading in pretty quickly. And we got a losers final to come through after this, pretty much immediately after it. It's going to be interesting. Chat, you are funny. So many people are gassing Cabal. First thing I look at, Cabal is ass. After that one, the duality of the Call of Duty chat.
What spat my drink out? you can't just drop reading the chat like that on me. Like,
oh, guys, it's been so much fun.
Yeah,
keep an eye on what you guys have been saying in the chat as well.
It's 1-1.
I know, dude.
Oh,
I've never known a community be so reactionary in my entire life.
Oh, it's genuinely horrific. My favorite thing to do is watch Reddit threads when there's a game on. It's just the most knee-jerk reaction of anything you've ever seen. A player has a bad map. Oh, they've always been terrible. Literally the worst player I've ever seen. Next map. Oh, they're frying. This is their year. It's ridiculous at some points. But maybe, and I'll put this out there, that these are some of the best players in the world, and they can have, a bad couple of minutes or a bad game. It does happen.
That'd be Call of Duty, though, right? It's just, it can be a map-to-map kind of thing. It's been a crazy day.
Oh, I love Call of Duty.
Day. Oh, I know. We're all insane, aren't we? We're all really absolutely insane. Dashy and Co are waiting in the grand finals. They got a couple of games to wait before we do get into it, though. They found their way. I mean, pretty much uncontested until they went against Slasher and Co. That was a 3-2 round 11, by the way, to force their way through to then absolutely body Draza and Co. Managed to get through pretty comfortably. I mean, extremely comfortably to that grand final. And now they just wait. And just wait on who they want to go up against.
Wow, let's see. I mean, I don't know who I want to see in the grand final against them. Obviously, we kind of thought it might be Team Shotsy from the beginning, but
yeah,
there are obviously Cabal still ready to go to war here. You've got
I mean, Shotsy and Co could be going up against Draza and Co again, and they lost that. I don't want to say pretty good. It was fairly comfortable for Draza and Co, right? But then Draza and Co have just been absolutely slammed off Dashy and Mercules and Sympno 4, which on paper probably did look like the strongest roster, with all respect to the other rosters. But I mean, I'll say it again: Dashy, Merc, Simp, and 04. That's a good roster, full stop. Doesn't matter if it's two duos coming in. That's one that, in my mind, should work, right? Yeah, interesting. See how that one's going to go down when we do get to the grand final. But we got a Scar Search and Destroy to get to first.
We certainly do. Team should be loading in very, very shortly for it. Obviously, going over the strats. how we're running this, and the Team Shots' team is probably going to be a little bit more fluid because they're not a full team. For Team Cabal, oh, I think last time we saw them play SnD, it looked pretty good.
Honestly, it's all kind of blurring into one at this stage.
But in a great way, in a smooth, buttery, sort of sauce kind of way.
It's been fun to get back on the mic, back in the Black Ops 7. I've been loving the game, though. Not just saying that. Really, really have been enjoying it. Seems to be popular to hit on it at the moment, but really have been enjoying Black Ops 7. Long may that continue. I think we're in for a good yet. Games have been entertaining. This Search and Destroy is bound to be as well. We head over towards Scott. I'm curious to see who's going to be sniping on either one of these squads. I think for Team Shotsy it was Insight typically. Unless it was maybe Icons or KB on the other side of things. Let's see if anybody is actually going to be bringing out. It's a little bit more of a Fast and Furious map. The push over towards B seems to be coming through almost immediately for Alpha Team, which is Shotsy and Kill. It's wide open. You've got to watch that mid cross though. That's over. Free. Big gunfight win. Shotsy finds it. And he has the control up top. And this should be a free plant and a very, very difficult retake.
Koenig's just pushing out a little bit. Trying to play his life, but it goes down to a 3 versus 3.
You can see here, KB is actually just waiting on the team on the flank, trying to do something. They're going to find Insight. And now they make their way through the middle of the map, and KB's found the one up top. I mean, how on earth is this being broken so easily?
He's just got one. They're still defusing. He's not even challing. I don't think you've seen it as well. That will be diffused. Easy in the end for them.
And honestly, for MP over towards the back there, you sort of think, is he just going to wait? But he actually makes the push up top. Or for KB, sorry, not MB. Makes the push up top, finds that kill. And you just think that they're going to be able to at least trade it out over on the flank, and they lose it 2-0. All of a sudden the numbers are down, and Kleenex can do very little in the 1 versus 3.
Here comes the push. Might be a 3-man hit around this corner. Are they wise to it? I don't think they are. Here they go, everybody round. There comes the first bit of information. Icons has been seen. Somehow gets out of there clean as well. Insight with the overwatch. Trying to find a shoulder, an arm, a leg. A breath in the right direction. You're not giving him an awful lot. Shotsy though with the flank. Will this be the right time? I think he's been seen as well. He has. He's going to chat it up anyway. And gets cut down before he can do any more now. And it will be Insight left alone the 1 versus 3. But he's been found already. They're going to chat him. They know he's got a sniper. Doesn't matter. Pistol's pretty good. Still trying to stay alive. Insight. Just not able to get as much done as he would like.
Yeah, it's difficult from that position, but that's a 2-0 lead. Couldn't do them in 3, could they? Icons picks up his 4th. And you got to be careful. You cannot be giving Hellstorms over. It would quite literally be disastrous.
And again, Cabal showing just how good they are on SnD. I mean, Icons on a 4-0, considering how close he was to being cut down on that last push. He's going for it again. Already kills flying for them, and, well, they're taking no prisoners. They are flying at Team Shotsy. Very, very confident in the SnD.
We got to be baiting for him here. Icons looking for number 5. Oh, that's a big win from Hook. He's surely not going to win the round. Hold on. Yeah, okay. But the fact that he wins that. No Hellstorm there for Icons. But then that's the kind of moment where you got to be a little bit smarter. Flying towards him. You've got to be taking your time there. You've got to be letting your teammates bait it out for you. You get that Hellstorm. That's potentially as good as a round. Big potential win. Yes, okay, they may be 3-0 down, but they prevent the Hellstorm from coming in. You take the small wins where you can.
it's a small win. Gotta take that silver lining sometimes. Phoenix on Overwatch this time. They've got to make some adjustments. They've got to work something out. Maybe perform a little ritual. Pray to a different deity. Because so far, Cabal have their number.
Just taking their time yet. No, the team wanting to give anything away at this stage. There's a potential big air hit coming in from the defensive team of Shotsy and co. Here, they're ready to make their move. Somebody's already making a move through the middle of the map. Getting aggressive with Shotsy. The next was able to answer the kill over towards this A side, looking like they're eventually going to get around on the board. It's only Millie left on his own. And a 1 versus 3. Not going to find it from this angle. Gets closed out. And they just stack over towards this side. Shotsy makes a move through the shot push. Gets aggressive. Catches a player in there as well, which wasn't looking likely. Picks up the final kill of the round as well. Going to Millie on the back side. 3-1 now. Doable. Very doable.
Hope still alive. It's never gone in SnD. We see big swings all the time.
Trying to find some picks across the map. Look at the aggressive line coming out, especially over towards B. So often you see 2 players over towards that side, but they're just going to re-wrap back round. Get a little bit of control from field at the mid-cut. Force him into a bit of a bottleneck here, though. He's going to have to keep moving forward. Gets himself a little bit of cover behind the bomb. We'll have to back on down, but the pressure's not actually going to be there. In all of that time, CleanX was able to make his move over. 3 men on the flank. Bomb goes down. Shotsy's got a big job to do.
He's waiting for it as well. I think they all are. And, well, they find their kills as well on the flank. Rupert Skywalker looking to see if he can find any magic around the side here, but it is a 2 versus 4. CleanX finds that kill, cleans it up nicely, and KB, who was sitting pretty much to make sure they didn't push through, is not going to get anything done himself. 3-2.
It's a really nice job just to be patient. Hook slides across, that gives enough onus to get this bomb down. CleanX gets himself around, the bomb goes down, well held on the flank. A Shotsy in insight. It's 2 rounds back to back and very confident ones at that. Collectively on about 7 spree. On the side of Team Shotsy. And the attacking turn. Cabal. And a little look down B, and we getting a little bit of information now with the utility going over, but a lot of control over towards A alongside that.
Well, getting a bit of map control towards A as well, but they won't be feeling confident quite yet. You can see Team Shotsy just dancing around this point. There's going to be a challenge towards the mid here as well. Will be Shotsy for the first blood. Hugh says, hey, I'll have some of that, but he's taken down for Icons.
No trades.
3 versus 3. Big kill by Millie.
Yeah, gets Shotsy. Expecting the flank to come around. Are they still expecting as much? Well, they're going to see CleanX and you're going to start to engage. And look at the positioning from inside. It was good for 1. They know where CleanX is here. CleanX isn't the one that needs to make the move. 30 seconds to go. This bomb is going to go down by the looks of things. Unless CleanX can, well, teleport over the map. And then his job becomes insanely harder.
The most important thing here for CleanX is getting a clean way across this map. I don't know if you saw that guy.
Broken.
I think he's seen it, but unfortunately they have seen him as well. Time is his problem, Tunt. He has to find something to work before this time gets away from him, or they will just play it over and over again. Well, there's one. Kleenex, 20 seconds left on the clock now. Running off towards it. There's a player in middle. Does he check this corner? Does he check the corner? He knows where he is. There's been a bit of a gunfight. He's a little bit weak as well. He's trying to get away. Kleenex is still flying at him as well, but that will be time. That will be the clock, and there's nothing more he can do. He finds the kill, but they've done just enough here. Cabal walk away with a round.
Really nice job. Kleenex, as you say, just runs out of time. They play the time so well and find themselves 4-2 to the good. Just those moments like that is where you can see it happening. Kleenex finds one towards the backside. The potential opens up, but good ice from Cabal. What's the hit now? Kleenex, Shotsy, and Co. Hands everything over towards outside. It's just such a hard gunfight from this angle. Kind of have to give up that control. The only gap that you really have is through mid with two of them sending over towards B, but obviously we have the luxury of seeing that. And Shotsy may well have sensed it, or he's listening, but I'm going to also go with sensing it. Oh, damn, they pushed it out as well. Kleenex. Oh, he has to run for his life. Gets pushed out. And all of a sudden, you're in so much trouble if you're Shotsy in the middle of the map. Look at the aggression. The bravery coming through from Cabal.
Huke. An apex predator. Looking desperately for it, and I don't know whether he got the information he wanted there.
Oh, there could
you
be
already see Millie moving forward. Millie finds inside, and he will get the second one as well. They waited for it, and Cabal... echoes of last time they played SnD, because this is 5-2 in their favor. Will they be dumping Team Shotsy out of the first Cup 5?
I mean, I just love the hit. There's just no way that Shotsy and Co expect that to happen. Two players pushing off the heady on the airplane. I mean, we all know that down that field, that airplane, whatever side you're on of it, it's not a gunfight you want to take from the other. And all of a sudden, you are one round away from crashing out to Cabal, who have been brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Is the aggression going to come out from the other side? Looking like an A hit more than likely from Millie and Co. Hook. He'll find Rubber. They're going to try and make this 5-3. Hook trying to take it into his own hands. One pump is all it was. And one pump of the pistol from Hook to just get that round in the back pocket. Deleted them. 5-3.
Hope still burns. Just can't afford to make a mistake from here. Have to be resolute in every detail of every round. For Cabal, they can taste victory. It's so close. They win a round out of the next 3. And they move forward to top 3. And in the money at first Cup 5.
This again. Look how aggressive they've got around this A side. But they've opened up some gaps, but that gap is not going to be filled by Insight. He's been deleted back Grandma's, and now they're just going to move around together. They're just moving like a wolf pack. Kleenex getting aggressive. He needs the rest of the team to stay alive. He's trying to make the play.
Do they know he's here? Do they have an opportunity for a pick? He's got one.
Expecting this though. Trade should be there, and it is. 2 versus 3.
Trying to make a play himself. Sees one. Does he get it? Can he get out? No! I think he dead slided. I don't think that's what he wanted, and down they go as well. Cabal will win the SnD. They will win the series. They will move on, and Team Shotsy are eliminated.
And eliminated by a team that they beat in the winners bracket. Cabal get their revenge in the losers side of things. Incredible performance in the Search and Destroy. Just extremely aggressive when needs be. Cabal are a squad, man. Serious shooters. Props to them. They move on through to the losers finals. Shotsy and Co are out.
And what an upset. What a time. As we move on to our lower finals. This is how it's all shaken out so far. Team Cabal versus Team Drowser for a chance to match up into the winners final. Who makes it? I'm not entirely sure.
It could be either one. It really could. Honestly, where this tournament has gone, it's brilliant to see the challengers teams come through, though. It's a really big opportunity for a team like Cabal to come and show themselves, and they really have done that. They get knocked in pretty early on by Shotsy's team to that losers bracket, and they have ran through some serious rosters, and they've got some hellish momentum behind them. Incredible work from them. They are now through to that losers finals. One more best out of 3 from the grand finals, potentially, Brycey. Could they do it in the best of 3, you know? There's potential in the cards for them to make this grand finals.
There certainly is. I mean, I think, we spoke about it earlier. Realistically, one of the biggest takeaways you've got to have is that Team Cabal are making a bigger and bigger name for themselves. Really, obviously, you could say, kind of hedge your bets and say, obviously, these aren't fully blooded pro teams.
Yeah.
This is not something that's been super prepared for because it is 2 duos from kind of 2 units. But still, they look very, very good. We're not sure how else it's going to go down for them. But even if it's just now, even if it's just this, it has been a great watch. So Cabal already made more than a name for themselves. But speaking of that, we are going to be waiting for them to load into the next lobby. So we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. All the action and more coming up after this. See you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to First Cup 5, presented by Monster. This is going to be a wonderful game. I know we have been waiting, but the lobby is here. It is ready. The teams are switched and we are good to go.
Here we go. Can Cabal keep this run going through the losers bracket? Again, another tall order, but I mean, it seems as if we've represented them with 3 different tall orders in a row. Just a reminder, obviously, you just seen them go up against Shotsy and Co. They just managed to win that one. Before that, some of the other teams they've went on to beat. So they beat Shotsy and Co. They beat Joe Deceives, Real, Slasher, and Nero. I mean, they have been knocking CDL players out left, right, and center. It's been 4 games in a row in losers bracket. They went on to win. And I just don't know how they keep doing it, to be honest with you. But they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep trying to do it. To send themselves to a grand final would be something.
Let's see if they can make this dream come true. So far, good amount of time on a P1 ton. Trying to set up for this P2. You can see the fight going down. Lurk's gunner on the outside.
Expecting him as deep yet. Yeah, he's taking his time. There's Lurk's yet waiting for the cues. Here's it towards the back. 3 kills to the mid. Nicely done. The pinch will come through. Should be a clean one. Not quite. Icons has actually done God's work to survive back there. He will get hunted. But it's going to give them less time to jump onto the point. Okay, they can get there now, but they wasted a couple of seconds at least. Oh, loads of kills coming down on the outside, though. It's been a great start for Abuza. He's found 3 in a row. And I just wonder, is for the Cabal squad, the Challengers team coming in here, I wonder if the very until recently Challengers players are going to be their Kryptonite Craze Lurks. All people who would have played up against the beaten players in this Cabal team on multiple occasions. So what can they do here in this losers final? Right now they're looking pretty. 60 points or so to the 13, but it's a nice break that comes through over towards P2. The race up towards P3 will be won though by Abuza and Co.
Trying to keep this ticking over. You can already see the pressure coming through Abuza. Just trying to check every angle. Oh, is he looking around the corner? No, he's not going to be able to get it. Icons. A little bit of a wall bounce over the top. Gives them the advantage onto this to begin with. See the pressure coming through. That's a huge win inside for Icons as well. It will eventually take him down, but the damage has been done. Good opportunity for them as well. Trying to get the reinforcements in here, as this push is all heading one direction.
Try to find a breakthrough, but they do have the spawns for P4, so they don't want to be too overzealous here. Ruba can find one. Not going to find anything else. Everybody at the point. The player through cut is going to be the issue. That's going to be Ruba. He's going to get taken down. So not only do you find the break with around 25, 26 seconds to go, you've got the hold for P4. One player going to try and find a flank. He's going to get taken down to credits. I'm going to be careful for these spawns. Keep an eye. Should still be good here. Especially with that wipe coming through from Draza and Co. P4 incoming. Now they're going to start thinking about those cuts that are coming on there. They get the majority of the time at P3. A really nice job, considering the breaks that were coming through, but that's a good time to find 3 kills. Spawns over towards the backside, still in, a pinch potentially on the cards. Big win coming through from Draza, but a very hard break, and that's a nice rotation coming through here for Cabal.
Rupert just holding it down for his team at the moment. You can already see here, Craig's trying to go around, trying to get a different direction for this break. All about timing. All about whether or not he can do enough work here to pull those guns off from the front. Doing enough just at the moment. They're having to divert resources to deal with him. Craze! Still getting that work done, and this is going to open it up completely. May have only made 1 kill, but I feel like people often underestimate just how much work goes in to making players look a different direction.
It's just about taking your time, especially with a break over towards this hill. Spawns are so important. You've got to take your time. Oh my god! Rupa, zero opportunity to possibly win that gunfight, and somehow he still does it. Finds a 3rd, and there's the break for the final few seconds. Okay, that's another moment where, yeah, okay, they didn't quite lead the dance, but they're not too far behind. It's about a 40-point game. Pretty solid outing, I would say, from Draza and Co. to kick things off, and they get some good time here over towards P1 as well. They kept themselves within touch and distance, and that's with KB not having a great time with things. That has been a rare occasion over today. And yesterday. It's kind of been 2 days here, Bryce. Technically.
2 glorious days. Speaking of glorious, Draza, with the movement, works up every single time, and P1 is always just tricky. You're basically going towards this knowing you're not going to survive for very long. You're like, I'm going in, and I will drop all of my tactical nades, but I don't expect to live for very long. Fortunately, now we're going down. The trophy will be into this one, and I think it's going to be all about Cabal going towards this P2. They were behind last time. They didn't have as good a time of holding as they would have liked. This time, it might be a little bit different.
I wonder if Draza could have just maybe committed towards that backside. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, of course. Look at this reflank as well, but it's being read very, very easily. Contest comes through. They're just going to go through the front. See from the side. Here comes Abuza as they take their time. There's the break. So well played. Over and over again, these breaks. They really impressed me, this squad, to be honest with you. Time and time again, they just seem to have a really good read with each other. And I say that as 3 of them drop, and they completely lose the hill with 30 seconds to go, but it's besides the point. Things seem to be running very, very well for the Frost this evening.
He knows the pressure's coming through the front here, but just not able to do anything. Players seem to be getting more and more adept at going high and getting these gunfights. It is not easy at the best of times. The Dravik, it works so flawlessly. You see that? Good hold. I say that, and Draza goes to work to cut them out of that scrap time ton.
I mean, yeah, you take it. That's what, 7-8 seconds? You don't get them yourselves, but... No, I mean, if you help, if you get these kills as well, though, just your team are going to get set up so easily. You've got the cutoff, so they can't push through bottom cut. They know they only have to watch in one direction, and Draza knows that as well. He'll rotate around everybody else, trying to do their job on the front, nice and easy. KB, you're not going to find a way through there. Needs to wait on the rest of the team. Draza will get traded out. Potentially make him move through the middle of the map now, but right now, looking solid here for Draza and Co.
Boozer putting bullets down. Knows he has to hold the head. He's a little bit worried about the flank, but his teammate will pick it up for him as well, allowing him to keep being a terror. And I just don't see a good way for them to get back in here. Realistically, Cabal are going to have trouble trying to push this tempo. I don't think they're going to do it. They might be trying to push through mid-map and get around. Next will cut them down. That should be the scrap time for them as well.
I would just
now this is about the push.
Yeah, you got to kind of give this up now. That did not work at all. You need to commit to something somehow, and those 2 kills will help.
Outcomes. Going to be the first under the gun. Not going to get much done here. Millie dives out as well, but there are too many players, and they rotate and get into the point here, Tom, but it has collapsed a little bit. KB falls as well, and that might be the dagger that seals it all.
Well, the problem is that they want to push through so they get a hold of the spawns rather than just hold it with, you know, with everybody streaming on through. You lose a couple of gunfights, and all of a sudden they're on top of you. So they wanted to get a hold of the spawns, but to be honest with you, Abuza and Draza played it absolutely perfectly. But the break is going to come through for 25 here. That's a really good win. They can find themselves in. Now they have the spawns. That 25 seconds puts them back into contention. Turns into a 50-point game. It very well could have been a 100-point one. Icons on the point could do with winning these gunfights and keeping this time. It's looking like they're going to challenge for every single second of Draza and Co. And they aren't going to get too much of it. They'll find a way in with 1 second to go. The 4 spree is not going to be a 5 spree. No, not quite. KB will find that's an important kill to put off the Hellstone, potentially making its way around. KB still hasn't had necessarily a great game, but will allow him. He's been sensational all day. Lex and Co, though, really causing issue, and it's still a 50-point game.
Trying to make sure they keep this in contention. Cabal just want every single point they can get from this. They know it's not going to be all of them. Just trying to stay alive as that goes high. Icons with a great play, but unfortunately it's just not enough. They just don't have the trades there for them, as well as Draza tries to get a little bit more rocking and rolling. But this is looking bad for Cabal. P2 is almost upon us.
Oh.
They don't really have the position, and then there's going to be a double kill with a nade.
Yeah, that's not ideal. It's far from it, actually. And I think that can happen, though. You kind of want to push in there. You're panicking, and then grenades are already going in from your teammates. It's such an easy thing to do. Gray's trying to get the cut-offs here of the players who are trying to flank through the spawn. They'll have a successful time here, though. It's not out of the realms of possibility by any stretch, but do they know the Draza's back there? I'm going to say they probably don't. Doesn't really matter, though. If Draza is left there on his own, is he going to get the spawn in for his team here? No, he isn't. Going to make the move, though. Starting to get some time. The rest of the squad are on their way, but I tell you what, they're just about holding on here, Cabal.
They're trying. There is an opportunity. Can they get this P2 to P3? Locked in. 20 seconds left on P2. They cannot afford to give this scrap time away yet either. There's still a push coming through the front. There will be a team kill. Maybe a little bit of opportunity. That's a huge gunfight to win. P2 still in play. 9 seconds to go. Scrap time going the way of the Cabal. They will lose these last few seconds, but they are already at P3. Opportunity beckons.
I think if you're Draws and Co, you kind of have to commit to that, right? You got to make that move. If you are Cabal, you're on the point, you're controlling it right now, but the pinch is potentially being set up here. You're going to spawn out over towards the P2 side. You have to go off if you're Icons, and you can't. They find the break, 10 seconds to go. You've got to roll everything now if you are Cabal.
I thought they were in a good enough position, and, well, here we go. Everybody in, everybody party. Go. 3 seconds going for it, looking for the trade, and Craze will say, no, thank you. I'll pick up every single kill I need to. You aren't getting this one, and Team Draza go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, in control from the get-go. And didn't really slow down. I feel as if Cabal started to really get into the rhythm of things, but they were just getting out-rotated on every single occasion. Felt as if Team Draza, it almost felt like they had an extra man at times. There was somebody who was just covering the crosses, and somebody who can make long rotations because everybody else is just doing their job, and then some. Map number 1 on Colossus goes the way of Team Draza. Draza himself, 37 and 28. It's a big old game from him.
He wants back in. Wants to that final. Wants revenge. So not going to be an easy time, but we're going to expose your hard point now. And I feel like, I mean, Cabal did fight back pretty effectively through most of it. It certainly was not a one-sided game. Maybe a bit of a hotter start may have worked for them.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of just got caught a little cold heading into it by the looks of things, and if you have that problem on this map in particular, you can go behind pretty quickly. It was 3-4 where they did seem to struggle more than anything. Draza, again, was fantastic. Every single time we were on board with them, it for me was that first time they were over towards P3. He would play with the players down that right-hand side, knew nobody was coming, hitting up right, and even when they were finding their way through towards that statue, looking to hit that lower cut right through X-ray, he would find those couple of kills, and as soon as he finds those kills, that he knows everybody else is on the outside, so the rest of the team guns up. Great info. Any of you guys looking for some tips and tricks before ranked play does hit? Make sure you're keeping an eye on that one. Big influential plays being made on Colossus by Draza. Exposure's going to be coming up next, and you need the turnaround from Cabal, who, again, we've already said it multiple times, have done extremely well in this tournament. We're going to just have a quick reset in this one, hopefully. And
that's 2 HP.
I think we can hear the teams talking against there. I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication over which side they should be on. So it's not too much of an issue. They'll just load back into that one. But I think one of my big takeaways as well from this tournament is just watching the movement of some of these players.
Yeah.
The wall kind of jumping on this game, it can feel a little bit not random, but it is a mechanic that is easy to do but difficult to master. And these players kind of look like they're starting to get the mastering hand of it. You see these bounces go through, and it's only going to get smoother as time goes on, right?
Yeah.
While we've had, wall jumping, bouncing, jetpacks, all that over time, this is slightly different. And I think a lot of people have been finding that as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to judge it off my own experiences because I'm nowhere near as good as these players, but it can feel a little clunky at times if you kind of mistime it or hit a wall wrong or try to go into a wrong fight. Yeah. But once you get smooth like these players are, it looks like a whole different world. I mean, you saw Icons there in that last one sort of kind of floating over a doorway for some period of time and then getting a kill as well. And it will absolutely throw people off. These guns are very, very effective at taking people down, but you can't kill what you can't hit.
Yeah, I think the height is a massive thing to do with it, to be honest with you, making sure, you've got your jump correctly. I think it was actually something went out there from a clip from Shotsy, and as far as the movement and the inputs that make a difference on certain angles, they do make a difference. Like, if you want to hop backwards, you hold back when your jump kind of comes in. That all kind of does make a bit of a difference. You just kind of got to kind of play around with it. Not to say I'm proficient in any sense, but it does help you kind of understand if you do have a little bit of a play, and you can start bouncing around. And it does make a difference in some gunfights. I mean, even you'll think yourself, obviously in public, everybody will have done the same. You'll have won a gunfight because someone's starting to shoot you. All of a sudden you bounce and set yourself at a weird angle. But these pros are doing it up against other pros, up against other ridiculous players. And I think whilst we got a bit of time, I kind of go on to it. I've been playing a little bit of H and stuff just to get used to the game. Kind of what we do most of the time, just get yourself in that headspace of understanding how it works. And it's for the most part like pretty casual lobbies, just with friends and other commentators. But every now and then we get a pretty decent challengers European player coming in and just absolutely not awful. It's
awful for us.
Awful for us, sitting as a 30-plus-year-old man. It is very, very difficult to keep up. And you sort of think to yourself, okay, well, these guys are absolutely insane. How can anyone be better than this? You think about these pros and how they look at somebody like Shotsy, how they look about like somebody like Icons coming up and playing up against them, and how they're doing that to them, and how I was getting absolutely munched by the other guy who is like a top 12 challengers player in Europe. And you think of those levels that some of these players have and what they can do on this game. It's a scary thought, Bryson, and it makes me realize how bad I am.
No, I didn't want to say it because I was kind of leading towards that same way.
Scary thought.
I am not using that movement mechanic as much as maybe I should be. Really, I mean, you think about it. I think one of the issues I've had with it, and something that the pros make look very, very simple, is that it can feel a little unstable in the aiming, snapping when you get up there into the sky. Obviously, for the players of this caliber, it almost becomes a necessity when they're approaching a gunfight because they know if they get into it at the wrong angle, they're going down very, very quickly. And I've been enjoying it. I think we're going to see even more crazy. I'm hoping also that when we get deeper into the season, we'll probably even see some new maps come into the map pool, depending on what the seasons bring us and how that plays out, because I do enjoy that aspect of it. I do think we should probably have a new map every single stage. After every major, I think there should be
good ones.
A new map, maybe a new meta, maybe a new kind of reworking of what we're using and not using, because I think that keeps it not only fresh for everybody watching competitive at the high level, but also ranked play. You go all the way down. You talked about how ranked play evolves over time. After grinding out ranked play for months, you kind of want a little bit of a change.
Yeah, no, that can definitely help. I think our rotation is something that we haven't necessarily had the opportunity to do, I want to say, in previous iterations. But I think for the most part, the maps are pretty solid. We've got some really good ones coming out. The fact that Raid's not in there, say what you want, right? But like, I think that kind of gives you a good indication of how good some of the other maps are, right? So like that's puts you into that headspace of, okay, well, maybe Raid can come in for a split or something along those lines and swap out something like that. It's an opportunity to maybe do something like that and keep things fresh, and yeah, we'd love to see that happen. But anyway, hopefully we are going to be loading in very, very shortly. More maps for me have to learn though, Brycey. I mean, come on, I can only do 5 at a time. We're getting old, aren't we?
We certainly are. But hey, we'll be playing plenty of ranked play during the year, so it should be fine. I will say this was only going to be a host switch. I'm not entirely certain what is happening. Should be back into it pretty quickly. I think obviously just trying to get this one ready for this next kind of flurry into it. Of course, it's worth mentioning at this point, of course, that we are looking for whichever team wins this to go through into our grand final. The losing team will be eliminated from the tournament, and we've also been told that this will be a bracket reset, as long as that's still staying the way it was. In the grand final, obviously, if the lower team wins, the first best of 5 will go into a second best of 5, but that is all very much dependent on whether they do.
Yep, I believe that is going to be the case, but we'll get that double checked before we start that grand finals, which may well just be a singular map away.
Just had confirmation from Hitch himself. The legend has confirmed it will be a reset. All right, I believe this game should be ready to go. We apologise for the small delay. Sometimes these things happen at 4 a.m. Let's find out. Right, lock in. As Tom Brady once said, laser focus, laser focus. Let's see how this hardpoint goes down.
Wow, I feel so inspired to focus now. Thank you.
Oh, he said it's slightly better than I did, admittedly.
Well, I mean, you speak for a living. I would expect it to be a little bit better, but whatever. Not quite.
I just don't have the
figure, I suppose.
Hey, he's a quarterback for a reason. Right, anyway, we jump into this one. Obviously, everybody into the mixer, everybody into P1. And round we go as trades flow like water.
It's so mixy when you get into P1 first time off anyway. Off the initial break, it's just so difficult to really get much control, but Ruper's found 3. Trying to help along. Abuza and Co, though. Yeah, Abuza was absolutely piecing on this map beforehand. Looking for the 3rd. It's an egregious chal if I've ever seen one, but Draza and Co will start to get a little bit more control now and get some time on the board. P2 rotation coming up in 20.
Oh, big gunfight. Should give them the scrap time for this one. You can see already the mines on both sides. Over to P2. Could be a fight. 2 versus 3 actually happening over there. It's going to be 1 versus 3 now, and not going to be good for the trade. Oh, pinstripe all the time. Rupert trying to get moving forward. And you can tell Team Draza, they really don't want to lose this one. Team Cabal, it's been a Cinderella story so far for them. But it does look like the clock is maybe hitting midnight.
Maybe. It is a case of running out of steam. There's only so many of them you can beat, I suppose. But there's still time yet. They're 30 seconds behind, albeit we are not very far into this hardpoint. The hill currently being held. Contestation comes through on the spot over towards the barrel. You'll get rid of your Draza. Lurks alongside. You got the cover up top from the solar panels behind as well. That contest spot is just so annoying to try and deal with. One player pushing through the middle of the map. Everybody came through the front, but it should be a clean up. Oh, Craze not quite able to get it done. See one player in Millie trying to make the wrap. He's in 10 seconds time. We move over towards P3. Lurks gets them off. Abuza there as well, though. And that can be so influential, right? You find those grenade kills. That's 10 seconds that would have went over towards Cabal. And you get nothing for it. Nade over the top. Spawns. Let's keep an eye on where they are. They should still be towards that back side. Yeah, 4. Draza and Co. And the Abuza inside the point is keeping them ticking on the score for 45 seconds to go. Good shots. Abuza finds another, but is that window now open? No reinforcements come through because the spawns have actually flipped. You've got to be very, very careful, but the call-out would have come. They understand what's happening. Now going to defend from the back.
Icon's first in. First to be sacrificed, unfortunately. Mornay's flowing through. And this is just going from bad to worse. Might have to think about trying to split this, trying to maybe get someone around a different side, because these doorways are just not fun as well. But Icons gets in this time, but he's just being shut down. Eventually, they will get it through. The sacrifice works out for them. Scrap time in play here still, though. And I'll tell you something, it's actually a little bit mean from Team Draza to not just leave them.
I mean, to be fair, though, if you're Team Draza, you kind of don't want to die here, though, because they pushed it out enough that you're fine now. But if you die around those 10-15 seconds, well, maybe you'll get a nice little spawn like that Rupert just got over towards that backside. He could have spawned onto the back of P3, but this time around Rupert will get away with it. Millie on a 5 spree. He'll get cut down almost immediately off that, though, and through the middle of the map is where Team Draza are going to have to come from. Lurks, that is ridiculous. Lurks, that is insane. How has he found the 3rd? That's absurd. Crazy, he'll find another as well. The break will come through. Lurks popping off 13 and 7. Everything that seems to be clicking or needs to click here for Draza and Co. is very much clicking.
And they are gearing themselves up for another shot at Team Dashy. They continue on this. I mean, that is ridiculous, Draza. That player went every single direction and he just didn't miss. It's going to be scrap time again, and realistically, Cabal, that's all they're really getting in this showdown. Maybe, just maybe, this time with a rotation, they can get some sort of setup going through, but Abuza's there at the back, and that's a wipe, and that's a break, and that's a heartbreak more than anything. Team Draza is taking no prisoners, ton.
None at all. It feels as if they are really just cutting through them now. And have they maybe just ran out of steam? Struggling to keep up right now. It's a 100-point deficit. 30 seconds to go here on the first rotation. It feels like Draza and Co have just stepped it up a level, and they may well be blowing them out of the water here. Oh my.
Stop, it's cruel at this point. I mean, they're spread. Look how far this map is spread out. This is ridiculous for a Hardpoint. He's just sitting there going, oh, this is fine. This is absolutely fine. They've just pushed out so far, they're not missing. Lurks shouldn't be alive. You shouldn't be channeling that one either. You haven't got the health. It's on a 5 streak, but it feels like 55. There's the 6. There's the 7. Keep on going. Drop a nuke. I might as well at this point.
This is
There's
despicable. Oh, man. Yeah, Alex is like, yeah, I remember when I was in Challengers last season, he is not having a problem. Keep it with Lurks. Make it 9. You saw Ripper drop 14, didn't he? You saw him drop 14 in the Challengers final and said, hold my bloody beer. That's 11 in a row from Lurks.
Trying to call game by himself. How high does the roller coaster fly? No, nobody even challenging him onto this point. It's 200 points to 32.
Dude.
There's 12. Oh, down he falls eventually, but damage is done. Words carved into stone, and maybe this game as well.
Insane.
Calling in the
from Lurks.
Hellstorm.
Oh, man. Now, sadly, this is really not how I wanted it to end for Cabal. I don't want it. I mean, look, it may well not end yet. I don't want to. You know, we like to sow the seed of these comebacks, but this would be something. Three more dead.
It would be unbelievable. I just, hey, we've seen big hardpoint comebacks before, but realistically, this one happens if somebody kind of takes his control and throws it out a window, and even then, I'd be a little bit suspicious about whether or not it still works.
Hold on, we popping 3 pieces with pistols on the point. The only person that can kill him are his teammates.
Craig said, "Hey, enough. All right."
Yeah. This is an exhibition. Oh, 20 seconds to go. This hill is pretty much on lock. I didn't want to mention it because I was hoping it was going to improve, but yeah, this is a tough look for Icons in this game in particular. He's been fantastic, you know. He actually had a pretty decent map there in map number 1, but oh, Cabal. What a fantastic day from them, but they will drop with a little bit of a whimper.
And here's the thing, Team Cabal, make no doubt about it, have been very, very good this entire tournament. Icons has been good as well. But that was a beating. Like, you should not be seeing at this stage of the tournament. There's only 3 teams left. Well, 2 now, but there's only a few teams left. And yet, somehow, we get a 250 to 40. We get Lurks dropping 36 and 14. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
29 non-traded kills. If you get 29 kills in the game, you've had a pretty good time.
I don't think God himself could have outgunned Lurks in that game. That was ridiculous. Oh, they are actually talking a little bit of shit in the lobby as well. We love to say it. Anyway, we'll keep things moving. Dashy and Draza, they're the 2 captains that will have their teams in this grand final. Shout out to Cabal. We do want to congratulate them. They really did make a run and show what they're made of. Okay, it may have ended not in the way that they would have liked, but what a fantastic, fantastic performance across the day to get as far as they did. I think people in the chat who are clowning them at this stage, I think you have to realize who they did go on to beat. They did extremely well to get as far as they did. And they are going to be a really, really exciting outfit to keep an eye out on across the Challengers season. But they are out, and we only have 2 teams remaining. Team Draza, Team Dashy, for grand finals for pretty much all the marbles, Pricey.
Well, we will see. We will see. This is a rematch last time around. Obviously, Team Dashy had a fantastic time. But hey, Draza's just come hot off a win. That was looking like a very, very different team turn. We'll see whether or not that remains true.
It's hard to say because I just remember that Draza got absolutely bodied off Dashy. It was a 3-0. It was a sweep. It was fast. They'll want to do that against them in the grand finals. That is of no doubt. That was a really, really good performance, though, and maybe they can take a bit of momentum into that. But yeah, it's a long way back considering what happened in the winners' finals.
It certainly is. Well, we say goodbye to Cabal, but they still end up in the money, $2,500 for them. We will be going to our grand final, though, after this break. Don't go anywhere. All the action and more coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the First Cup 5. presented by Monster Energy. We are going straight into it. It's grand finals time. We can see Team Dashy versus Team Draza already kicking off on the hard point.
Into it we go. It's been a long, arduous task to get here, but it is been fun, hasn't it? Back and forth between so many of these teams. But it's been entertaining to say the least. But the team who's been indomitable to everybody else has been Team Dashy. They're here from the winner's side of things. They only need to win one best of 5. Boozer, Draza, and Co. only need 2. I say only need 2. They need 2, Bryce. 2 best out of 5s to get the win.
It is a tall order against a team like this.
The rotation over towards 2 though. So they don't want to get going if they can. Lurk's finding through. I mean, if Lurk's is going to shoot like he did in the last game, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Sorry, it's 7. Will eventually get shut down. Looking like the break's going to come on through. Boozer will be dealt with, and that is a nice break to find. Simple will find 2. And this should be some very, very good sign.
Well, that's the key. You've got to remember here, realistically, Team Dashy has been waiting a little bit of time, and well, Team Draza is coming off a very, very hot win, so they should be firing on all cylinders. However, game still about as even as it could possibly be. See, Team Dashy just trying to get into a little bit of a better position for this next hill. You can see them already trying to posture for it.
Yeah, rotation already coming around. Dashy is going to be the first one here from his team. Just remember in their grand final, the winners final. It's a pretty comfortable 3-0. Okay, Dashy and Co. A couple of minutes maybe to get into the swing of things, but it's not been too bad of a start from them whatsoever. About a 20-point lead. That lead is going to be, well, halved almost immediately. Mickley's pushing that on his own. Trying to find something, but now they've got an eye on where a Boozer is. Everybody else trying to find a way through. Good gunfights coming through here from Team Draza. They'll force them away.
Boozer just waiting for the chow that he knows is coming. Simp just trying to keep away from the chow. He knew it was coming as well, and Simp will get the better of it, but that's all it is. It's one gunfight, one trade for a team that already holds the hill and has depth in numbers. Lead slowly building here for them. Team Draza looking to right the wrong of the last time they fought.
Good rotation coming in over towards P4 here as well. This is much better. Just like you guys at home know, we do have the map set. And I'll bring it up for you. It's Den, Raid, Den, Colossal, and Scar to finish things off. These are coming through as vetoes, so the teams have had a good chance to choose what they're feeling good at. They'll start to come through now for the side of Team Dashy. Force them away. Dashy hasn't had the best of starts. 5 in a row from Simp is going to help them along here. 35 seconds still remaining here over towards P4. And P4's always kind of been a spot where Dashy's team were finding a lot of success. They're still struggling to find and get themselves a little bit of a toehold on it, though. Close spawns coming in for a Bruising Co, but Dashy will find 2. Slow them down. It's the 3rd as well from Dashy. Just doing it all on his own. Is the trade going to be there? Yes, it is. 15 seconds remaining on this hill. And that's looking like it is going to go the way of Team Dashy. We'll be back on that in a second. I promise it's coming. We'll be back there in a minute.
Well, there we go. Well, this is going to be a close game. I mean, even now, this is really just a little bit of a fight coming through, but Draza finds both. Centering ever so slightly off, and he finds 04 with a 3rd. The knife comes into play. And they're back on the P1 here. I was going to say it's a very, very close game, but with those 3, they've opened themselves up a little bit of a gap. Able to get some time onto P1 here. The cover on this P1 does allow you to do just a little bit of work.
Yeah, they've been the first ones to a lot of these hills, though, Bryce. Outside of P2, right? I mean, P3, first one's there, good time. P4, first one's there. Probably a little bit of a split, if anything, maybe just a slight negation, but first one's over towards P1. They get about 20 seconds or so before Dashy and Co can find a breakthrough, and it's a clean one at that, so expect them to be able to answer back with the same amount of time. All the players pushing in from the top side. It's not a bad hold from the P2 side. Of course, you will get those P2 spawns. That's where you want to be. Looks though he's found 2. It's been a right pain for teams to deal with, hasn't he? He's just such a fast player. 04 Another one of those fast players cannot deal with the pressure. Comes through. Lurks will find it. Lurks is just finding absolutely everything. He's on a 5 spree again. This kid is an absolute demon.
Well, we said it. They might come off that last game incredibly hard, and this can be a money hill. Got to be careful. You can see the spawns coming through. They're going to hit back inside at the same time, but Lurks is going to be there. Does eventually fall. More pressure out towards the back. Reinforcements streaming over the rooftops again. Draza trying to get in here to help. Finds the first one. Dives. Jumps. Looking for him as well. Just not able to get there in time, and unfortunately with no teammates, that will put the control back in the hands of Team Dashy.
Time they needed. We let that time go over 3. And while some of it still could go over, it's looking unlikely now, though, as that final wave of gunfight's going to come on through. Now a bit of a foot race through the middle of the map here. Is he going to get caught on the way over? Mercules, yes, he is. Is he expecting this gunfight as soon? He will be now. Regens to full health, and now Mercules can cause some issue. Gets caught out by Craze. The big gunfight to win in that rotation is going to belong to the side of Team Draza. But the spawn, crucial. That was crucial there for the side of Team Dashy. They're still at least spawning towards the lobby side. Okay, Draza and Co will know this. But if you can go 50-50 on P3, you've got a good rotation over towards P4. That doesn't look like 50-50 to me, Bryce. You've been flipped.
It's not. It's not. It's actually probably the worst case scenario for them. Lurks continuing to do damage in every aspect of this hard point. And there we go. More firepower to the fore. A little bit of a split there. They're trying to get a play around the back. It hasn't worked out. It's 22 and 13. Question you got to be asking now is there any opportunity for this rotation? Something they desperately need as Lurks says, hey, I've heard time is good. I'm going to take it all of it.
It's almost a 70-point game as we head over towards P4. A great hold is necessary from Dashy and Co. Okay, look, they have dropped maps over this tournament. They dropped 2 to Joe Deceives and Co. They're in danger of dropping one here, the very first one in the grand final. 2 kills coming in over the front side. Craze just putting on the squeeze. Did he get rid of him and try and keep a hold of this lobby control? They get neither. The break will come through as to all the kills. And this is looking like a map number 1. Gonna go the way of Team Draza if Dashy and Co could not turn it on very, very quickly.
This is gonna have to be a complete switch flip as Draza just says, alright, I'll have 3 then. Lurks takes his 4th. Draza's on a 5 streak. This is feeling very one-sided. Draza, leave them alone. They've just spawned. This is a fight on the opposite side of the map. Draza is making them pay about as far away from the hardpoint as you possibly can.
Incredible work from Draza just to force them back. And now you're 15 seconds away from a very, very clean map number 1. Nobody really being able to get going. Honestly, it's kind of been the Lurk show. 27 and 17 every single time we come over to this first hill. He just seems to pop off. And everybody else is now doing that job for him. Shots coming in from Abuza and Co. Now a little bit of control over towards P1, but for some on earth he won that second gunfight. The rest of the team now flying on through, but it's not really for a great deal. Yeah, okay, and there's nobody on the point, but you desperately need that time.
Sim. Looking to fly out. And really, this is just sort of hoping the miracle happens. 241 to 150. It really doesn't leave any margin for error. I mean, they might be able to get a full 60 off for this one, but then they got to get a perfect P3.
It's just keeping them out for 9 seconds, right? It's nothing. Spawn towards the back as well. Craze is going to set up the pinch. If he finds the second, it will be huge. It's a big win for Hercules. You'll keep a hold of the spawn. Can you hold on the other side of things? Looks that way. I think if you try and call, you just gotta not panic yet. 9 seconds. Just disrupt. Just disrupt and be a pain. Still winning gunfights. Crazy yet. Bit of a trade gonna come through. Dashy has to win this one, and of course he does. Nicely done. All 4 alongside of him. They're holding it down and continue to do so. 25 seconds.
Done.
It takes 1 good flip here. It takes 1 good flip. But the problem is that where Abuza and Co are spawning is not necessarily where they want to be, but they can still win it here. But they have to find a break, and they may well do so. 3 players go in, they fall down. Mercules has to go heroic, is not able to do so. They played for the late break, they will get it, and map number 1 will be theirs.
What a way for it to end. A potential. A maybe there for Team Dashy. Can they hold on for a few seconds? And then can they make the trip to P3? Unfortunately, we never got to answer that question. It would have been scary if there had been a wipe in that last set of gunfights. That would have been the problem. But that did not happen. And Team Draza, they started off incredibly hot. Cooled down a little bit towards the end. But they get that first oh-so-crucial hardpoint in this. You can remember, they need at least 6 maps over the 2 series to win this tournament. Because it will be a bracket reset if they win this first best of 5.
Incredible work out of Draza specifically. I mean, the non-traded kills are absurd. And that's him just putting himself in positions where he doesn't really need to worry about the gunfight, to be honest with you. I remember when we were over towards P4 and he pushed them all the way out. Really solid work from Jaws. Putting them in that position. And then we head to a raid search and destroy. And I, for one, I'm quite worried about this second best of 5 becoming a reality.
Well, it does seem like it's something that might happen. That was a hot start from them. The question is this. I mean, it's probably too early to tell. I mean, I know everybody's already probably reacting to it, but we did say very, very hot game for Team Draza coming out of that last one. There was barely a gap. So they were still firing on all cylinders. And as we saw, Team Dashy did get better as that hard point continued.
Chat, you are a brutal old lot. Okay, let's see how this one's gonna go. 0-4, opening pick. Coming to, oh my goodness me, now he snaps in the middle and all of a sudden. And he's in 1 versus 2 for Dashy. Sniper is out, we'll have to back on down. This is the pick you can find. Oh, he's not gonna choose to go for the angle.
Tries it again. Oh, I don't think he saw him in time. Oh, it's a wild chow. Draza now obviously just wasting a little bit of time, waiting for this one to end. Just maybe practicing some shots for later. I'm not sure how viable it is, apart from for information.
See how things go. I mean, 0-4 got out of mid really easily. Nelly found a ridiculous kill. Showing angles off, are we? That's the thing I'm really looking forward to. You know, when things get really deep into the season and people start showing off some angles that they maybe don't want to until later on. Busting out these angles and champs. Can't wait to see some of these bounces in July.
I think that's going to be the key. I mean, I remember the last time that kind of happened like really crazily. It was a while back where people really hid stuff right up until the last second. And on this game, I mean, there is going to be some crazy angles that people have played around and experimented with.
Into round number 2. Trying to back it down here. Got Chris for a little bit of help, but he's just going to get caught by Dashy, who should be absolutely thriving on raid with a sniper in hand. Kills across the board. 3 versus 2 in the favor of Dashy and Co, but Dashy going to get caught out. Draws are getting super aggressive. He will also get caught, so 1 versus 2 now for Chris.
Bomb down. Does give them a slight advantage. Can he play around with the timing, with everything else? This might be a full wrap. That's where Crazy's going. He's trying to distract them from where he has been. Oh, it's a long-range gunfight, but not going to get it. Simp takes the win there. And it's going to be the M15, just ever so slightly better than the Dravik in that case.
I think if you're crazy, what you're doing is just not playing that typical top bedroom play. You get that bomb down, you can hold it down from there, you can just kind of watch your entrance to the bedroom, watch up the stairs. Gotta be careful to jump through the window now. It's maybe not as powerful as it once was. But at the same time, does not play that. Simp reads it through the middle of the map. It's a big round. Team Dashy get a hold of it. They really could do with this search and destroy. You don't want the bleeding to continue.
Oh, the sniper gets nothing. Dashy will be disappointed. Still going to look for it this time around. Trying to hold the angle. They already know where he's going to be, though. Draza almost rips his head off, but Simp on the other side of the map. Doing the work, and it's only going to be Draza left. A 1 versus 4. He's pinned in. He's even putting bullets into Dashy. Dashy's like, hey, you're not going to get away with this.
Dashy just being annoying. Here comes the rest of the team. Simp was on his way over. He may well be the one who got the final kill. It's Mercules who comes over and tidies it up, but job was done, I suppose.
Who walks away with the victory in this S&D? Both teams just trying a few things out here. We're seeing the snipers maybe not come into play as much as they could have been yet. This is a good map for them. Square up. Never mind.
It's a huge nade. It feels as if they are just finding those moments in search and destroy that you need to. Draws out a lot of trouble. Dashy taking his time to find that one. The call out didn't come through either. It's a freebie. 3-1. Really nice work from Dashy and co here. And again, now look, we're never going to give them excuses for map number 1, but when you come into a final off the back of waiting around a couple of hours, to be fair, it does take a little while to get yourself warmed up. We've seen it towards the latter stages of the hardpoint. They got themselves there. Fully seem to be in the game now, Brycey.
Well, let's find out. This is where we might see both teams really stretching out with the snipers. Abuza looking, and Oil will catch him as well. Actually not equal to it. Abuza tries to go for the quick scope. Now running away. Pistol in hand. A hope, a dream, a pistol. It's not going to be enough. 04 will take him down. And Draza left. And a 1 versus 3 this time around, Ton.
Difficult position. Not going to happen. I'll take it. 4-1 now to Dashy and Co. Getting into the swing. Mercules picks up the recon. That's not a traditional sight.
Everything's fine. Just keep calm and carry on. Pretend that never happened. These are not the droids you're looking for.
No.
Well, I'll tell you something. Team Dashy starting to run away a little bit with this S&D. Comes the push. It's a massive push as well. Simp goes in for the first blood. Dashy trying to peer through smoke here. Abuza already finds one with the sniper. Dashy with the pistol wasn't going to be enough here. Down to a 2 versus 2. A 1 versus 2. Abuza left alone in a 1 versus 2. Simp and Merc as the players he's facing.
Stunned.
Stunned.
Through. Yeah, you want to be careful still with that sniper in hand.
Double hit marker, technically.
Not far. Not far away. Did he catch them both?
The second one was with the pistol.
Oh, yes, of course. I was going to say.
Yeah, well, there it is.
Things I didn't see.
1 hit marker with a sniper, 1 hit marker with a pistol.
Oh, you get me scared that I missed something now.
No. Just a double hit marker, because obviously not going to one shot with a pistol unless you're Really
No,
talented.
I understand. Thank you.
All right. Well, this might be over. Abuza. Not doing bad with the sniper, but Dashy's out by Paul this time.
Another pick comes through from 04. Yeah, this one's done. It has
Yeah.
been done
Yeah.
for quite some time. And they have just ran through them in the search and destroy. As comfortable as maybe the first, 3/4 of that hard point looked, that's how comfortable that entire search and destroy looked.
It was really calm in the end. I mean, Sim and No 4 were moving very, very aggressively into those kills. And it's just been a very one-sided S&D. You can even see there on the scoreboard, 9-3, 7-1, 3-3, 6-2.
Yeah, smoke show.
Barely an opportunity missed.
Absolutely.
That ties it up 1-1 ton.
Yep, tied up 1 apiece. And as mentioned, Dashy's team only need the 1 best of 5 to go their way. It's a traditional double best of 5. The Jaws & Co need to find both if they want to be crowned champions here tonight. 1 apiece, though, in the first and maybe the only best of 5. Dashy & Co seemingly warmed up now as we head into a third map.
Who knows what happens as we head into the overload. Both maps feeling a little anticlimactic, really. The Hardpoint could have been an incredible comeback, but it was all about Team Draza to begin with. And the S&D, well, it was just a complete rundown in the end. What does the overload bring us? Who takes the lead, Tom?
Well, the overload was extremely one-sided when these two played up against each other, but a completely different map to exposure. Believe we're back on Den?
I know what we are. We're loading in.
We are loading in. I'll double check. Yeah, we are back onto Den. We'll see a Colossal as well. I mean, it's an interesting series still. Let's see how the Den's going to work here. Have we got the sides right there? We got there in the end. Nicely done. Now again, it just felt like the understanding of how to play together and overload was very much there from Dashy and Co. But who's got the playmakers? Because that's really what you need when it comes down to this map. You need somebody finding the flanks, finding the plays. Can it be Craze? Can it be Sim? Can it be 04? 04 just had a great map. Map number 2, but that's momentary 4 dead. You can get some control here. That may well be a gone. Are they going to get there in time? Yes, they will. They'll be able to defend this, but they have to be careful. The flank came through. Look at this aggression that came in. B is now wide open for them to try and find a push through. It's looking like this is going to be 1-0, barring a big clutch nade or kill going to come on through. Not going to happen. They'll get it down, but the map control is lost, and Dashy and Co can walk out with a little bit more control, but they will be 1-0 down.
Just big place for them, really grabbing that and getting away with it and basically just pulling players all over. That's the difficult thing to do. It sounds easy on this game to kind of make the team beat to the bang of your drum, but if you can get it, it's so effective. But already kills going down once again. Dashy grabs the device. I'll be looking for a wrap here. Obviously not the easiest position to wrap from, but they are trying to get a setup going on. And
yeah,
well, unfortunately for Dashy, his teammates have not managed to make a gap.
That's a big kill from Sim. You want to try and relent this pressure. You can't be losing that gunfight though. If you're Dashy, Dashy's going to lose out nice and close. Clutch from 04. Now all of a sudden Sim's going to be the one to make the move forward. Can he find 18 there? No, not quite. So both these two teams struggling to make some inroads when they do get themselves in a good position. Apart from that big pick that comes in towards the beginning of the round. Been difficult for both these teams to really have that map dominance. They almost rush it a little bit. Opportunity here though through the dojo.
Nades flying out from both teams, looking for anything that will break this deadlock. Kills slowly going the way of Team Dashy.
Big.
You can already see Draza is trying to get out of there with the device. Dashy finds him as well. Somehow stays alive. Surely not the reach out. He had 30 health and he went for it. Do they have enough bodies to make this? We've already seen the reinforcements from Team Draza flooding in to plug the gaps. Dashy finds another.
And wasn't able to quite get the angle on the player behind him or the eye on him. That might be a second capture coming through if they're not very, very careful. Push through Dojo is going to be given up. Dashy team trying to actually go for the retake here. They actually get it through the middle of the map. Simp trying to move forward. Sorry, Mercules was. Simp will now move forward. Lance comes off here from Craze. Oh my word, Simp with the pistol. Insane shots. But Abuser is there to follow it up with 2. It definitely feels like the pressure was coming in more from Lurks and Co. Minute and 56 to go. Got the drone, but you're in a little bit of a precarious spot. Honestly, if I was them, I would love to be able to have the opportunity to drop it and let it reset. But yeah, just going to wrap this one back around through B. Nice and safe. Got to win this gun through the middle of the map if you're Mercules. Second one up on offer. The original one dead. And now they can start moving forward, but that one player has actually managed to find a way through. But the EMP's already made its way. They know they don't need to necessarily worry about the players behind them right now, just the ones in front. Found one. You need to find a couple more, though, if you want to get this one solidified. Not going to happen. More good defensive work coming in from Draza and Co.
It feels like sometimes if you just don't get a player towards the middle on that and start taking down some of the reinforcements, it's almost a nightmare to punch through and get that score in or onto B. And that's what they've come up a couple of times. Even with the trades going down, it doesn't benefit them. You basically have to have a flawless second wave.
This is brute force, by the way. They're just going to try and force this one in.
I wonder if they're going to go for a bit of movement tech if they can get a kill, but can they get the kills? Mercules getting another one, and one last player to fight as Mercules trying to find him, and eventually does. Spin to win, but again, reinforcements already flooding into this B defense. Mercules will have to keep on going. He's not going to get that first one. Not going to get either because Draza finds him, and even with 0-4 on the overextend in a place he should be, it's all going to fall apart.
Oh, they're going to lose the drone in a bad spot as well. The EMP may well be pushed forward. It's going to come down to a 1v1. Simp's going to have to win something here. Up against his teammates, stunned up, tagged up. The push going to come on through. Big win from Simp. Can he find the second? Got a bit of backup. Craze just about keeps it away. Are they going to be able to find the gunfight? Oh, he's going to slide it through a boozer. It's so clutch.
Saw an opportunity. Slid for it. And so much went right for them, but the boozer just said, hey, nobody's shooting at me. I'm going for it. It's literally inches away from scoring.
Gets a hold of it. Insane plays to make. 2-0, so a nice spot to be in. Now, 4's been struggling. I think sitting at 5-15, he's going to be the guy that's trying to punch through, though. He's the one that's trying to get something going. He is the one that needs to try and be the playmaker. He is the potential tip of the spear. Just not being able to get anything going whatsoever. 3 dead almost immediately off the rip. Dashy & Co in trouble here on the overload.
Oh, Dashy. Trying to make the work. Players all around him. He's not scared. What he does need is his teammates to make some kills.
Yeah,
really needs it right now.
And they're going to simplify 2 and just the layup for Dashy to pick up the last. And now they can start moving, but the close spawn's going to come in. They spawn up so fast and they can get there so quickly. Simp can only find the one. Now the pressure will start to come through on the other side of things because you look at the move that Craze has made. That's another cap. That's 3-0. And that might be all she wrote for this overload. It would take a string of kills and a potential relay just to keep on running through. If you can get 2 pretty quickly, you're back into the game, but easier said than done. You could just turtle up defensively if you're Draza and Co.
Oh, again, they might be pushing this one. Keeping on that minimap, they're already going to get a boozer in a good place. A kill or 2 made in the right place. And it could be another cap. I mean, if this is just like, okay, I might need to make something now. Waiting for the perfect opportunity that never appeared. Wait, no, he's back in position. This will be a giant slide across.
Yeah, they need a wrap. You might not have to worry about this player, though, if they can just get this kill and get him out. Yeah, they want to make sure that Fulton will do well. His first 2 kills of the round, 2 minutes in. Streak starting to come through, just trying to slow them down. Dashy looking to just survive. I mean, you can hang this streak around as long as you possibly want. If you're Lex and Co. Now the push coming through, you need a capture from this moment. Realistically, if you want a chance.
Trying to make the kills. Dashy trying to clean it up as well. He's been on this device for some time. A little bit aggressive. Trying to make a play happen. I think he just run out of ammo or something because that was almost throwing it away.
Oh, 4. That's a cap. That's a cap. And maybe they can start to relay this, but it's spawning over on the other side. You can already see that Craze is making his move. Craze continues to move forward. He's going to catch players off guard as well. Oh, and they don't catch him on the cross. This may well be a capture straight off the rip. Craze has just orchestrated that all on his own. Heads up play. That's going to be 4-1, and that is more than likely going to be game.
And just when you thought maybe, just maybe they can get back into it. The spawn, the relay. I mean, they're still struggling to get that player out of their spawn as well. It's going to be Lurks who's just being a pain, and that's going to be another relay as well. They are putting more and more points onto the board, and for Team Dashy, maybe just a bit of practice to see out the round, because I don't even know if it's possible to get this many back into the game.
It's not possible with the time that they got, at least anyway. It would take a hell of a relay, and of course the EMP spawning at different points on the map, it's just impossible. Really, really nice work though from Team Draws, especially with the bounce back after that SnD was so lackluster. To then bounce back with a win like this, considering how things went in the winners final as well. In this mode in particular, that is tippable. Craze trying to slow them down, but I think it matters. No, I mean, the shots are crispy. It'll slow them down, but 5-1 will remain the scoreline, barring a miracle here. Mercury's trying to push this one through. Lex is just chilling. No need to push forward here. Just trying to keep them at bay.
Yeah, it's just not an awful lot of upside for them, really. But confident calling it even 20 seconds early. Team Draza 2-1 up here in this set of maps, and well, you know how the story goes. There's an opportunity to reset. Teams will certainly try and do it, and Draza making a good case to get this second best of 5 rolling.
We head into a hard point with one more map needed for the reset for Draza and Co. And it was a map they just did pretty well on in that losers bracket final. I just think they did a better job of having that person that was going to push forward, always having that heads up play of, okay, I've spawned here, I'm going to make my move now, and trusting the teammates to be able to find the kills on the other side. Nicely done. Really, really well played.
Wow. That one was one-sided again. Seems to be the case here. We're getting a lot of one-sided games. I'm going to need these teams to really coordinate here and give us something a little bit closer. Give us something a little bit more controlled. I want screaming adrenaline flowing in the final seconds of a game mode. That's what I need.
The thing is, the maps have been really quick though, right? I mean,
yeah.
Bounce through them. Then Overload is what we've just seen. Colossus Hardpoint incoming. I have no idea, to be honest with you, how this one really goes. Because Dashy and Co really started to warm up with the Hardpoint. towards the last stage, just body them on Search and Destroy, and I was thinking, okay, well, Overload was very one-sided towards Dashy and Co. previously, and it is nowhere near the same. So Colossus, it's a great question, Bryce. Not one that you've asked me, but one that I really don't know the answer to. But we are already in. They ain't messing about.
Let's see. We go into this next one. How does the story go? Been interesting out of both teams, realistically. Nothing too close yet in terms of competition. Lurks looking to try and do more of what he has been doing pretty consistently over the last couple of games.
Yeah, he's been a big, big problem. Turned up on another level in this grand finals. Dashy and Co yet to really deal with the pace. Good retake over towards P1. They got the spawns that they want for P2. And we'll want to try and force this map number 5. They want to give themselves a chance to get this done in one best of 5. No reset, if possible.
Dashy shooting straight, but just not going to win that gunfight. And Jaws are just continuing to push these lanes out, and
wins.
Every time you do that, it really strikes me as being weak, so weak.
Lurk's trying to survive, but the utility coming in from the top side. Again, when they just need those kills to be made, they are finding them. Crazy, holds it down on his own. Are you kidding me? 25 seconds to go. Kills all coming through for Team Draza right now, and that's going to be a hold. 20 seconds now. They want to reset this as soon as they can and get into that second best of 5.
They're on pace for it. Simp trying to do as much work as he can, but so many points gained. So much time locked down. The rotation to P3, though. Currently in the hands of Team Dashy. That's where they can make this comeback. This is where they can start to find their footing. So far, so good. You can actually see right now, Team Draza are worried about a player being pushed. They know they got a back spawn. They know they didn't have the information to get through. So they've got to make this ground up first. Big gunfights all over the map, as it will be all about Team Dashy to begin with.
Dashy and Co can force the map number 5 here. Search and Destroy looked a lot cleaner on their side, but they're going to get wiped, and the spawns for P4 are there. Abuza and Co doing a great job. 20 seconds to go here over towards P3. Big fight going to go on, and it's actually going to be won by Simp. So rotation's starting to come through. Everybody else from the front needs to hit this from Dashy and Co. They need to hit it and start moving forward. Spawns going to be spawning out here to the side of Abuza and Co. So this rotation has mostly been won by Dashy and his teammates. Not going to happen on the transition, though, and they found a way through the middle of the map. It's a bit of a weird one. The line across Statue side is going to be there here for 04 and Simp. Now they're going to be able to find a way through and continue to hold this down from a very, very difficult side. They may well get the back spawns now. It's expertly worked. 45 seconds remaining. And the cards are very much in Mercury's 04 Simp in Dashy's hands.
Not going down without a fight. Here comes the push, though. A lot of pressure coming down. 04 just trying to stay alive. He knows he's a little bit weak. Don't want to lose at the moment, but gunfight's just erupting all around the point here as Abuza finds 3.
Every time.
You can't let him through.
Incredible work to manage to find a way through somehow, some way. Very tight game, though, with 14 seconds remaining here with this first rotation. There's not a lot in it. Not a lot in it at all. Trades across the board. P1 rotations kind of coming in here from Dashy and Co, but it's a hard one to really set up for. If you can camp yourself in here with a trophy in hand, then maybe you can get some good time, but it's easier said than done. That trophy's going down now.
Boozer just trying to thread a couple of needles here to solidify their position in P1. 04's going up already. Pistol in hand. Absolutely crazy. Doesn't even want to use the main gun. Joining into this one, Simp doing what he can as well, but has to jump back out. Nay going back into it.
Moving forward.
P1.
Can't find anything else. Yeah, I mean, look, it's still good time. Look, They'll take it all day long, but rotations have been their big problem. They're finding a way in. They're battling their way in, but other than that, can you remember a time they've actually fully won a rotation cleanly? Hasn't happened in a while.
Well, my fault. This rotation now trying to get through, but they're just being picked off before they can make any meaningful play, and that's a full wipe. That's a locked-in P2. Already, you've got Draza far pushing out the lane. Crazy at top's going to go down already, though. They're trying to make this next fight good for them at the same time. A little bit of a squeeze now happening.
Again, P2 belongs to them. The Boozer now 24 and 12. It just seems as if the pace has been upped, and Dashy and Co can't keep up with it. Hellstorm's available for a Boozer as well if we head over towards P3 in a second, which we will be. Could be influential there. Mercules and Co doing very well, though. Dashy, the only one remaining, though, he will get cut down. And once again, Craze. I don't want to say Craze has been quiet. He's had his moments, but he's really picked it up in this grand final. Pedraza and Co sitting at 20 and 15 right now, making big influential plays. And it's a significant lead for Pedraza and Co now, who are 80 points away from forcing a second best of 5.
Team up this tempo. Last time around, we said it might be the opportunity here for Team Dashy on the P3. They have lost that rotation again, Ton, and Lurk's actually having a bit of a slow game, 10 and 20, but it doesn't really matter. The scoreboard at the top is what matters. Trying to get into it again. Abuza refusing to go down without a fight. 34 seconds left, and they need every single one. This is the crucial moment. Do not let this break back. Do not let Team Draza get over 200 points.
20 seconds to go here. You need to get this time with your Dashy and Co. It's the force brief for him. They've got the rotation in. Need to win the gunfights. They're starting to do so. Hercules and Co is trying to get themselves set up, but yeah, the streak coming in. See those windows. That'll hurt. Chris can find one. Hercules trying to hold it down. Cannot win the gunfight. Is the trade going to be there? Absolutely it is. Dofo needs some help, and he's going to get it from the statue side. The spawns have been broken here by Draza and Co.
And they've got it. 3 down. Mercules is alive. But Draza's going to try and cut him off as well already. Gets one. Draza is not going to win that gunfight, but every single second is delaying. Team Draza are almost across that 200-point threshold. A flank towards the back. They get a couple of kills going down. 0-4 trying to make the hero play. Mercules floods in the front of the hill. And Craze will take him down. Simp cannot do any better either. And while Dashy flies in, the numbers and the spawns are against them. Draza's team holds.
Managed to find a way through. That gap has remained pretty much the same. And that's fine for Draza and Co. Sim sitting at 13-26, just hasn't been able to get things going here, but 0-4 has massively stepped it up. You need a good hold right here and right now, and Dashy may well have called that to be a potential. 50 seconds remaining here at P1. He finds 3. The thing is that all you need to concentrate on if your Lurks, Draza, Abuza is finding that rotation over towards P2. It's been so fruitful for you every single time. And you may well be able to find a break here, but Mercules, he can find 2. The pickup will be there. And that's pretty much a 3 or 4 for nothing. They're getting good time with 30 seconds remaining here. We could well be 30 seconds away by the time we get over towards P2. 0-4, how have you won that? But you've lost the rotation at P1. You've lost control. You need to get back in.
He dives into this one as well, and you're right, Tan. I mean, that's an awful lot of time gained for Team Dash under P1, but is it going to be enough? They really are now staring down the barrel. Mercules out towards the back. Big gunfight win for them as well. They take a little bit of scrap time off of P1. But they need a locked-in P2. And once they accomplish that, which is not going to be easy, they need a flawless transition to P3. Already looting a couple of kills in the kill feed. Simp looking to cut down reinforcements. Finds the first. Players already trying to split this map, though. Team Draza are about to try and go for the win.
Need to try and find a way through. They haven't done so. Gunfight's going to be won over towards the backside, though. And once again, it's that man who's been a thorn in their side in Draza. He's got one player with him close. They're having to defend at a couple of different angles. Dashy's not going to win it towards the front side. They're going to be attacked from multiple different directions, and they hold on. 20 seconds to go. And this time, it's likely going over towards Dashy and co. And now it's about the rotation. Oh, they don't find it through mid. How has Drazah found that kill? Rotation's going to be long to Drazah and co. They only need 13 seconds.
They're starting this rotation early. They're trying to get through as fast as they can. Drazah's going to try and hunt him down. Sees a couple of kills in towards the middle as well. Here comes the push. Crazy is quite far out here as well. They're looking for it. Bodies piling forward. It's seconds to spare. Whoever gets this break at the moment, it's going to be Dashy's team. They have the outside here. Dashy's going to find one as well. That's going to be 3 down, and that's going to be all 4. They're now holding, and the shoe is on the other foot. It's now Dashy's team that's in the driving seat for this one. Here come the reinforcements. Splits out towards the middle. One going around the outside of the back. Crate Simp trying to chase this one down towards the back. He's not going to be able to get it. Gun's going down, and that's going to be a collapse. Dashy's running back towards the hill. He's like, where have my teammates gone? And now they've lost control, Ton.
They've got time. They've got to push it from this angle, though, and it's not easy. They've got to go.
Here they go, everybody in. No time to hesitate. Slide and hope for the best. There's the first kill going down. The trade's going down. The last one. It's Mercules. It's dashing his back and forth. He gets back into the point, and that break will get it. They do not have time to get back into this one, surely. And Team Dashy make a miraculous comeback on that hard point. We will not be going for the reset quite yet.
I need to lie down. Tell you what, I need a monster. My God, what a game. They were 70 or 80 points behind, and you could feel the comeback brewing. The P1 was an enigmatic hold to keep it alive. The rotation to 2 worked. The hold to 2 somehow worked. And the to and fro at P3... incredible. Scar, Search, and Destroy to decide the first set. If Dashy and co can find their Search and Destroy hat that they found in Raid, they will call game. Or can Drazah and co send us to a second best of 5?
That is unbelievable, by the way. I mean, let's kind of take it back before we move forward towards the end here. The P1 ton, you mentioned it. And you mentioned it because it's important. The amount of time they found on P1 was ridiculous. Shouldn't have been able to happen. Realistically, Team Drazah should have just been able to bleed that out for the points and end the game. Didn't happen. Into P2. Team Drazah did everything right. They kept spitting. They just could not find the final kill. And several times on P3, I thought Team Drazah had it locked in.
They needed one hold. It came down to a 1 versus 1. And Mercules finds it. If that goes the other way, the game goes the other way, and we're heading into a second best of 5 right now.
I mean, they actually had a disadvantage going into that attack as well. Like that's the craziest thing. They had to headbutt it from one direction. Dashy went down early because he tried to take the long-range gunfight. Nades were raining in onto them, and yet somehow the trades went in favor of Team Dashy to allow Merc to have a 1v1.
Oh,
wow. This is the FCV, the first Cup 5, presented by Monster Energy. Buy co-branded Monster Energy, Monster Zero Sugar, or Monster Zero Ultra cans. Find the code under the pull tab. Register the code by heading over to callofduty.monsterenergy.com. Log in or create an account and enter the code to earn in-game rewards. Tell you something, presented by Monster, but made by the plays we are seeing. This has been an unbelievable tournament.
It's been incredible. Absolutely incredible. Honestly, I've had to put my glasses on. My eyes have dried out at this stage. This has been a mammoth run. It has been an absolute mammoth run from these teams, from production, from Hitch, everybody who has been involved, for us as well, of course, and you guys at home. But this could be it. This could be it now, heading in to the Search and Destroy. I've honestly forgot what map we're even going into at this stage. I believe it might be Den. Is it 3 times Den? It's not. It's Scar. All right. We head into a scar search. Are the snipers going to be influential? Absolutely. Who was the one that was getting the job done with them on the raid? It was Dashy and his squad. It was a dominant, very comfortable search and destroy win. And they just made a miraculous comeback on Colossus Hardpoint to send us here. I know which way the momentum has swung here. It's telling me that this is Dashy's game all day long. But is that ever how it really works? Call of Duty often brings up weird old games, and this could be one of them. Dashy scope hasn't even loaded in. My brain isn't loading in. I didn't know if that was me or the game, but here we go. Map 5 of the first best of 5 in the grand finals. If Dashy and Co take it, they take the lot. If Traza and Co win this, we see another best of 5. Like a nice start here for the side of Dashy and Co. They will find the first round without even losing a body.
I mean, that... I'm not going to go too far. I was going to say, do you think that maybe there's been a mental shift? But I was expecting a bracket reset. That's where I was mentally. About halfway through that game, I was like, yeah, it's a bracket reset.
Yeah, when they were up 70 or so, I was like, okay, well, we're going to the second best of 5. I wonder how quickly they can get the vetoes done. Typically, not very quickly in this scenario. And now, I mean, it kind of probably would have been in the heads of Drazo and Co, right? I mean, they were cruising. Absolutely cruising. And now here you are on a Scar Search and Destroy. You've all been wiped within, the first 30 seconds. And you want to zero down in the map 5.
It really is. I'll tell you something. That's the kind of game you need. Because we've been here now for, 12 hours? I think we had our tech check exactly 12 hours ago. But I am vibrating. This is a wonderful series so far. I am hoping this SnD goes the distance. It deserves it.
There's the elongated round that we get in round number 1. What do we get in round number 2? Attack inside. Simp, Mercury's 0-4 and Dashy is over the top. It's going to be a big hit over towards the A side for the defensive team. Who's trying to back them down, but Dashy and Co are ready for it. No problems. They will split the map and try and work it out a different way. Dashy, he's looking for the picks, and these are the kind of moments that these snipers are going to be so powerful on. Black Ops 7. First pick's going to come through from Draza. He'll find 0-4. Kind of gets caught lacking. Simple answer back. Big flank coming out through. Simp dies. Disgusting shot. Chris will be dealt with, but Dashy gets taken down 2 versus 2. Simp has to win this. Not going to happen. Draza will take him. Mercury's, though, all over towards the other side. He's the last alive in a 1v2.
So there's a bit of time to play with, but... Oh, I don't think you saw him. We did. Gonna get caught here, surely, and it will do. It's a shutdown. Back and forth these two teams go. All tied up now, 1-1.
It was just a bit of a, bit of a child kind of round, right? See a lot of it down over towards Motel. Everyone's happy to take the gunfight. Simp does miraculously to find the second that he does. It's not enough. Dash gets picked. I think it was actually Craze who pushed forward and managed to find him in the end. One apiece. A lot more of a back and forth kind of round. Looking like an A hit going to come on through. A lot of pressure through mid. Dashy will say thank you very much. Yeah, find one. Raza gets taken down. 4 versus 3 for the defensive team. Make it now 3 versus 2. Big pick from Dashy. You would have thought Abuza had that. It was Pika's advantage. It did not work out. Dashy finds it. They get another round. 2-1 to the good.
These rounds slowly trickling by. Who walks away with it? Bearing in mind, for those of you who are unaware, If Team Dashy win this SnD, they win the entire thing and will become the first Cup 5 champions. If Team Draza gets this SnD, we will reset the bracket because there is a winner's bracket advantage. And Team Draza did lose earlier on.
This is a brave hit.
Oh my goodness, it's all kicking off.
All of a sudden, it's a 1v2 for Mercules. Big hit down the field from both two teams, and the ones who come out better are, of course, the team with the head glitch over towards the plane. They don't really have much info on Mercules. I think he was either stunned or tagged through mid. He does have 2 kills to his name, though. A lot happened in that space of time. I think he's going to be able to get this one down. He is. But they're going to expect his positioning to be one of passiveness. One where he backed up. Oh, did they see him? They seen him on the cross, and now he's going to back it all the way up. Shot's going to come in. Very, very weak. But surviving. But not for much longer. 2-2.
Just the wrong angle. Just not able to really get it. He was worried about whether or not he was going to be pinched. And this means, Ton, we are going level again. 2-2 between them. Still so much up in the air.
Let's go around 11, Bryce.
I hope so. I hope it's a 1v1. Snipe showdown, middle of the map.
Lux gets taken down by the Ned. 0-4, and then immediately counter back 3 versus 3. Good shots coming in from Mercules, though. That's a lot of control over towards A. Not much control at all for Abuza and Krez.
Slight push now.
They see him. They see him. Oh, and it doesn't matter. How on earth has Krez won that?
It's moments like that. Just Dashy getting a good position here. This is about timing.
Oh, it's moments like this with a sniper in your hand to make the flank. There's just no way they read it. Pistol was out. The sniper come with it. It's challenging it. Ridiculous, ridiculous player. What do you mean?
Dashy, that's an insane level of confidence. He already was aimed at you. Oh, if he had made that, that would have been ridiculous.
Where was the call as well? Mercules is looking up top.
Dashy. Little bit trolly there at the end. That could have gone a little bit badly, but oh my goodness.
Big plays made from Dashy though. The flank comes through 3-2. It just there's no gap being able to be built.
A push for Team Dashy. Sniper going out. You can see Lurks crawling along.
Dashy in trouble, yeah. Lurks might pop up, doesn't. Does have backup. Can stand off over towards A, but Mercules will be picked. Boozer finds his first kill. Another one going to go the other way. This is another round going to be exchanged. 0-4 left in a 1 versus 4. And I don't think playing to his namesake is going to work out here. You'll need all 4 kills. He somehow kind of slipped the net here a little bit, but...
Yeah, but they're swarming over the building. It's going to be real difficult to get away. They're everywhere around blue. 3-3, Ton.
I have no idea which way this one's going. It's so back and forth. I think it's been a defensive win the entire way through. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would make sense. 6 defensive rounds have all been won. Nade's over now. Towards this side, it's a big hit from Dashy and Co. Info gain from the nade as well, and they can get aggressive here. So we'll find one. Spray's dropped. And said back though, Mercules dealt with. Gotta find this next gunfight. You don't. This could be the first attack in round 04. Gets aggressive, finds one, doesn't find the second. Gotta move in if you're simp and you make it a 1v1, but you haven't got a clue. You've got zero info on Abuza.
1v1 brewing a simp. Moves around the ramp. And actually, both players not got a clue. This is going to come down to it. Simp, I think he saw him. I think he did. I think they both know. Both of them holding the irons, and they're going to go for it as well. But Sim gets the win. Clutching up for the team when they needed it most. A technical 1 versus 2. And that is the lead for Team Dashy again.
Oh. I think Abuza challenges this. Oh, you managed to pick up a gun as well, so you would have seen the glint. And the thing is, Simp does not know that a normal gunfight is coming. He just has to hit his shots. And he does. This is a stressful search.
A push again. They're running it. Abuza trying to get through mid-map. Looks for the snipe. Nobody going to be there. Dashy going up top. No sniper in hand this time. Just a good M15. And there goes the first kill. Smoke's already flying out here. Players towards the back of the map. Dashy tries to get a little bit of aggressive here. They might try and push this out. Players all over the show. Dashy's going to go down now, back down to a 3 versus 3. Abuza's going to be in a bit of trouble, but he somehow gets out of this with 6 health and a dream.
Trades. They're going to be there, but Abuza gets taken down. The trades work in Dashy and Co.'s favor. And what a time to find a 5th round. There's your breathing room. You're 1 round away.
Wow. They went aggressive that time. Dashy refusing to back down from almost any single fight that we see him in. Through another shoulder, and I thought that might be a bit of a trouble. Abuza staying alive as long as he did was miraculous. But it wasn't enough. And here comes what could be the final break-off.
Very well
Split
could be.
coming in from Draza.
She's stunned up, so not much info, but look at this aggression. Look at the aggression coming through from all 4. Simple find 1. The first blood goes their way. 3 versus 3.
Dashy
Story, though,
again.
Bryce. It could be the story of Mercules. He just doesn't lose these tournaments.
Just hasn't lost since he joined OpTic. Kind of insane, really. Dashy trying to play around with the sniper, but the player has got through here. There's a lot of pressure coming onto 8. Dashy does not have the info yet. He doesn't know that there's a player going to be up here, and he's going to get picked off because of it. Down he falls. 2 versus 3. Advantage Team Draza.
They've had to back up. They've backed up massively. Sees the player. Mercules sees the cross. They're having to back down. You've lost 1, but Mercules with a 1 versus 3. Not going to happen. 5-4.
Still alive.
Imagine he gets that one and gets out. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well,
I don't know if they needed firing up.
Let's see how this one plays out. An attack again. A hits have kind of been where Team Dashy's going every single time.
He got him.
Oh!
He got him. There ain't no way. Oh, the gunny from Simp is solid through the middle of the map, but he doesn't find the pick. He's left in a 1 versus 3. Well, we said it.
Got through here.
We said it, though.
Simp.
Did we say it?
Got a sniper and a mod 15. And a dream. 47 seconds on the clock. Surely this is a step too far. Surely Simp can't pull off a 1 versus 4 at this stage of the tournament.
And for that's all they need. They don't know it, do they know he's got the sniper though? Don't rechild that. They'll just get together. Sensible play. This is for 2 rounds in a row. Shot's gonna come on through. Simp, an opportunity. But they ain't gonna offer him too much of a sniff. Surely they're not gonna offer him a sniff like this. Simp!
Oh my goodness. Heart stopped. I was wondering if Sid was going to try it for the sniper for the second.
He still
they
might
gave
be
him the
hard.
slow peek.
Well,
round 11, book it.
Not quite for all the marbles. It is for one team. Or do we go to the second best of 5?
It's a bang out. It's going to be an absolute bang out. Everybody head into the mixer. Everybody head into the blender. Everybody in as well. There's going to be 2 kills already for them as well. Team Dashy get the advantage into it. No, it's going to be a gunfight for the ages. Draza backpedaling. Namesake and captain of this one is now running scared, and that is going to be the end. Everybody into it. Team Dashy wins first cup 5. 6-5. Map 5. My goodness.
As if that's how it ends. 10 rounds all the way through, and they just go, you know what, put the sniper away, give me my M15. I'm bloody sending it at them.
Both teams had players just said, run it. Just run it. We're going in. I mean, he could have gone either way. You saw smokes go down. You saw trophies go down. Somehow it goes that way, but there are your champions. Team Dashy. First Cup 5 presented by Monster Energy. They are in first place and they take home $15,000. And what a team it is. Dashy, Simp, 04 and Mercules. Mercules doesn't know defeat since he's joined OpTic.
Quite literally doesn't. I'd love to know how much he's won on his own. Honestly, he's going to be pushing like 20-30k, like kind of minimum, I would say, just over the last few weeks in pre-season tournaments. Incredible. Cannot be beat at this stage. And look, we said on paper they look like the team that would be the ones to beat, and they absolutely were. Incredible. I mean, what a grand final to have as well. I think, especially with the way that it kind of went down, to see it go to that round 11, to see that map number 4, what was it, 3-4 points separating them in map number 4, 1 round in the final round of Search and Destroy. I mean, you kind of called it. First 3 maps are a blowout in each different direction. Maps 4 and 5, not quite the same, Brycey. You did ask for it.
Yeah, no, 100%. We said we wanted that round 11. I mean, it's always kind of the wish that you throw into the atmosphere and hope for the best. But hey, it's been wonderful. It's been great. We've had wonderful teams and players all the way through. So I'd like to thank everybody watching for joining us on this journey. Shout out to OpTic. Shout out to Monster. This could not happen without you. Shout out to our production. Atlas, you're great. Shout out to Hitch, who's been doing actually a lot more than people realize in the background for this one. It has been glorious. So thank you to everyone one last time. And that's all from us. We'll see you in the near future.